I'm sorry, Issei.
I am the beginning and the end.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Was Betrayed and Became the Supreme Dragon God of Beginning and End movie. Before we start, please go support lucifer-ficks for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. All seemed lost for Issei after being killed by Rias and Razor, but an all-powerful being revives him and reveals a great truth. Now, with his newfound powers, Issei must face the great threat that looms. Chapter 1. The Awakening of a Dragon. Because? That was the question our young chestnut-haired friend was asking himself as he lay with severe burns, broken bones, deep cuts, and missing his wicked pieces. In short, he was on the verge of death. But how did I get into this situation? Well, to answer that we need to go back a few days. A few days ago. Issei faced Razor Phoenix once again to save Rias from her forced marriage, even sacrificing his left arm to temporarily access the power of the Welsh dragon. But it wasn't enough, and he was defeated again by Razor, though the Mau Lucifer and several demons remarked that for a human who had only been reincarnated for a month, he had put up a very good fight. Issei's companions rushed to comfort him, but what no one expected was for Rias to fire a ball of destructive energy at him. "You stupid low-class demon, how dare you interrupt my wedding?" Rias said in a furious voice before going to Razor's side. This act surprised the Retide's entourage. Due to the shock in the fight, Issei fell unconscious. 2 days later he woke up in his room, somewhat disoriented. "Brag, what happened?" I mentally asked the celestial dragon. "In short, you sacrificed your arm to temporarily access my power and face Razor Phoenix once again. You put up a good fight, but in the end he defeated you, but surprisingly the Gremory girl attacked you and left with the Phoenix Drag," replied. Issei, who was recording everything, simply said in a very depressed state, "I see. That really surprised me. Tell me about it, partner." To top it all off, she herself said she'd rather die than spend the rest of her life with him, Drake said, but he noticed that Issei still had that depressive aura. "You loved her, didn't you?" "Of course I loved her, she had accepted me with all my perversion, now I fear that I will be alone forever." "Don't worry, partner, you know he'll be with you until death, literally." "Yes, I know. Thanks, Drake. Well, I'll talk to you later, partner, I have to go to school," he said, then put on his Kuo Academy uniform and went downstairs for breakfast. During breakfast, the brunette's parents asked him why Asia had left the house, to which he had to reply that he didn't know, a clear lie since he knew that she surely had to move to the Phoenix Mansion. At the academy, everything proceeded normally, except that all the students kept asking Issei why the members of the occult club were absent, but he evaded the questions to avoid making things worse than they already were. After classes ended, she went to the club room to see if anyone was there, but she was terrified to find Razor and Rias and their respective peerages. You already know what Razor's peerage is like, so I won't bother describing it, except for Ravel Phoenix. "What are you doing here?" a trembling Issei asked as he stood before those people, but what they said frightened him even more. "We're just taking care of a few loose ends," Razor said, then signaled his nobleman to grab the chestnut-haired man and lead him behind the old building. That was Issei's worst experience. Razor and his peerage attacked him with flames, sword cuts and other weapons, magic attacks, explosions, and more. He could see Rias and her entourage standing motionless, watching everything that was being done to him, but he also saw that they were starting to cry, except for Rias. After a while, she and her entourage, except for Asia, began to torture him as well, but he noticed that their faces held expressions of regret and sadness. This went on for an hour. When they finished, the boosted gears wielder was nearly dead. Rias approached him and placed a hand on his chest, then painfully extracted his evil pieces. After completing the extraction, they left. Present. "So this is what I deserve for trying to save you, Rias," the chestnut-haired man said, his voice trailing off. "Partner, I don't know what to say," said a sad Drake as he saw his host about to die. "Don't worry, Drake, there was no way you could have known this was going to happen," the brunette said to calm his companion. "Goodbye, Drake." "Goodbye, Issei, I can say with complete certainty that you may have been the best guardian I've ever had, since you preferred to use me to save a loved one," said the dragon to cheer up his companion, even if only a little. "Thank you, Drake, seriously thank you," Issei said, giving his last breath. The Welsh dragon, saddened, was about to enter suspension until a new host appeared, but surprisingly a crack opened beneath Issei and swallowed him. In a dimensional space. Point of view, Issei. Darkness. All I saw was darkness. After being tortured slowly and painfully, I thought I would die, but I was surprised to wake up in this dark space and immediately tried to contact Drake. "Drake, are you there or are you already in a new host?" I said, thinking that he must have already changed hosts. "No, partner, I'm still inside you. I was surprised when a dimensional rift opened beneath you and brought us here, Drake replied explained. Do you have any idea where we are? I asked, scared of the new surroundings. No idea mate, this place is unknown to me. I was surprised that even Drake didn't know where we were. As I was about to explore the place, a deep thick voice said to me. Turn around. I turned around and was shocked. Why, you might ask. Well, because in front of me was an enormous black dragon, at least 60 kilometers tall, with two very long black wings, deep red eyes, and horns that curved backward. Imagine Bahamut from Shingeki no Bahamut. Genesis. Who are you? I stammered, terrified of standing before this imposing dragon. Don't be afraid, I'm not going to do anything to you, the dragon replied, which calmed me down, but I could tell that Drake was surprised. It can't be. Are you the supreme dragon god Bahamut, absolute leader of the dragons? No way, am I standing before the leader of all dragons? That's right, celestial dragon Gale's Drake. It is an honor to meet you, almighty supreme dragon god Bahamut-sama, I said, bowing. There's no need for so much formality, just call me Bahamut, please. When he said that, I relaxed. It seemed I could talk to him normally. You're probably wondering why I brought you here. I nodded at that question. Well, I brought you here to save you and give you a 100% dragon body. My eyes widened at what he said. They almost popped out. But why did he do so much for me? I don't even know him. I spoke with complete sincerity since I didn't understand why he had done that for me. How an apostrophe T a father save his son from a horrible death. Drake and I exclaimed upon discovering that this dragon was my father. We then fainted. Normal Pav. Wow, I think I went a little too far, Bahamut thought, a large anime-style drop of sweat forming on his face as he watched his son faint. But it was to be expected. It's not every day you're on the verge of death and are rescued by an all-powerful dragon who then tells you he's your father. After 5 minutes the chestnut tree gets up and starts asking Bahamut many questions. How's it that you're my father? Both my parents were human. The chestnut-haired boy shouted, shocked that the dragon was claiming to be his father. You'd better sit down, this is going to be a long story. The chestnut-haired man obeyed and sat down. Well, it all began a long time ago when dragons were ruled by 4 dragon gods. Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. Great Red, the dragon god of dreams. Trihexa, the dragon god of the apocalypse. And myself, the supreme dragon god or dragon god of the beginning and the end. All was peace and harmony among the dragons, but the other factions, believing themselves superior or more powerful, began enslaving dragons using special seals that made them as weak as a larva. When I found out about this, I exploded with fury and sped off to free the captive dragons, because, as the saying goes, dragons support each other. Once I freed all the dragons with the help of my ability, I prepared to fight against the leaders of the other factions and their armies. The battle was nothing compared to the wars fought between the factions. It was literally a massacre. The army succumbed easily to my power, and my skill left the leaders defenseless against my attacks. When only the leaders remained, I warned them that if they harmed even a single dragon again without reason, I would kill them all myself. But some dragons disagreed with my decision, especially Trihexa. Time passed, and I kept abreast of the incidents involving the dragons, including the sealing of Drake and Albion. I also learned of the deaths of the god of the Bible and Satan. One day, I decided to wander through the human world but stopped at a temple where the dragon gods were worshipped. There I saw a beautiful white-haired woman worshipping a statue of me, but she noticed there was nothing there to symbolize a tribute to the other dragon gods, so I approached her and asked why she was only paying homage to this dragon god, and she replied. Because, besides being powerful and bloodthirsty, he is also the most compassionate of the 4, and he was the only one who acted when he saw what was being done to his faction. In my opinion, he is the only dragon god who deserves to be honored. And you could say I fell in love at first sight. After that, I visited her regularly, our relationship improved. You should have seen her face when she found out who I was, and I decided to take the plunge and proposed. Time passed, and we had twin sons, one black and the other white. When they were born, we vowed to make the world a place where they could live in peace. We were both happy, but it didn't last long when Trihexa appeared before us. I asked him what he was doing, but he replied that he didn't agree with me forgiving the gods of the other factions for what they had done, and said that he would teach the other factions a lesson, and that the only one preventing him was me. We faced each other in a fierce battle, but it seemed Trihexa had become much more powerful and stronger than before, and he was gaining ground on me, since I had to concentrate on protecting you all. After a while, we were badly wounded and exhausted, so we decided to escape to a dimensional space known only to me. But in a moment of carelessness that Trihexa took advantage of, my wife died trying to protect you. In a fit of rage, I inflicted a mortal wound on Trihexa and managed to escape with you. Once in that dimensional space, I decided that if I wanted my children to be safe and live a peaceful life, it was necessary to hide them in the human world. To ensure their safety, I transformed them into humans, eliminating all traces of their dragon heritage. However, I gave them 2 sacred gears, which fortunately had recently lost their wielders, so they could defend themselves. I then left them with families who worshipped dragons, in your case, the Hyodo family. The chestnut-haired man was trying to process all the information his supposed father had just told him, but it was clear he was struggling to understand, as he was practically steaming. The Welsh celestial dragon was going through the same thing. "Well, what does this have to do with me?" asked an incredulous brunette. "It's simple, you're the little black dragon, only when you took human form we changed your hair color to suit your new family," Bahamut said, then snapped his fingers and a mirror appeared in front of Issei, who was surprised to see his hair change from brown to pure black. "Okay," said the dark-haired boy, now recovered from the shock but very sad because he had just learned that his mother had died protecting him. "But what is this ability you were talking about in the story? And what family did they leave my brother with?" the dark-haired boy asked, still sad but worried about his brother. "Well, my ability is called Omega Force, which nullifies all the target's magic power or energy, and Alpha Force, which is the opposite, increasing magic power and energy," Bahamut explained, describing both dragons' abilities and surprising the small dark-haired boy. "As for your brother, I left him with a woman from an ancient dragon-worshipping clan. Later, I discovered she was the wife of Lucifer's grandson, but he was so foolish he thought he was his biological son and tortured him for not displaying demonic power. Fortunately, a servant freed your brother and took him to Azazel, leader of the fallen angels, telling him that he truly was Lucifer's descendant. To do this, I had to disguise his dragon power as demonic power," the great black dragon explained, but then he noticed his son, who wore a look of utter confusion. "Wait, how did you know all this? You offend me, son. Did you seriously think I'd leave them with people I didn't even know without watching over them?" the dragon god explained. "Since I left them in your care, I've been watching over them and I saw them grow up. I saw Volley become a battle-crazed maniac because of my blood, and you became a hopeless pervert because of your mother's blood," Bahamut said, making Issei's eyes widen in surprise. "Wait a minute, I'm a pervert because of my mother?" the dark-haired boy asked, to which his father replied with a nod, "Wow, I didn't expect that." But then his expression changed to a sad one. "So you saw how my friends betrayed me?" the dark-haired boy said, furious and sad, furious because the people in whom he placed his trust and feelings had tortured and murdered him, and sad because he thought it was his destiny to be alone forever. "I wouldn't say they all betrayed you," Bahamut said, making Issei look at him confused. "I could see that little phoenix wasn't with them, so I deduced that she didn't know anything about what happened. And regarding your friends, I realized that the former nun wasn't part of this, and the knight, the rook, and the queen seemed like they were forced to do it." "That's right, partner," replied the dragon of the sacred gear. "I also saw that Razor Phoenix cheated in the fight," his father added. This made Issei both furious and happy, furious because Razor had cheated in the fight and happy because his friends hadn't betrayed him willingly. "Thank you so much, seriously, thank you so much, Dad," Issei said, thanking his father for everything he had done for him. "It's nothing, son," he replied, smiling happily because his son called him Dad. "Well, I'd better send you back to the human world. I'll come to live with you very soon to train you to master your new powers and also to tell you who will be on your new team." "Okay, I'll wait for you. What do you mean new team?" the dark-haired boy shouted in response to his parents' upcoming visit and the fact that he would have a team. "As you are my son, you are the Prince of Dragons, therefore you must have your own team since one day you will take the position of leader of the dragon faction, and you must have someone to fill the positions of new dragon kings and new celestial dragons," said the supreme dragon god, causing the little one to open his eyes in amazement since one day he would take the leadership of an entire faction. "I have a feeling I'm going to have a lot of problems in the future," she said heavily, feeling the weight of her father's response. "I have that feeling too," partner Drake said, with the same feeling as its bearer. "Well, see you later, Dad," the dark-haired boy said goodbye, at which point his father opened a dimensional rift to take him back to the same place where he had picked him up. "See you later, son," Bahamut said, watching Issei cross the rift. Behind the occult club. A dimensional rift appeared and from it emerged a dark-haired man who, seeing that it was night, hurried home. Of course, thanks to his new body, he possessed speed, strength, reflexes, and other abilities far greater than when he was a demon. Upon arriving home, he saw that the lights were off and, deducing that his parents were asleep, he entered as quietly as possible. He was startled when the light suddenly flicked on, revealing his adoptive parents with suitcases and a somber expression. "Mom, Dad, why do you have those suitcases?" Issei asked, somewhat confused, to his parents. "There's no need to pretend, Issei. We know everything," his adoptive mother said, surprising the dark-haired boy. Bahamut-sama already told us everything, but I want you to know that we love you as much as they do. I know this might be very sudden and very difficult to accept, but I hope you can get along with them as well as you do with us," his adoptive mother continued, but then she began to cry a little. "I knew this day would come, but it's still very sad." "It's time to go," said his adoptive father, on the verge of tears like his wife. "Issei, I hope you grow up to be a great man and a great dragon. Goodbye, son." His father said goodbye and started walking away with his wife and their suitcases, but Issei stopped them. "Where are you going?" the dark-haired man asked, crying because he had to say goodbye to the people who had raised him his whole life. "Well, as payment for taking care of you for 16 years, your father gave us these tickets for a world cruise for 5 years," said the man, a little happy because he was going to fulfill his and his wife's dream. Issei, who knew his parents' dream, was a little happy and, still crying, smiled at them and said, "I'm glad your dream is coming true, I hope you have fun." The father, in response, said to him, "I also hope that your dream of being the king of a harem comes true," which caused the dark-haired man to freeze in surprise, that they knew his dream. "Don't be surprised, it was to be expected that you would have that dream." Issei, somewhat recovered, tells them, "I hope we can meet one day so you can tell me about your trip." "We will do that," his mother replied, "but you will have to introduce us to your wife or wives." "I promise that if we meet again I'll introduce you to them if I have a harem by then," the dark-haired man promised in response to his mother, before hugging them and saying goodbye as they got into a taxi heading towards the port. Already tired, he decided to go to sleep since he had a feeling that tomorrow was going to be a long day. The next day. Ring, ring, Anilo. That was the sound of the Hyoto house doorbell ringing at 10 in the morning. The dark-haired man, still sleepy, proceeded to open the door but was surprised to see the person standing in front of him. He was a man in his 30s. He had black hair styled upwards with several strands hanging down, a short beard, red, slanted eyes, and a well-defined physique. He wore a black long-sleeved t-shirt, a black shirt over a red jacket, dark blue jeans, and black sneakers. It must be said that he had a frightening aura. "Who are you?" a disbelieving dark-haired man asked upon seeing the person in front of him, but upon seeing the aura surrounding him, he realized who it was. "Dad. It took you a while to recognize me," said the most powerful dragon of all, a little sad because his own son hadn't recognized him. "How do you expect me to recognize you if you only showed me your dragon form?" Issei asked, to which his father simply made a gesture that said, "That's true." "Anyway, come in and make yourself comfortable," his son offered, and his father, accepting, entered. "Well son, first of all I'm going to tell you that I'll be living with you," Bahamut said, to which his son just made a confused face. "That way we can spend quality father-son time." Issei only managed to fall over in an I'm style at his father's response. "I understand," said Issei, now recovered. "Oh, by the way, I have to tell you several things," Bahamut told his son and made him sit at the kitchen table in front of him. "First, it's about your fight with that Yakitori guy, tell me what you remember," Bahamut said, to which Issei became thoughtful, trying to remember the fight. "I remember throwing holy water in Razor's face and preparing to deliver the final blow, but suddenly his flames turned reddish black and his regeneration increased considerably. He then dodged my attack and hit me with his flames, which for some reason were stronger," Issei said, recalling the last few seconds of his fight with Razor. "Listen, what Razor used is a spell that allows him to temporarily take the power and energy of another person, and from what I saw, it seems he took Rias Gremory's power." His son nodded in agreement, now understanding the true reason for his defeat. "I see," the dark-haired man said furiously. "Don't worry, when you finish your training you'll be able to kick that blonde shit's ass," Bahamut told him, encouraging him to do the training. "You're right, partner, I have a feeling this training will make you so powerful you'll make that little bird look ridiculous, but why do I have this bad feeling?" the sealed dragon thought to himself. "By the way, I have to tell you something extremely important and I hope you don't faint," his father said warn him, to which the younger dark-haired boy nodded somewhat fearfully. "Well, get ready," he took a breath to add suspense and dropped the bombshell, "Drag is a woman." To be continued. "Nah, that's a lie." "What?" I yelled so loudly that it was surely heard all the way to heaven. "Bahamut, you are a son of a bitch, why the hell did you say that? I am 100% sure I am a man," the dragon yelled at Bahamut for the lie he had just told his son. Okay, don't get angry Drag, I just wanted to see my son's reaction if I said something like that to him," the older black-haired man happily replied to the boosted gear dragon. "Saying that I am female is like saying that Rias Gremory is male," Drag compared the lie that his holder's father told. "Phew, for a moment I felt like I was going to faint from the shock," said the younger black-haired boy, then saw his father laughing his head off. "Well, let's put the jokes aside and focus on training," said Issei, serious and impatient to put Razor in his place. "Relax, son. We'll begin training now, but for that, we'll go to a dimension where one day is 3 months, Bahamut said, surprising his son with the existence of such a place. There, we'll train strength, speed, agility, intelligence though I can't say I'm very intelligent power and skill, while also training with your boosted gear, Bahamut explained the training regimen. We'll do this for 5 days, and that way you'll have a decent level of power, like my son. It's going to be a long week, said a tired Issei, tired of everything he had to do. But hey, if I get the power to save my friends, I don't mind suffering through hell, he said, now motivated again. I'm glad to hear that. Well, let's begin, Bahamut said with a macabre smile on his face, opening a dimensional rift. 5 days later. During all that time, Issei focused on increasing his magic power and strength, as well as his speed. He also learned several powerful spells from his father, while simultaneously training with the boosted gear's power and his father's Omega Force ability. He was also forced to study everything about the factions, history, culture, etc., and he was grateful to his new dragon brain that allowed him to store all that information without any problems. Now the dark-haired man had a more muscular and defined physique, and his magical power was ridiculously enormous, granting him a wide array of spells. He could use Balance Breaker and maintain it indefinitely, and he learned that the Omega Force ability only worked if he had a magical or physical connection with the target. He also learned that it consumed a great deal of his physical stamina and magical power, so he couldn't maintain it for more than a minute. They were currently back in the Hyoto house after more than a year of living in that dimension. It feels so good to be back, exclaimed a happy dark-haired man upon finally returning home. I agree with you, son, his father said from behind him, closing the dimensional rift. I must say, the training went better than I expected. Now you have the power of a dragon celestial king. Yes, I know, the younger black-haired boy said, pride swelling in his chest at his newfound power. Well, listen Issei, I have something to tell you, Bahamut said to his son as he listened attentively. While I go talk to someone, why don't you go visit someone? He said as he approached his son to whisper something to him, which made Issei very happy. What are we waiting for? Exclaimed Issei as he crossed a dimensional rift that his father had just opened. In the underworld. We find ourselves in Gremory Castle, more specifically in a grand hall where Lord Gremory and Venelana Gremory are speaking with Razor and Rias, their respective entourages standing behind them. It's worth noting that Lord Gremory and Venelana couldn't stand Razor's attitude, and they were also wondering about the whereabouts of Ria's pawn, who had interfered with the wedding. But all of this became secondary when a hooded figure entered through the window and stood in the middle of the hall. Tell me immediately who you are and what you're doing here, Lord Gremory ordered the mysterious figure that had just appeared. I've only come to save someone, the figure said in a distorted voice, but then began dodging attacks from Rias, Razor, and their peerage. It must be said that it dodged them with incredible and ridiculous ease, even making them look foolish. Stop moving, trash. The Phoenix Heir shouted at the mysterious being, but Omega Force he answered by giving him a powerful right hook to the face that sent him crashing into the wall, through it and 10 other walls in the process, leaving him badly injured and for some reason unable to regenerate. Everyone was shocked by how easily he disposed of Razor, but then they saw him approach Rias and her entourage. Lord Gremory was about to attack him, but he became intrigued when he saw him simply ignore his daughter and approach her entourage, whisper something to them, and then use a spell to render them unconscious. He then scooped the former nun up in his arms and carried her away. See you later, he said, and escaped through the window. Lord Gremory was about to call the guards to capture that person, but he was surprised when they sensed an aura of fury emanating from Lucifer's castle. Moments before. Lucifer's castle. Serzich's Lucifer was walking straight to his office, lost in thought. When he entered, he noticed a powerful yet very familiar aura in the office. It's good to see you again, Bahamut, said the Redeed, and in response the Mayu's chair turned so that the black-haired man could be seen. I say the same, Serzich's, but this time I'm here to talk about a serious matter, Bahamut said, changing from a happy expression to a serious one that didn't bode well. What's wrong? I asked as I cast a silencing spell on the room. First of all, I'm letting you know that I'll soon introduce you to one of my 2 sons, said the dragon, surprising the Mayu who knew the story about his sons. Besides, you know him personally. Who could it be? I asked curiously, since according to him, he knew him. His name is Hyoto Issei, former pawn of your sister Rias Gremory and current Sekiryuutei, Bahamut exclaimed, surprising Lucifer with the identity. Seriously? Wait, what do you mean, former farmhand? The Redeed asked incredulously. Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. It turns out Razor Phoenix cheated in his duel with Issei, said the dragon. What do you mean? Asked a surprised Redeed upon receiving this new information. I used a forbidden spell to steal your sister's power without her noticing, and I also tortured my son alongside your sister, almost killing him. It seems he's involved in some shady dealings, Bahamut said, dropping the bombshell and leaving some papers on Mayu's desk. But then he noticed an overwhelming surge of energy, though it wouldn't affect him in the slightest, and turned to see a furious Urzic's. His task accomplished, he left unnoticed. A few seconds later, the door burst open, revealing a worried Grafia. Surzich's-sama, what's wrong? His wife asked, worried. She had never seen her husband so angry. Grafia, let's go to the Gremory Manor to find Razor Phoenix now. Shouted an irate Retit eager to pluck a blonde bird. Pistillo Gremory. A magic circle appeared in the room from which Lucifer and his wife emerged, but they were incredulous upon seeing the destruction and a half-dead Razor lying on the floor. Someone beat me to it, the Mayu thought to himself upon seeing Razor. Father, mother, what happened here? Surzich's asked, seeing the destruction in the mansion. Someone entered the mansion and easily defeated Razor, then knocked out your sister's peerage and took the bishop, Lord Gremory replied, but then he saw a smile forming on his son's face. Son, what's wrong? Ah, nothing, Surzich's thought to himself. So he beat me to it. Kyoto residence. The portal could be seen opening in the middle of the room, and a hooded figure emerged carrying a blonde woman in his arms, whom he then laid down on the sofa. Then another portal opened and Bahamut came out of it. And how did it go? Asked a dragon god, but seeing the blonde, he didn't need an answer. The field test was a success, and I also rescued Asia, replied the younger black-haired boy. I'll save the others from Rias later. I know you will, the dragon god replied happily, but then he became confused when he saw Issei stand up and open another portal. Son, where are you going? I was going to the family's forest for a while. When Asia wakes up, could you tell her everything? His son replied asked. Of course, no problem, son, go have fun, his father said, then watched his son disappear. He turned to wait for the former nun to wake up, but then he remembered something about the forest of relatives, and a mischievous smile spread across his face, one that would put the Cheshire Cat to shame. Forest of relatives. The dark-haired man can be seen walking through the forest in search of something. I wonder what would be a good familiar, Issei wondered, but he didn't notice a hole appear out of nowhere, and he ended up falling into it, ending up in a very complex system of ducts that led him to a cave. But what happened? Issei said, but then he noticed a huge blue dragon asleep in front of him. Companion, I recommend you leave here now, I advised Drake fearfully. But why Drake? His bearer asked. She is Tiamat, the Karma Dragon Queen of Chaos, the most powerful of the Dragon Kings, and she hates me to death, the dragon replied, making Issei tremble with fear at the enormous possibility of dying. Damn, she's awake. Well, what do we have here if it isn't Drake's damn thing? Tiamat said furiously, having just woken up. Issei dodged the dragon's magical attacks, as well as her claw swipes, but a tail whip sent him flying out of the cave, followed by her. You won't escape. Devastating tsunami, Tiamat said, and from a huge magic circle came a massive wave that devastated everything in its path. Should Solar Crown, said the dark-haired man, causing a huge burst of flame to emerge from a magic circle, which, upon colliding with the tsunami, caused both spells to vanish. Then take this dragon, Paul, said the dragon, and a powerful beam of blue energy shot from her mouth directly at the wearer of the boosted gear. Boosted gear, shouted the black-haired boy, and the gauntlet appeared on his arm. Boost dragon shoot, said Issei, and a huge torrent of reddish-black energy shot out of his hand and collided with Tiamat-sama. Understand, I am not Drag, I am his wielder, tried to explain the black-haired boy, but the dragon only roared louder. If you're not Drag, then who are you? The dragon queen asked, still annoyed. I am Issei Bahamut, son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut, the black-haired man replied, but then he noticed that the dragon was looking at him with a face of total surprise. Are you Ice? The dragon asked, who for some reason was crying, and Issei just wondered about the reason for the nickname. Yes. Why? Issei asked, but he had to cover his eyes because of the powerful light emanating from the dragon. When he opened them, he saw that instead of the dragon, there was a beautiful woman, seemingly about 20 years old, with slightly tanned skin. She had blue hair and sapphire-colored almond-shaped eyes. She also had breasts slightly larger than Akene's, a small waist, and stunning hips. She wore an outfit similar to Surzich's, but the details were in a deep blue, and the kanji for king, karma, and chaos were printed on the back. Issei was so mesmerized by the figure before him that he didn't notice her approach him and begin to stroke his cheek. This brought him back to reality, and he saw her crying as she caressed his cheek. Are you my Issei? The woman asked with a lovely smile on her face as tears continued to fall. Issei somehow felt he knew her, so he asked, who are you? Partner, what are you doing? What you have to do is leave before she kills us, the dragon inside him said. Wait, Drake, I don't think she's going to do anything to us, besides, I feel like I know her from somewhere. It's true, it would be best if I introduced myself, said the beauty, then dried her tears and moved a little away from the dark-haired man. I am Tiamat, the Dragon Queen Karma of Chaos, the most powerful of the Dragon Kings, and your betrothed since the day you were born, she said, identifying herself as Tiamat with a huge smile. Huh? Huh? Issei and Drake shouted at the last thing the dragon said, and they only had one thing to do, faint. Opening the Overlord. Clatanoia. Okoi Kadiwa? Sagashite. Where is my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a worry fear that no yum. The Zamatimo, all I have are bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. Am I in a panic situation? Get out, date. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Tiamat appears next to a dark-haired woman with horns lying down, and then Asia appears next to a blonde woman with red eyes. Alive or dead, neither has Amayurit. Samai right to left to hell. A dark-haired girl with eyes of different colors appears, followed by a blue-haired girl with a green streak, adjusting her shirts, and then a silver-haired girl with a kind of armor, and a red-haired girl with yellow tips. Yami imo no hey shout I. The door 1, 2, 3 steps in this dark stage. A blonde loli with two drill-shaped pigtails appears, bowing, and finally two black-haired girls in gothic attire jump into the camera. Raise your flag, march, fight. Heiman en fuchi ito kakenatara pedra de filer ga naraninguno. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera chikara ga fui wareta shitanai. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. Hadiwa dokoi? Sagashite. Where is my soul? Where is my heart? Rier 9 Ameriteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and the red-eyed blonde appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to the horned woman wearing black armor with an axe and a Loligo girl with a larger axe. The image then changes to the dark-haired woman with heterochromia alongside the blonde, with pigtails facing several enemies, before shifting to the blue-haired woman and the silver-haired woman getting into fighting stances. Finally, the older dark-haired woman appears in gothic clothing, and the Redeed stands before the moon, extending her wings with powerful auras surrounding them. Adakono sekai o akinyukeo. Anakushita kanashimi ga mata yazuateku. Poverty in the world. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls and his father behind him, along with other silhouettes. Chapter 2. The entourage is born. Issei's point of view. I am currently in the forest of relatives being hugged by a blue-haired beauty with huge breasts, while I am still in shock from her. When I came out of the shock, I asked him. Wait, Tiamat-san, what's this about her being my fiancé? I asked as I pulled her away from me, but I could hear her complaining about what I did. Just as I was about to answer, I heard a very familiar voice. Let me explain, Tiamat. Yes, it was my old man who appeared, but he had a malicious smile on his face and seemed to be holding back his laughter. Well, Dad, can you explain how Tiamat is my fiancé? I asked my old man, but I couldn't help blushing at the question. Okay, son. You see. Overlord opening. Clatanoia. What the hell did Sagashite do? Where is my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a warrior you know you fear. The Zamatimo, all I have are bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. Am I panicking? Get out, quick. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Tiamat appears next to a dark-haired woman with horns lying down, and then Asia appears next to a blonde woman with red eyes. Whether alive or dead, has Amanai Yurit. Samai from right to left to hell. A dark-haired girl with eyes of different colors and a blue-haired girl with a green streak appear, adjusting their shirts, then a silver-haired girl with a kind of armor appears, and a red-haired girl with yellow tips. Yami no shout I emo no shout I. The door 1, 2, 3 steps in this dark stage. The blonde loli with two drill-shaped pigtails appears, bowing, and finally two black-haired girls in gothic attire jump into the camera. Raise your flag, march on, fight. Heiman on fuchi ito kakenatara hongan none. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera chikara ga fui nai wareta shita. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. Hadiwa dokoi? Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Heir 9 Ameriteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and the red-eyed blonde appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to the horned woman wearing black armor with an axe and a Lolagotica with a larger axe. The image then changes to the dark-haired woman with heterochromia alongside the blonde, with pigtails facing several enemies, before shifting to the blue-haired woman and the silver-haired woman getting into fighting stances. Finally, the older dark-haired woman appears in gothic clothing, and the Redeed stands before the moon, extending her wings with powerful auras surrounding them. Ada kono sakai o akinyukeo. Anakishita kanashimi ga mari izuateku. Misery World. The silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls and his father behind him, along with other silhouettes. It all started when you were still in your mother's womb. Back then, your mother and Tiamat were like best friends, but your mother was devastated, the Tiamat was on the verge of tears every time your mother and I showed affection, and because the only male she confessed her feelings to, Drag, rejected her. That explains why he hates you, I told the sealed dragon. So to make Tiamat happy, and also to prevent you from being with a slut, it was arranged that when you turned 18, you would marry Tiamat and another dragon, but only if you both had feelings for each other. I see, that explains the fiancé. Sniff thanks mom for getting me engaged to this beauty sniff. After I sent you to live with the Hyodo family, Tiamat moved next door to take care of you, but during that time it seems she developed strong romantic feelings for you. Sadly, she had to leave to help Ajuka Beelzebub with an investigation when you were 8, but her feelings for you didn't just disappear, they intensified, my old man finished, then glanced at Tiamat, who was blushing and fidgeting with her fingers, in Hinata's style. I immediately started remembering my childhood, and I remembered a woman with the same characteristics as Tiamat, so my old man's story was correct, but then I remembered a certain event that made me blush and Drag, seeing that memory, forgot all the fear he felt towards Tiamat and started laughing out loud. Unfortunately, my dad noticed me blushing and asked me. Son, what's wrong? You look blushed, my father asked curiously, but I just shook my head and replied that it was nothing. After the explanation, the three of us prepared to go home, but Tiamat wouldn't let go of my arm, pressing it against her breasts. I could only manage a nervous smile. But then I immediately remembered something very important. Dad, what happened to Asia? I was really worried that if she woke up there was no one to explain the situation to her. Don't worry Issei, she woke up a while ago and I told her everything, those words reassured me. Then my old man opened a portal and we went into it. Hyodo residence. Normal. The three dragons emerged from the portal in the living room of the Hyodo residence, but Issei became alarmed when he saw Asia passed out on the sofa. Running towards her and trying to wake her up, he said, Dad, didn't you say she woke up and you told her everything? Issei asked. Well, Issei, you see she did wake up, but when I got to the part about God's death, she just fainted, Bahamut told his son. How do you expect her not to faint when even after becoming a demon she remained a devout believer, and you tell her that God has been dead for a long time? Issei said angrily at the way his father told Asia the one thing she shouldn't know. Asia, come on, wake up. Issei-san. Asia babbled, half asleep, but then she opened her eyes suddenly. Issei-san. The blonde cried as she hugged him and wept. The dark-haired man simply hugged her and stroked her hair to calm her down, all under the furious gaze of a certain dragon. When Asia calmed down, Issei proceeded to explain everything that had happened since his supposed death, his resurrection, the discovery of the truth, and the present. Asia was surprised by everything he told her. The boy who saved her and whom she fell in love with was the son of the most powerful being of all. But then her gaze fell on the blue-haired girl beside Bahamut. Issei-san, who is she? The blonde asked, pointing at the dragon. Well, Asia. She is the dragon queen Karma of Chaos Tiamat and. The younger black-haired boy replied, but before he could finish the sentence. And his fiancé, Tiamat added, somewhat annoyed by the treatment the former nun was receiving. Engaged? Asia asked somewhat incredulously, seeking an answer, but it was Bahamut who replied. You see, Asia. Then Bahamut told her the whole story about the engagement. When he finished, he saw that Asia had her head down and was sad because her man already had a fiancé. But don't worry about that because I'm sure he'll have more than one fiancé, added the most powerful dragon, causing Issei and Asia to look at him with confused expressions and Tiamat to glare at him with furious eyes. What do you mean, Dad? Issei asked, intrigued, but deep down he was happy because he would have multiple wives. I won't say anything else for now, said the older dark-haired man. Well, let's go to sleep, we're moving tomorrow. This caused everyone to look at him incredulously. Dad, what do you mean, moving? And where to? His son asked, since he didn't know anything about it. We're moving to a house I designed specifically for you to live in with your women, and it's also where you'll work. Or did you think you were going to be a layabout your whole life? That's what I'm here for, Bahamut replied to his son. Okay, I understand. We'll pack everything tomorrow, Issei said, but inwardly he wondered what the house would be like and what kind of work he would have. Just as he was about to go to sleep, Tiamat appeared, saying she would sleep with him, but Asia immediately appeared too, saying not to leave her out. Before they could start fighting, Issei managed to calm them down, and reluctantly, they both agreed to sleep with him. The next day. Bahamut woke up early so he could help pack everything. He went to his son's room but was surprised when he opened the door and saw his son being hugged like a pillow by a blue-haired girl and a blonde girl, but his surprise was even greater when he saw that both of them were naked. Sensing his father's presence, Issei slowly awoke but realized he couldn't move his arms. Turning his head, he saw Tiamat and Asia's beautiful faces asleep but was surprised to see they were both naked. He quickly noticed his father in the doorway with a mischievous smile and a thumbs up, a sign of well done. This caused Issei to blush. As if by magic, Asia and Tiamat immediately woke up somewhat sleepy, but noticing Bahamut and the fact that they were naked caused them to blush intensely and look at Bahamut with furious and blazing eyes, well in Tiamat's case, because in Asia that only made her look very cute. After the awkward moment, they changed and started packing for the move. Issei was wearing a t-shirt with a black blazer, black jogging pants, and black sneakers. Tiamat was wearing a turquoise blouse with a blue blazer, light blue jeans, and white sneakers. Asia was wearing a simple white dress and white shoes. Bahamut was still wearing the same clothes. Before leaving, Issei and Asia said goodbye to the house, which held many memories for them. Somewhere in the forest near Kuo. The portal opened in the middle of the forest and out came 3 dragons and a demon, N.A. Remember that Asia is still a demon. Issei, Tiamat, and Asia admired the surrounding landscape. There were towering trees at least several meters tall and a river flowing into a beautiful, enormous lake nearby. In the distance, they could see the city of Kuo, leading them to deduce that they were in the nearby mountains, just like when they trained with the Gremory group for the raiding game against Razor. Very close to where they appeared was a huge store, about 3 stories high, whose design wasn't anything special. It was white with flame-like symbols on the walls. But the main entrance doors were 2 meters high and had a dragon symbol on them. Bahamut beckoned them inside. Upon opening the doors, they were surprised by the living room. It featured a 32-inch plasma television on the left wall, armchairs for guests or clients, a pool table, and a dartboard. In the center was a door and an ordinary desk with an elegant red chair, but the desk also held a cordless phone and a portrait of Bahamut with a beautiful fair-haired woman of about 25 who appeared to be pregnant, whom Issei deduced was his mother. Behind the desk hung a huge painting of a black dragon and a white dragon. This is the living room. Upstairs are the bedrooms, there are a lot of them, by the way, and each one has its own bathroom. On the 3rd floor, there's a video game room next to a dance area, a swimming pool, karaoke, and so on, basically, everything for fun. The door on the right leads to the kitchen, and the door on the left leads to the basement, where there's a training room and some hot springs, the older dark-haired man explained to the other 3, who were still admiring the shop. I know it's a bit far from Kuo, but that's so no enemy can find us. Dad, now that I think about it, what are we going to work as? The younger dark-haired boy asked curiously. They'll be working as mercenaries, since it's a very profitable job for beings whose only skill is beating people up, Bahamut replied. I've already left several pamphlets about us with the factions, so they can call us at any time. Of course, I'll check the requests to make sure they're not traps. Well, enough talk. Go put your things in your rooms, and then Issei and Tiamat, come here. I have something to tell you, the older dark-haired man finished. The 3 of them went upstairs to put their things in their rooms. After putting everything away, they met in the living room to talk. Tiamat, I want you to take Issei to Ajuka, Bahamut said, causing his son to look at him a little confused. Yes, father-in-law, Tiamat replied, but with that last part, he caused Bahamut to be filled with a strange feeling of happiness. Tiamat quickly opens a portal and takes Issei away. Asia, on the other hand, is timidly approaching the dark-haired man. Iskul Bahamut-sama. There's no need for so much formality, Asia. Well, father, Bahamut began to fill with happiness, what am I supposed to do? I'm not very useful in battles, much less as a mercenary, the blonde expressed her doubts. Well, Asia, I'm planning to have you make a contract with a powerful dragon so you can be more helpful on the battlefield since I saw that you apparently get along very well with them, Bahamut replied, remembering Rias, A.N. I don't know how to spell it and his son, but it's best to start right away. Beelzebub's Slaughter Castle. Issei and Tiamat emerged from the portal and appeared in a sort of laboratory where a handsome 30-year-old man with green hair was waiting. He was surprised that Tiamat had appeared unannounced in his castle. Tiamat-san, what are you doing here? Asked the green-haired boy. Hello Ajuka, you see I'm here so you can give my fiancé a game of evil pieces, Tiamat replied, a little worried about how he would react. And is this young man by any chance the one standing next to you? Ajuka asked again. Yes, he's Issei Bahamut, son of the great Bahamut, current Sekiryuutei, and my fiancé, the blue-haired woman said happily, hugging one of the black-haired man's arms, who seemed somewhat lost. Ajuka's eyes widened in surprise, for although she knew Tiamat had a fiancé, she hadn't known he was the son of the most powerful being, and also the current Sekiryuutei. It's a pleasure to meet you, my name is Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the four great Mau, said the green-haired man once he had recovered from the shock and extended his hand in a saluted manner. The pleasure is all mine, replied the dark-haired man, shaking the Mau's hand. Well, I need you to create a power sphere of the size more or less equal to a soccer ball, said Ajuka. Issei began to concentrate an enormous amount of power in his palm. It quickly took the shape of a black soccer ball with blood-red highlights and small rays of the same color, but its density was noticeable, indicating an insane amount of concentrated power. Ajuka took the ball and went into a room, telling them to wait a while as he transformed the energy into an evil piece. When he left, Issei asked. Tiamat, why do we need evil pieces? The dark-haired man asked his fiancée, to which she sighed. As your father explained, you have to form a team, but to make it easier, let's get evil pieces by taking advantage of the fact that I know Ajuka and he owes me several favors, Tiamat said, to which Issei nodded in understanding. While they waited, they started talking about their lives. Tiamat explained how her life was and how she became the strongest dragon queen, how she met Drag and how he rejected her causing her to hate him, her friendship with her mother, to which she emphasized her perversion, and several investigations she did with Ajuka. Issei, for his part, told her everything that happened after he left. How his childhood friend had to leave, his perverted acts and the punishments he received for them, which made Tiamat laugh because it reminded him of certain incidents with his mother, his date with Rainer and how she killed him, causing him a sentimental wound in his heart, how he joined the Gremory entourage, and how he met Asia and her subsequent joining the group. The appearance of Razor and his first raiding game, which he lost. His second battle against the Phoenix, in which he sacrificed his arm so that it would cheat. Ria's true face and his subsequent torture at her hands and his death. How he found his father and his training, the rescue of Asia, and why he was in the familiar forest. Upon hearing about Rias, Tiamat became furious and swore that if she ever encountered her, she would experience the wrath of a dragon. Issei also explained that his friends hadn't meant to torture him, but had been forced to, and that he had vowed to save them from Ria's Gremory. Without realizing it, they spent about 5 hours talking, but the conversation ended when Ajuka entered the room with a wooden box. Young Issei, here are your evil pieces, he said, then handed him the box. When Issei opened it, he noticed something strange, but why are they black? And what is this shape? He asked, since the pieces were pure black with several red lines, and instead of having the common shape of chess pieces, they had the shape of dragons. Well, you see, the quantity and quality of your power was such that it ended up deforming the pieces into these shapes. The pawns are these common dragons, he said, pointing to the 8 identical dragons. The rooks are these, he said, pointing to the muscular dragons. The knights are these, he said, pointing to the ones that looked thinner and had slightly larger wings. The bishops appear to be these, he said, pointing to the ones with small horns. The queen is this one, he said, pointing to the one that resembled a dragon. And this is the king, he said, pointing to the one that resembled Bahamut's dragon form. I also discovered that they all seem to be mutation pieces, he said, but this raised a question in Issei's mind. Mutation pieces. These are pieces that exceed the normal parameters of evil pieces, making them more powerful. For example, Reincarnation required 8 pawn pieces, but with mutation pieces, only 1 would be needed, Ajuka explained. Furthermore, these pieces, due to the nature of your power, transform anyone into a dragon, in addition to increasing the power and other traits of those who use them, Ajuka finished explaining. Now, let's synchronize the king piece with you, he said, then took the king piece and brought it close to Issei's chest. It was then enveloped in a black glow and entered Issei. A black magic circle appeared beneath him with a dragon symbol, identical to the boosted gears, but inside an omega symbol. After verifying that everything was in order, Ajuka asked, all done, everything seems to be in order. Now, any questions? "Yes, how does one turn someone into a servant?" said the dark-haired man, expressing his doubt. "It's not as difficult as you think, just say your name, the name of the person you want to give the piece to, and which piece you are giving them," the Mayu explained. "Alright. Time at," Issei said, calling to his fiancée, "will you be my queen?" he asked, kneeling on one leg and holding her hands. It almost looked like a marriage proposal. Caught off guard, Tiamat blushed and could only manage a nod. Issei then gave her the queen piece, and she placed it on her chest. "In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, the Chaos Karma Dragon Queen Tiamat, will become my queen of the end and fight by my side for eternity," the black-haired man recited, so that a black glow emanated from the queen piece and entered Tiamat, while the same circle appeared beneath her. "Well, I think that's all. Thank you very much, Ajuka Beelzebub," the dark-haired man said to the Mayu. "You're welcome," he said, watching as they opened a portal and disappeared. "So, Issei, I think this could be very interesting. Will he mind having another fiancée?" Shop in the middle of the forest. Issei and Tiamat emerged from the portal to appear in their new home, where they were greeted by a very happy Asia and Bahamut. "And how did it go?" asked the older dark-haired man, to which the younger one showed a wooden box with dragon figures in it. "It was a success. And Tiamat is my queen now," said the dark-haired man with a smile that Tiamat also wore. The younger dark-haired man approached the blonde and asked, "Asia, do you want to stop being a demon and become my bishop?" Upon hearing this, the former nun began to cry and hugged Issei, repeatedly saying yes, 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 which slightly angered Tiamat. Issei then proceeded to do the same with her as he had with Tiamat. "In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Asia Argento, will become my bishop of the end and fight by my side for eternity." At that moment, a black light enveloped the piece and it entered Asia's chest, causing Issei's magic circle to appear beneath her. This caused a red bishop piece to fall from Asia to the floor. Issei approached and kept it to give to a certain red-haired bitch. Once the ritual was over, everyone sat down to eat, but then Issei asked his father. "Dad, what's the name of our agency?" I asked him since I had no idea what name he had given the agency. "Actually, I wanted you to name it," Bahamut said. Issei thought for a bit and said, "Hunting Dragons, since it will be one about mercenary dragons." In response, his father raised a thumb in approval. A few days later. A few days have passed since Issei obtained his pieces, but nothing relevant has happened. Bahamut explained to Issei and Tiamat that he had made a contract with a very powerful dragon. When they learned which dragon it was, they were surprised, especially by its behavior. Asia also had to return to the Forest of Familiars because leaving the Gremory entourage severed her contract with Rias, so she had to re-establish it. They also began accepting missions from the Demon Archduke, though these only involved killing rogue demons, which the group found very easy and boring. Until one day. Issei was reclining in his chair since he didn't have any missions, but then his father appeared. "Issei, I have a mission for you. It's in Nordic faction territory and it will take you a few days," his father said. Seeing that he finally had an interesting mission, Issei grinned and took the paper with the mission instructions. He put on his battle gear, which consisted of a knee-length black trench coat, a red short-sleeved shirt, black pants, and matching military boots. He opened a portal and headed to his destination. Somewhere in Norway. Issei appeared in a snow-covered forest. After walking a short distance, he reached his destination. The Nordic Academy Gadamalage Krigier, Divine Nordic Warrior Academy. AN. I know, I racked my brains with the name. The academy was protected by high walls, but inside it seemed like an ordinary school, except for the enormous training area with dummies, target shooting, and so on. Issei proceeded to enter the academy and head to the headmaster's office, being watched by the students who whispered things like whether he was a new student, whether he was one of those who had been summoned, or, in the case of the girls, how handsome he was. Upon arriving at the office, he knocked on the door to be let in. When he heard "come in," he opened the door and found 3 women and a somewhat older man. The first is a young woman with long, silvery white hair and blue eyes. Her outfit is a rare suit of armor consisting of a white breastplate with gold and light blue details and matching fingerless gauntlets, boots, hip guards, and wing-shaped hair clips. She also wears a black leotard beneath her breastplate, black thigh-high stockings, and a pale blue cloth wrap under the hip guards, all of which is trimmed with pink lace. The second was a girl who appeared to be 16 years old, wearing a short black dress with red details and lace. She had what looked like black cat ears, or horns. She wore tall red boots with knee-high black stockings held up with a black and red garter. She also carried a purple axe with white details. The third was a woman with lustrous jet black hair and golden eyes with vertically divided pupils. On her head were 2 thick horns that protruded crookedly, and at her waist were a pair of black angel wings. She wore a pure white dress with silk gloves covering her slender hands and a golden spiderweb necklace covering her shoulders and large breasts. The man appeared to be about 40 years old, had brown hair and a short beard of the same color, green eyes, and was wearing a common formal suit, but the most remarkable thing was that he was missing his right hand. Issei approached, and the man introduced himself. I'm glad you came. I am Tur, god of war and valor, and director of this academy. I'm glad you accepted the mission to protect this place. And tell me, why does an academy that trains warriors need protection? Issei asked, finding it very strange. Tur sighed at the question and said. You see, there's an evil dragon bent on destroying this academy and killing everyone. I can't face it alone, and Odin-sama is very busy, so I found it necessary to ask mercenaries for help to defeat the evil dragon and protect the academy, he said, expressing his concern for the students and the academy. Can I ask what that dragon's name is? The Lolligotic asked. His name is Nidhogg, an evil dragon that secretes a very corrosive acid that is said to be able to melt anyone, the silver-haired girl answered. That's why I wanted to ask for your help, since I'm no match for him, Tur added sadly. At that point, they all looked at each other and nodded in agreement to accept the job. Upon seeing this, Tur couldn't stop saying thank you. Well, how about we introduce ourselves? The dark-haired man asked. Okay. My name is Albedo, said the dark-haired woman with horns. I am Rory Mercury, said the Lolligate. And I am Rossweisse, said the silver-haired woman in armor. The Valkyrie who can't get a boyfriend, Tur happily added, causing Rossweisse to fall to her knees and start crying, which made the other three present shed an I'm-style sweat drop. Once the Valkyrie calmed down, the dark-haired man introduced himself. Well, my name is Issei Bahamut. I hope we get along, he said, bowing slightly, which everyone imitated, but Rossweisse felt she'd heard that name before. After the introductions, Tur told them where they would be staying. As they left the office, Issei suggested going to the cafeteria to get something to eat and get to know each other better. Once at the cafeteria, the girls watched in disbelief as the dark-haired boy voraciously devoured the large amount of food in front of him. Well, what can you tell me about you? The dark-haired man asked as he devoured what was in front of him. The first to speak was the platinum-haired girl. As I said, my name is Rossweisse, and I am normally a Valkyrie in charge of Odin-sama's security, although he usually leaves me aside or forgets me somewhere when he goes on a trip. I am also somewhat clumsy and can't get a boyfriend, she said with a hint of sadness and on the verge of tears. Then the dark-haired woman with horns spoke. As you know, my name is Albedo, and I belong to an extinct demon clan with a curious appearance. Horns on my head and these wings that resemble a fallen angel. When the council learned I was the last of one of the 72 pillars, they tried to marry me off to a demon who was worse than a pig, so I escaped and, taking advantage of my combat skills and demonic power, became a mercenary to have a means of survival. The raven-haired woman finished speaking. Finally, the Lolligotica spoke. As I said before, my name is Rory Mercury, and I am an apostle of the god of death, Emroy. But when his worship ceased, I stopped receiving the offerings that were given to him. So, taking advantage of my regeneration and combat skills, I became a mercenary since I really enjoy fighting. One last thing. I may look 16 years old, but I'm actually 961 years old, Rory said, although this last part caused everyone to choke on their food from the shock of the Lolligotica's age. Okay, I didn't expect it, said the dark-haired man as he caught his breath. It seems we all have something in common, since I'm also a mercenary, because it's the only job where I can use 100% of my abilities, he continued. And as for you, Rossweisse, I think Odin is an idiot for forgetting such a beauty, and those men in Asgard are surely blind for not seeing such a tremendous goddess in front of them. And as for being clumsy, I think it makes you even more beautiful. Rossweisse was surprised, as she expected him to make fun of her for being clumsy and not having a boyfriend, like Odin did, but instead he complimented her and even said that her clumsiness only made her cuter. At this, Rossweisse's face turned bright red, causing Issei to mentally shout, how cute. As for you, Albedo-san, I think you did the right thing by running away from your engagement. If you didn't want to marry that guy, nothing forced you to stay there, and I hope to see how you fight, because if you fight as well as you are beautiful, you must be magnificent. Albedo couldn't believe what the boy was saying. Instead of praising her or criticizing her like the others, saying that a woman of her high birth was only good for giving birth to pureblood demons, he said that what she did was right and that he wanted to see her fight. Albedo simply nodded, a slight blush creeping across her face. And you, Rory-san, I'm sorry your god is no longer worshipped, and I know I can't do anything, but I hope he'll one day regain his former glory. I also look forward to seeing how you fight and wield that very heavy-looking axe. Rory was stunned by this, since everyone she knew mocked her for being the apostle of a god who no longer existed and for being nothing more than an old woman in a child's body. But this man said he hoped his god would regain his former glory and that he looked forward to seeing the massacre he would unleash. Rory simply gave a sly smile in response. They continued talking for a while until they went to their rooms. In his room, Issei lay down on the bed after a good shower. "You really did win them over," Mate Drake said to him in a mischievous tone. "I only told the truth," the dark-haired man defended himself. "Tell me, what do you know about Nidhogg?" "It is one of the most powerful evil dragons. It possesses very resistant skin and jaws that would easily pierce metal. But as the Valkyrie said, its most lethal weapon is its acid," replied the sealed dragon. "So he's really strong. I can't wait to face him," Issei said before falling asleep. The following morning, Issei, Rossweisse, Albedo, and Rory were having a quiet breakfast when they sensed several auras approaching the academy. They quickly stood up and went outside, using a magic circle to transform their clothes into their combat gear. Issei donned his trench coat and other armor, Rossweisse her Valkyrie armor, Albedo donned a strange black medieval-style armor and drew a matching axe, and Rory simply drew his axe. Upon reaching the entrance, they saw several ice giants and fire giants approaching the academy. Chapter 3. Heavenly Dragon vs Evil Dragon. Issei, Rossweisse, Albedo, and Rory stood in front of the academy entrance wearing their combat gear, and on the other side were a large group of ice giants, fire giants, and they could make out a large group of dark elves. Before starting a bloody battle, Issei remembered something and asked Rossweisse. "Rossweisse, why aren't there any students here ready to fight?" "As far as I know, this is a warrior academy," the dark-haired man exclaimed, expressing his doubt, to which the Valkyrie sighed. "That's because the third-year students, along with the best second-year students, are out on missions, leaving those without experience here," replied the platinum-haired woman. Understanding this, the dark-haired man assumed a combat stance, ready to launch himself at any moment, initiating a kind of transformation before his astonished companions. Overlord opening. Clatanoia. What the hell did Sagashite do? Where is my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view shifts to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. "It's like a warrior you know you fear. Bizamatimo, all I have are bones." The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. "Am I panicking? Get out, quick." "Oh, there are mysteries and miseries." Tiamat appears lying next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to a blonde with red eyes. "That are alive has Amina Yurit. Samai right to left to hell." A dark-haired girl with eyes of different colors appears, followed by a blue-haired girl with a green streak, adjusting her shirts, and then Rossweisse, now redeed with yellow tips. "Yami no shout I emo no shout I." The door 1, 2, 3 steps on this dark stage. The blonde loli with two drill-shaped pigtails appears, bowing, and finally Rory and a black-haired woman in gothic attire jump into the camera. "Raise your flag, march on, fight. Paymanon fuchi eto kakenatara hongan eranun. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afuraru chikar ga fui nai wareta shida." Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. "Hadiwa dokoi? Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Rierinai Namariteku." You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and the red-eyed blonde appear riding a huge golden dragon. "Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo." The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to the dark-haired girl with heterochromia alongside the blonde, with pigtails facing several enemies, before switching to the blue-haired girl and Rossweisse getting into a fighting stance. Finally, the older dark-haired girl appears in gothic clothing, and the redeed stands before the moon, extending her wings with powerful auras surrounding them. "Ada kono sekai o akinyukeo. Anakishida kana shimi ga mata izuateku." Misery World. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls and his father behind him, along with other silhouettes. From the black-haired man's head sprouted two backward curving black horns. His pupils became slit-like, like a dragon's, and scales appeared on his cheeks. Two dark red wings sprouted from his back, and his nails lengthened. Simultaneously, his arms and hands became covered in dark red scales, resembling dragon arms. Finally, a tail of the same scale color emerged from the lower part of his back. Once the transformation was complete, a thin but powerful layer of energy could be seen surrounding Issei. This transformation was created by Issei to more easily use his dragon power, without the need for the boosted gear, although he could combine both if he wished. Bahamut called it dragon fused with human, but Issei preferred to call it dragonoid shape. Issei shouted once the transformation was complete. His companions watched in surprise, since he hadn't mentioned being part dragon in yesterday's conversations. If only they knew. But they quickly got back to their feet, only to realize that the boy had shot off towards the enormous army in front of them. They ran towards Issei to help him and, incidentally, so he could see how they fight. When Issei arrived in front of the army, one of the ice giants, who must have been about 10 meters tall, stood in front of him and, in a deep voice, said, "Get out of the way and we'll give you a quick and painless death," he said, but all he managed to do was make the dark-haired man laugh while clutching his stomach. In response, the giant tried to crush him with his fist, but what he did surprised him, along with the army and Issei's 3 companions who had just arrived. Issei simply drew his fist back and threw it toward the ice giant's fist, causing the giant's arm to begin to break upon impact and be pierced by the black-haired boy's fist. Issei continued to break the giant's fist until he ended up losing his arm, and a huge jet of blood came out of the place where the limb used to be, staining several enemies and the floor. But it didn't end there. Issei climbed onto the giant's shoulder and, with monster strength, ripped off its head. The giant could only scream, paralyzed by the loss of its arm. The head ended up in a hideous grimace, and a huge stream of blood gushed from the body. But the most terrifying thing was the sadistic smile on Issei's face, a face that had developed an addiction to battle due to his dragon blood. His companions were surprised, somewhat disgusted, and a little embarrassed. Surprised by the enormous power of the dark-haired man. Disgusted because, although they were somewhat used to killing, this way of killing with their bare hands simply made them want to vomit. And somewhat embarrassed by such a display of power and skill on Issei's part. Issei immediately threw the severed head away and signaled to the rest of the army, saying, "Who's next?" while his female companions stood beside him. That was enough to enrage the army, as he felt he was showing them disrespect. Immediately, both groups charged at each other to begin the battle. Issei stood before a fire giant, took to the air with his wings, and delivered a powerful right hook to its face, knocking it to the ground face down. Taking advantage of this, he swooped down and delivered a powerful kick that shattered the giant's spine. He lifted it up and hurled it into a small group of fire giants. He then used this moment to concentrate a great deal of power in his right hand and began running toward the group of fire giants. "Dragon Fist," he said, causing his power to take the form of a red oriental dragon, which pierced through all the giants, leaving them lying on the ground with a huge hole in their chests and a pool of blood forming below. Issei immediately dodged a barrage of magical attacks combined with arrows, launched by a group of dark elves. Taking advantage of the distance, the dark-haired boy focused elemental light magic in his hand and aimed it at the dark elves. Stardust revolution, and from his hand came several shots of concentrated light at incredible speed, which began to eliminate everything in front of Issei. The poor elves couldn't react in time and were caught in the attack, some losing their heads, others an arm or a leg, and still others their upper or lower bodies. In short, they were massacred. Issei turned his head to the side and spotted a group of ice giants wielding hammers or axes, and some dark elves with bows or swords. Issei simply smiled sadistically and decided to eliminate them with his own hands. He approached one of the giants at breakneck speed and delivered several blows to its torso, causing it to collapse in pain. Issei then swiftly moved closer and pierced its heart with his fist, killing it instantly. He quickly dodged a blow from an axe that was aimed at him and spotted the other giants eager to avenge their fallen comrades, as well as the elves who were aiming arrows at him and those who wielded swords. With his bare hands, he stopped 2 more axe blows, but the force of the blow created a crater beneath him. With superior strength, Issei snatched the axes from the 2 giants, tearing off their hands as they were still forcefully pushing their axes to cut him down. With incredible speed, Issei grabbed the axes and leaped into the air, only to plunge them into the giants' heads and sever them vertically. As he saw the last ice giants approaching to crush him with their maces, the dark-haired man inflated his chest and concentrated magic inside, which he expelled when he breathed out, causing a powerful flame to erupt from within him that slowly carbonized the giants. His gaze fell upon the dark elves, who fired their arrows in his direction, but he only needed to flap his wings to deflect them all. He realized it was a distraction and narrowly dodged several sword strikes from the elves. Issei concentrated elemental magic in his claws and said, "Celestial claws," and as if it were slashing, swift gusts of cutting wind came out of its claws, cutting the elves with swords and many trees in the process. He quickly appeared behind the dark elves with bows and began a rapid combo of punches and kicks that crushed the bones of almost all of them, causing them a painful death. His gaze fell upon the only surviving elf. He grabbed him by the head and asked, "Who sent them? Tell me or I'll kill you slowly and painfully." "Nid. Hog. Sent us," the elf managed to reply, trying to break free from the dark-haired man's grip. "Thank you. And now die," he said, and squeezing the elf's head, he caused it to explode, splattering him with blood. Once she had finished with her assigned group, she set out to help the others in case they couldn't manage. The closest one was Rossweisse. When I arrived, she was flying, dodging attacks from the ice and fire giants. She fired several energy beams that tore off one or two limbs from some giants, while only wounding others. Then, two enormous magic circles, charged with elemental magic, appeared on either side of the group of giants. "Great water shark serpent of purgatory," he said, and from the magic circles came out. From the left a huge shark made only of water, but looking more closely you could see that it was actually made up of thousands of mini sharks. And from the right came out a huge serpent of such intense fire that the heat alone had already set a part of the forest ablaze. Both attacks collided with the group, causing terrible injuries to everyone due to water magic, the fire giants, and fire magic, the ice giants. But Rossweisse was far from finished. A magic circle larger than the other two quickly appeared in the sky, surrounded by flashes of lightning. The giants watched in fear as she witnessed the magic she was about to unleash, for it reminded them of a certain thunder god. But due to their injuries and the enormous range of the technique, they were unable to dodge the attack and could only beg for mercy and a swift death. "Lightning of Valhalla," I recite so that a powerful ray with lightning around it comes out of the circle towards the group of giants. When the lightning struck the earth, a tremendous explosion occurred that completely disintegrated the giants. Rossweisse sighed with relief at having finished off her assigned group, but she didn't notice two dark elves appear behind her, daggers poised to kill her. She only realized what was happening when the daggers were inches from her neck, narrowly dodging them, but sustaining a minor wound. Exhausted from the immense amount of magical power she had used, Rossweisse was unable to defend herself against the elves' attacks. She closed her eyes and covered herself with her arms, bracing for the pain. But when they lunged again to kill her, two red claws seized the elves' heads and slammed them to the ground. When the claws released them, they felt their bodies being pierced. When they looked closer, they saw that the same claws that had thrown them to the ground had pierced their hearts, killing them. Surprised by not feeling any pain, the Valkyrie opened her eyes only to see Issei with bloody hands and the two elves lying on the floor with holes in their chests, so she didn't have to deduce that it was the dark-haired one who saved her life. "Are you okay?" the boy asked, turning to look at her with a serious face. "Why yes," she said, a little nervous because of the boy's gaze. "I'm glad," he said, flashing his trademark smile that made Rossweisse blush. "I must say, you have a rather elegant fighting style." He added the last part sarcastically, seeing all the destruction caused by the silver-haired woman's spells. Rossweisse blushed intensely at the boy's comment. "Well, why don't we go see the others?" the boy said, gesturing for Rossweisse to follow him. They quickly reached the spot where Albedo and Rory were fighting. But they soon realized they were surrounded by a huge group of dark elves and one or two giants. Although to anyone else this would have meant the girls were lost, it was quite the opposite. They simply allowed themselves to be surrounded to add a little excitement to the battle. Albedo shot forward toward a section of the group surrounding her. With incredible speed, she deflected several arrows aimed at her eyes, the only part of her armor exposed. Approaching them, she severed the arms of some, the legs of others, and even decapitated a few. After that display of skill, only 3 elves and the giant remained. The 3 elves charged at her, but she dodged them by throwing herself to the side and, concentrating demonic power in her hand, fired 2 blasts of energy that shattered the bodies of 2 elves and threw her axe, which ended up slicing the last one horizontally. Albedo jumped upwards to dodge a blow from the giant, ending up at a greater height than the giant. Concentrating vast amounts of demonic power in his right fist, he proceeded to dive towards the enormous being's head. Upon impact, Albedo's demonic power caused the giant's head to be completely crushed and split the great being in 2. Surprised by the scene he witnessed, Issei recalled that she had said her clan focused more on learning to master demonic power for melee attacks than for magic, which explains their tremendous destructive power. His gaze quickly shifted to Rory, who was still surrounded by what remained of the army, but instead of looking intimidated, she wore an excited look. Then Issei remembered that she had said Emroy was the god of war in her religion, and that whenever someone died in a battle that connected with her, their soul passed through his body, producing an effect similar to an aphrodisiac. 2 elves with swords jumped to cut Rory, who spun his axe with ease, disconcerting some because the size of the weapon made it look incredibly heavy. Just as they were about to cut her, she dodged them and with a spinning kick, sent one of them crashing into the other, leaving them on top of each other on the floor. As they were about to get up, Rory jumped and impaled them with the handle of the axe. I withdrew the axe from the bodies and leaped toward a few elves who were staring at me in awe. As soon as I landed, I swiftly cut them down without hesitation, spinning horizontally with the axe, killing everyone in my path. When I finished, some elves threw arrows at me, which I easily dodged. She simply hurled her axe at the unfortunate victims, who died instantly. When the axe struck the ground, it caused the earth to crack, forming a small crater. But Rory had forgotten about the fire giant, who almost crushed her with his hammer if it weren't for Issei hitting the hammer away from her and Rossweisse, firing several magical blasts at the giant's head, stunning him momentarily. But that was enough for Issei to concentrate elemental ice magic in his hand to unleash his technique. "Diamond dust," he said as he extended his fist into the air, as if throwing a punch in the direction of the fire giant. Immediately, a powerful blast of ice shot from his fist towards the giant, who was instantly frozen due to the low temperatures of the attack. Taking advantage of this, Rory went to get his axe, and with it struck the frozen giant, causing the ice to break along with the body and explode into several pieces. When the battle ended, the forest had lost a large number of trees, several burned areas could be seen, several craters in the ground, severed bodies and limbs, and the grass turned a blood-red color. "I must say I like their fighting style, and from what I saw, it didn't take them any effort, so they must be very powerful as well as beautiful," Issei said, making Rory and Albedo blush with his compliments. After that, they returned to the academy where Tur was informed of everything. When he learned that Nidhogg was the cause of it all, he just sighed and said. He probably did it to find out if there was anyone powerful here, since dragons seem to like fighting strong people, and this applies even more to evil ones. Afterwards they went to bathe to wash off the sweat and blood, and then to sleep. Several days later. It's been about a week since the first attack, and our protagonist is in his bed thinking about everything that happened. First came the constant attacks on the academy, which always ended with the forest destroyed and the enemies massacred on all sides. Of course, each time there were larger numbers of enemies attacking. According to Tur, Nidhogg must be testing whether they are worthy of facing him. They also received some help from the teachers to defend the academy, although in the end they ended up badly injured, and both the dark-haired man and the other 3 women had to replace them in their classes, although they did not mind, since they could teach the novices good fighting and magic techniques, and they respected them because they saw their incredible displays of power. Finally, before or after each fight, the dark-haired man would eat with his female companions, where they would talk about trivial matters or battle strategies. He would also compliment them on their beauty, power, or intelligence, earning blushes and mischievous smiles, Rory, from them. He even grew fond of them. Without him having planned it, they fell in love with him, since he saw them as women unlike all the other men they had met in their lives. But the dark-haired man's thoughts were interrupted by an explosion that echoed throughout the place. With incredible speed, he put on his battle clothes and left his room in the direction of the academy courtyard, from where the explosion was heard. When he arrived, he saw several students being subdued by dark elves and a few giants, but what caught his attention the most was the enormous black dragon with 4 wings that, although it has the appearance of a snake, has 4 legs with a khaki-colored belly, but the most striking thing was the slime that dripped from its enormous mouth, which, upon contact with the floor, melted the latter. Issei then grew angry as he saw the dragon holding the dying Albedo and Rossweisse, who were visibly wounded. But it was even worse when he saw its jaws and saw Rory inside, being pierced by the dragon's teeth, its saliva beginning to burn her skin. "MIT, let them go this instant." Issei shouted furiously as he transformed and headed straight for the dragon. When he noticed, he took flight and said in a deep voice. "If you want them so badly, little dragon, then come and get them, but I warn you that you will have to go through my entire army," he said as he walked away from the place towards a distant mountain. Issei punched the ground, feeling powerless for not having saved them, but he quickly recovered, knowing he couldn't waste any time. He had to save the academy and his classmates. Seeing that he was running out of time, he decided to go all in. The students could swear they saw a red glow emanate from the dark-haired man's left hand, and the enemies fall at an alarming rate. Somewhere in the forest. Rossweisse was waking up, looking around and wondering why she wasn't in her room. Then the memory of the battle against Nidhogg came back to her, and of a furious Issei before he fainted. She turned her head to find Albedo still unconscious, but part of her armor was destroyed, and her helmet was missing. Then he turned to find Rory with her clothes torn to shreds and parts of her body regenerating, which he found strange. He then remembered that she had mentioned one of her abilities was an incredible regenerative factor. He also noticed that they were chained to a massive pillar, and that these chains prevented them from using magic or powers. A few minutes after the Valkyrie awoke, the other 2 also woke up, doing the same as the silver-haired woman. They soon focused their gaze on the enormous black dragon standing before them, a bead of sweat on its head, and an anime-style droplet, because they hadn't noticed it before. "Nidhogg, I suppose," Albedo said, and his voice was serious. "That's right, little ones. You're probably wondering why I kidnapped you," Nidhogg asked, and the 3 nodded. "You see, I brought you here so that little dragon could come and fight, so I could defeat him and show him despair by killing you right in front of his eyes, leaving him powerless to do anything, and then do the same to the school he's so desperate to protect. And you're probably wondering why. Simply because I like to show my enemies despair before I kill them, he said, his voice dripping with malice. The girls thought that, given the dragon's power, Issei would have little chance of winning, since they didn't know the full extent of his strength. But those doubts vanished when they heard the sounds of explosions approaching, deducing that Issei was facing the army, which only increased their fear that Issei would be too exhausted to fight them. But confusion turned when, instead of Issei, an imposing dark red armor emerged from the trees. It was adorned with several green gems embedded in its hands, shoulders, knees, and chest, and had eyes of the same color. It also featured 2 thrusters on its back and small yellow horns protruding from the helmet, along with 2 black horns curving backward from within the helmet, which they deduced were part of the man's anatomy. Finally, they noticed the enormous red wings on the back of the armor and a scaly tail extending from its lower back. As you may know, this armor has a thin chain-like tail extending from the upper back, but I felt it was unnecessary. Well, I didn't expect you to be the Sekiryuutei, little dragon, said the dragon, who in response, opened the helmet of his armor, revealing Issei. This surprised the prisoners, as he did not mention the fact that he was the bearer of the celestial dragon whales. Let them go and I promise not to kill you, Issei offered the dragon, but it only laughed and lunged at him. If that's what you want. The dark-haired boy put on his helmet and narrowly dodged Nidhugg's swipe, leaping into the air to retaliate by striking the evil dragon's skull with his fist. This had no effect on the dragon, which simply spun around and whipped Issei with its tail, slamming him into a large rock nearby. The dark-haired man got up and shot out below the evil dragon, where he took the opportunity to deliver a combo of punches to its stomach before sending it flying. Using his boosters and wings, Issei positioned himself above Nidhugg and charged dragon power into his fist, using the boosted gear ability. Boost explosion. Dragon fist, said the Sekiryuutei, transforming his energy into a huge eastern dragon that attacked Nidhugg, slamming him hard into the ground. He got up, sore and with several wounds from the attack. He quickly took flight to be at the same height as the armor. Once airborne, Nidhugg began attacking Issei with punches, tail whips, and bites. Issei dodged the bites as best he could, having been told that its teeth could pierce armor and that its slime was not harmless. But he wasn't so lucky with the other attacks, as he sustained damage when Nidhugg managed to land several blows on his body. Taking advantage of Issei dodging his attack, he used his tail to strike the Sekiryuutei, sending him plummeting to the ground. Upon impact, the ground cracked, creating a crater at the point of impact. He only managed to get up with minor injuries and some cracked armor. Using his boosters, he launched himself forward and struck Nidhugg in the chest, who spat blood because the attack had ruptured some of his internal organs and several bones. Then, in midair, they began exchanging blows, barely dodging or blocking each other's attacks. Small pieces of armor and blood rained down from the sky, spewing from the evil dragon. The girls watched this, impressed and somewhat excited. Impressed because the boy was fighting at a level equal to or greater than an evil dragon of Nidhugg's level, and somewhat excited because, apparently, Issei didn't realize that he had deactivated the magic that prevented his pheromones from being released, given that his father explained to him that his pheromones had a very powerful attraction and that if he released them while fighting, it would cause any woman nearby to enter a state similar to being in heat. The girls were blushing furiously, panting, and their eyes filled with lust as they watched a dark-haired man mercilessly attack the evil dragon. Issei delivered a powerful hook to the dragon's liver, leaving it hunched over. Taking advantage of this, he brought his hands together and, as if it were a hammer, struck Nidhugg, sending it to the ground. The collision of Nidhugg and the ground created a larger crater than the one Issei made. With great pain, Nidhugg looked up to see Issei rebuilding the armor. You know, if you hadn't hurt and kidnapped them, I would have let you live. It's a shame because you put up a good fight, so I wanted to fight you again, Issei said, somewhat satisfied with the battle. Nidhugg just glared at him with a look full of hatred and said, "Tell me, boy, who do you think you are to decide who lives and who dies?" "Issei Bahamut," said the dark-haired man solemnly. At this, Nidhugg's eyes opened and he unconsciously trembled, something that did not go unnoticed by his prisoners, who could not help but wonder what Issei's name had to do with Nidhugg's fear, since until a few minutes ago his gaze emanated a desire to kill and hatred. The LLL hi I jo diabaha ha Otsama, said Nidhugg, trembling with fear when Issei nodded his head saying yes, causing the dragon to leave and hide, but the black-haired man had other plans. Boost explosion. Then Issei's aura increased exponentially and he began to concentrate it all into one of his best techniques. "The 100 dragons of Rosen," he said, and from him came 100 dragons identical to the one of the dragon fist in the direction of Nidhugg, who, due to his distraction and his wounds, could not dodge the attack, which hit him full force. When he finished, only several body parts remained of Nidhugg, including half of his head, an arm, and part of a leg. When the fight ended, the dark-haired man approached the girls and proceeded to free them. Once freed, he carried the three of them. Rossweisse in a bridal-style carry, and Rory and Albedo on his back. It must be said that the way he carried the Valkyrie made the other two jealous. Once he had them all on his back, he took flight in the direction of the academy, but in mid-flight, Rossweisse asked him. "Issei, what will you do now that the mission is over?" "I suppose I'll go home," the Sekiryuutei replied, somewhat saddened by the thought of parting ways with them, but what they said surprised him. "Can we come with you?" Albedo and Rory asked from behind, using the deadliest technique of all. Puppy dog eyes. "Then I know why?" Issei asked, causing the three of them to blush and fidget with their fingers until they mustered the courage to speak. "Because we love you. You were the only one who saw us as the women we are instead of trophies, and you were so affectionate with us and said all those things about us," the three replied in unison. This confession surprised the dark-haired man since he had not expected to have fallen in love with them, although he could not deny that he had grown fond of them, and his instincts told him that he could trust them since he met them. "Okay, but for that I'm going to have to turn them into my servants," said the dark-haired man, causing confusion among the three girls. Seeing this, Issei slowly went down to them and on the ground he explained everything about himself. His story, who his parents were, his family, his entry into the supernatural, his first death, the Gremory entourage and Razor Phoenix, his torture and everything that happened after, ignoring the Tiamat topic. The girls were impressed, saddened, and angry. Impressed because their beloved was the son of the most powerful being of all, saddened because he had lost his mother at a very young age and only recently learned who his parents were, and angry at the way Rias had deceived and nearly killed him. But they also realized that the dark-haired boy carried a wound that prevented him from opening his heart to women, a wound inflicted by the betrayal of his first girlfriend and Rias. Then they vowed to help him open his heart again and to stay with him for eternity. Issei then asked them if they wanted to be his deer, to which they responded with a loud yes. He then proceeded to choose which pieces he would reincarnate them with. He gave Rory a knight since she focused more on using her axe. He gave Albedo a pawn since she had a good balance between strength, speed, stamina, and power, although he would have to teach her some magic attacks to improve her arsenal. And he gave Rossweisse a rook since she demonstrated good melee skills and magic attacks. So the rook would literally turn her into a walking tank. After performing the ritual, they proceeded to return to the academy while Issei told them about their pieces, explaining that they transformed them into half-dragons and were much better than those of the demons. When they arrived they saw the academy being rebuilt as well as many bodies of massacred giants and elves, so the women determined that their new king was responsible for this massacre. When they arrived at Ter's office, they told him everything that had happened before, during, and after Nidhegg's attack, including the girl's reincarnation. Ter, still shocked, gave them their payment for the mission, and they left through a portal Issei opened. They said goodbye to Ter and disappeared. "I wonder what Otten's reaction will be when he finds out that his bodyguard left him and went off with Bahamut's son," the god said, laughing as he thought about his leader's reaction. Dragon hunting. When the light faded, the new servants could see their king's house shop. He, however, was greeted with a hug from Tiamat in Asia, which caused the new servants to unleash murderous auras in the direction of the girls, who remained unfazed. Issei had to explain everything that happened to Tiamat and Asia, but everything went to shit when they said that he reincarnated them because they love each other, causing Tiamat to explode in jealousy and fury. When Bahamut arrived home, he saw a poor Issei who had been the victim of an attack of jealousy and fury from his fiancée, left mangled on the floor surrounded by a pool of blood, and next to him, he saw Asia who was healing him while scolding him. Also in the armchairs he saw Tiamat arguing with three new faces. When his son recovered, he explained the entire mission to him, including the encounter with Nidhegg and his three new servants. Bahamut simply welcomed them to dragon hunting and told them they were all free to marry his son, prompting Tiamat and Asia to search for Issei to correct him and tell him not to bring any more women, while the new servants blushed furiously. This caused Bahamut to start rolling on the floor laughing. A few days later. A few days had passed since Issei returned and it seemed Tiamat and Asia were already getting along well with their new servants. He was sitting peacefully in his chair while his girls played cards at the table near the armchairs since they had nothing else to do until his old man came to him with some terrible news. "Son, I need you and the girls to get ready because you're going back to school," said his father, trying to hold back his laughter. This causes Issei to fall out of his chair and his girls to be surprised because they would have to go, or in the case of Issei and Asia, return, to the greatest place of torture. The school. Chapter 4 Sacred Swords and Madmen. What the hell? Was the scream that was heard from the house shop, which came from the girls and the younger black-haired boy when they heard that they had to go to the worst of prisons. Kuo Academy. "Dad, why do we have to go to school if we all already know everything here?" His son shouted, pointing out that his intelligence, along with his girls, was on a much higher level. Issei in Asia because Bahamut taught them everything, Issei during training in Asia before starting missions, Rossweisse because she was taught everything at the Valkyrie Academy and learned during her time as Odin's escort, Albedo because she was a high-class demon. And Tiamat because she was a dragon queen and, like Rory, older than the others. Because I can't let my son assume his position in the dragon faction without having finished school. Besides, your mother would have loved for you to finish school, the dragon god replied, though sadness was noticeable at the end, so his son said nothing to refute him. And your girls, because I don't want them staying home being lazy when they don't have missions, and because it wouldn't hurt them to go to school for a while, Bahamut added. Okay, I suppose we'll start tomorrow and you already have the uniforms for the girls, Issei said, receiving a yes from his father. He just sighed and said, well, girls, go get ready because we're getting up early tomorrow. In response, the girls nodded wearily, grabbed their clothes, and went up to their rooms. Well, I'm going to get ready too, he said, and went up to his room. Why do I have a feeling I'm forgetting something? Well, I'll remember, said Bahamut, who had forgotten a certain incident involving sacred swords and mad crows. Opening the Overlord. Clatanoia. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a fear warrior no Yuta. The Zamatimo all I've got is bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. I'm in a panic. Get out, hurry. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Tiamat appears lying next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to a blonde with red eyes. That are alive has Amina Yurit. Samay right to left to hell. A dark-haired girl with eyes of different colors appears, followed by a blue-haired girl with a green streak, adjusting her shirts, and then Rossweisse, now retied with yellow tips. Yami no shout I emo no shout I. The door 1, 2, 3 steps on this dark stage. The blonde loli with two drill-shaped pigtails appears, bowing, and finally Rory and a black-haired woman in gothic attire jump into the camera. Raise your flag, march on, fight. Payman on Fuchi Itio Kakenatara Hongan Aranun. Boars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera Chikar ga Fui Nai Wareta Shida. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Briere 9 Ameriteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and the red-eyed blonde appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to the dark-haired girl with heterochromia alongside the blonde, with pigtails facing several enemies, before switching to the blue-haired girl and Rossweisse getting into a fighting stance. Finally, the older dark-haired girl appears in gothic clothing, and the Redeed stands before the moon, extending her wings with powerful aura surrounding them. Ada kono sakai o akinyukeo. Anakishida kana shimi ga mata yazuateku. Misery world. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls and his father behind him, along with other silhouettes. The following morning. It was a new day at dragon hunting, and the dark-haired man and his entourage stood at the gate in their uniforms. Issei, Asia, and Rory wore the Kuo Academy uniform, though with slight variations. Issei's shirt was open, revealing a short-sleeved red t-shirt. Rory wore a light black jacket with red details. Only Asia remained unchanged. Tiamat, Albedo, and Rossweisse, being teachers, wore long-sleeved white shirts, formal shoes, and long white stockings. The only difference between their outfits was the color of their blouses and skirts. Dark blue for Tiamat, black for Albedo, and beige for Rossweisse. With Albedo, a spell was used to hide his wings and horns, and his weapons were stored in a pocket dimension. See you later, they said goodbye as they opened a portal and disappeared. Academia Kuo. The portal opened in an alley near the academy, and our dark-haired friend and his group emerged from it. They walked calmly to the academy, but stopped when they saw two figures in front of the academy dressed in white robes with gold details, and one was carrying a huge object wrapped in white cloth. We're looking for Rias Gremory. Is she here? One of the figures asked in a monotonous female voice. I don't know where that woman is, but who's asking? The dark-haired man replied, but just as the other figure was about to answer, a firm and authoritarian voice was heard. Who are you? everyone turned their gaze to a dark-haired girl with shoulder-length hair, violet eyes, red semi-rimless glasses, and small breasts. Beside her stood another dark-haired girl, her hair reaching her lower back, with light brown eyes, blue semi-rimless glasses, and a stunning figure. Both were wearing the Kuo Academy girl's uniform. "We are messengers of the church, who is asking?" said the first silhouette that spoke. Sona Shitori, the violet-eyed girl, identified herself. "Why are two church envoys at my school?" Sona asked, discreetly glancing at the new students and teachers, but stopped when she saw Ria's missing bishop, as she had been informed that she had been kidnapped by a hooded figure. "I'm afraid that we'll have to wait. Can we meet after school?" the same silhouette asked. "Okay, go to the student council room after classes are over," Sona replied, receiving an okay from both figures who then prepared to leave. Once they left, she approached Issei and his group, but more specifically Asia. "So here you are, Argento-san. Do you know how worried Rias was when you disappeared?" the dark-haired girl said, but Asia ignored her. She continued speaking, but was still ignored. Just as she was about to yell at her, she was interrupted. "Aicho, could you please stop bothering Asia?" Issei asked, but she looked at him with a serious expression. "And who are you? And how do you know me?" the violet-eyed woman asked, or rather interrogated. "It's me, Kaicho, Issei," said the black-haired man as she and her companion opened their eyes at the revelation. Is that you, Hyodo-kun?" he asked, still not believing it, but was even more surprised to receive a yes from him. You're probably wondering, why was Sona Sitri so surprised by this? Well, it turns out that some time ago Rias had told her that her pawn, Issei, had died taking on a stray devil, a blatant lie. She only believed the part about him being dead because that part sounded true, but not the reason why. Later, she informed her servants that Issei Hyodo had died and they were saddened by the loss of a comrade. But to their surprise, here was Issei Hyodo, alive and well. Of course, when Sona came out of her shock, she began bombarding the dark-haired man with questions like, "How are you alive?" or "Where were you all this time?" and other questions. "Aicho, is it alright if I answer all your questions before the meeting with the church representatives?" "We're running late," said the dark-haired man, and indeed, classes were about to start, so he decided to wait for the answers. When they arrived at Issei's classroom, he and Asia went inside while the other four women waited outside to introduce themselves. Their entrance caused a commotion, as Asia had returned after some time and now had a more developed physique than before, and Issei was a new student to everyone. Of course, this stopped when he revealed himself to be Issei and lied about his hair to justify its new color, saying it was just a fashion statement. Once everything was cleared up, everyone fell silent, but the girls found Issei strange. He had a body any girl would envy and a new, somewhat rebellious attitude, though deep down they still thought he was the perverted beast. Then four new girls entered the room and introduced themselves. "Hi, I'm Rory Mercury and I'm a new student. I hope we get along," she said with a mischievous smile. "Hello, I'm Tiamat Hyodo and I'll be your new math teacher," said the blue-haired girl with a smile. "Hello, my name is Albedo and I will be your geography teacher," said the dark-haired girl, also with a smile. "Hello, I'm Rossweisse and I'll be your history teacher," said the former Valkyrie with a small smile. Immediately the hall erupted in shouts and praises to God for having such beauties in their course, but as was once said, fate can be very cruel. "And we currently live in Issei Hyodo's house," the four of them said at once, shocking everyone. You could even swear you heard glass breaking. Then the room erupted again, but this time in screams of terror from the women, since, according to them, they lived with the biggest pervert in Kuo's history. The men just glared at Issei with hatred and rage, who completely ignored them. But then one of them asked a question about something everyone else ignored. "Why does Tiamat-sensei use Hyodo's surname?" one of them asked, and immediately everyone turned around, waiting for the answer since they had forgotten to ask that question with the news. "Well, that would be normal since we're engaged," Tiamat said, causing the entire room to freeze in shock upon hearing such a thing. After they calmed down and classes began, Issei slept through the lessons since he already knew everything they were teaching, and Asia and Rory just ignored what was being said. But you couldn't say anything to them either, because when a teacher called them to do an exercise and scolded them for making a mistake, they did it so easily and perfectly that they left their teachers speechless, surprising everyone again with the intellectual level of the three, but especially Issei's, since according to everyone he was an idiot. When lunchtime arrived, Rory and Asia were preparing to leave before being bombarded with questions from the students, and they had also arranged to have lunch with the rest of the entourage. Issei, on the other hand, was stopped by his friends Mitsuda and Motohama, who invited him to spy on the girls changing to celebrate their return, causing all their classmates to look at them with disgust, but what the black-haired boy said shocked them. "Excuse me, but I don't do that anymore, and what's more, I swear on my word and my pride that I will never do those perverted things again," and that alone was enough to make the room erupt at the former brunette's statement. Even with the classroom paralyzed, Issei left but saw how all the male students in the classroom and a large group of students who heard the rumors surrounded him to beat him up because of the new girls, to which the black-haired boy only smiled. The students in his classroom and those who were passing by, as well as the now perverted duo, saw how Issei, without even paying attention to his opponents, knocked out all the students who came to hit him, and all in less than a minute. Once the beating was over, Issei went to find his girls, who were chatting under a tree, waiting for him to eat. After talking for a while and eating, Issei went to sleep, even though he'd slept all day in class, under the tree, and his peerage followed suit, settling in to sleep next to him. It's worth mentioning that the men who passed by couldn't help but curse the black-haired boy's luck. When classes were over, Issei and his peerage headed to the student council hall, and on the way Issei told the girls that they didn't know that Sona Shitori was actually Sona Sitri, one of the city's leaders and a high-class demon. Upon arriving at the council chamber, they were greeted by Saji Genshiro, a short-haired blonde with grey eyes and one of Sona's pawns, who was mesmerized by the beauties in front of him. After passing by, Issei saw that all of Sona's peerage was gathered there. Momo Hanakai, a white-haired girl with blue eyes and one of Sona's bishops. Ryakusaka, a girl with long brown hair ending in two short braids and matching eyes, and Sona's other bishop. Tomo Meguri, a girl with reddish-brown hair and brown eyes and Sona's knight. Tsubasa Yura, a blue-haired girl with eyes of the same color and a handsome boy face and Sona's rook. Haruko Nomura. A student with brown hair tied in two long side pigtails and green eyes, and she is Sona's other pawn. Sona Sitri sat at the central desk, and beside her was Tsubaki Shinra, her queen, waiting for an explanation from the dark-haired man and the arrival of the two Catholics. Issei then explained how his true death at the hands of Rias and Razor happened and how she forced his friends to attack him, his encounter with his true father and his true identity, his training, the rescue of Asia, his encounter with Tiamat and their relationship, dragon hunting and the missions they do, the mission in Norway where he met the other three members of his entourage up to the present day. To say that Sona and her nobility were stunned was an understatement. They couldn't believe that the perverted boy from before was actually the son of the most powerful being and that he now had his own entourage. They didn't believe it until he showed his pieces and they were surprised. Just as they were about to say something, they heard someone knock on the door, so Tsubaki opened it, revealing the two-headed exorcists, so they had to suspend the talk for later. The exorcist sat down on one of the living room sofas, facing Sona with her entourage standing behind her and Issei and his entourage leaning against one of the walls. The exorcists removed their hoods, revealing that the one carrying the bandaged object was a girl the same age as Issei with short blue hair with a green streak and dark yellow eyes, while the other was a brunette with long hair tied in two pigtails and violet eyes. "My name is Zenobia Korda and this is Shidu Arena," said the blue-haired girl, introducing herself and pointing to her companion. "Well, as you know, I'm Sona Sitri, and these are my entourage," Sona said, gesturing to the students behind her. This surprised the exorcists, as she didn't include those on the wall, leading them to assume they might be Ria's servants or another high-ranking demon. "To what do I owe the pleasure of having two exorcists in my city?" the violet-eyed demon asked. In short, 3 of the 6 sacred Excalibur swords protected by the church were stolen by fallen angels, and we discovered that the culprit is one of the leaders of Gregory, Kakabiel, and that he is taking refuge in the city, said the brunette who kept looking at Issei, since he seemed very familiar to her, the same was true for him. Then Issei remembered his childhood friend who had the same name as the girl, as well as the same hair and eye color, although back then he acted very tomboyish, mistaking her for a boy. Now he felt ashamed for having mistaken her for someone else. "That's why the church sent us here to recover the stolen Excaliburs, or at least destroy them so they don't fall into the wrong hands," Zenobia finished, her expression serious. "I suppose they must have some means to deal with a cadre and 4 Excaliburs," Issei said, and in response the girl held up the bandaged object. "This is Excalibur Destruction," said the blue-haired woman, holding the now identified sword. "And this is Excalibur Mimic," said Irina, as she showed a silver ribbon on her arm. "Well, what is it you want?" Sona asked again with a serious look. "We want to ask the demons not to interfere in this mission of the church, as we have reason to believe they could ally themselves with the fallen angels," Zenobia said, causing Sona to look at them, slightly annoyed but composed. "Without further ado, we're not going," the blue-haired woman said as she stood up next to her companion. As they were about to reach the door, they deviated to stand in front of the dark-haired man's entourage, more specifically Asia. "I've been wondering this ever since we saw you outside the academy. Tell me, are you the witch Asia Argento?" the blue-haired girl asked, narrowing her eyes. This caused Asia to sigh in annoyance and nod. "Tell me, Asia, do you still believe in God? If so, I'll kill you, and then God will forgive your sins," Zenobia declared, which only made Asia angrier. Just as she was about to speak, Issei stood in front of the blue-haired girl. "What right do you have to judge Asia when you don't even know what she went through?" She just wanted friends, but you all started treating her like a saint, preventing her from making any friends, he said, giving the exorcists a challenging look. Saints only need God's love. Wanting more love is what took away her title of saint, the blue-haired woman said seriously, increasing the black-haired man's anger. And who are you to defend this witch? Zenobia added. I am Issei Hyodo, and I am your leader, your family, your friend. So if you do anything to Asia, I will defeat you, the dark-haired man said furiously, causing Irina's eyes to widen as she recognized her childhood friend. Interesting. I can take this as a challenge to the church, Zenobia said defiantly as she readied her sword. Why don't we go outside and sort this out? Issei said as he left, followed by the exorcists, his entourage and Sona's. When they reached the back of the occult club, they prepared for battle. The exorcists removed their cloaks, revealing black leather outfits that clung too tightly to their incredible figures, while Issei changed into his battle attire. Issei-kun. Irina exclaimed. I can't believe my childhood friend turned into a demon while I was gone. This is another one of the Lord's tests, but if I pass it, I'll be one step closer to him. So, I'm very sorry, Issei-kun, but I'm going to have to kill you with this Excalibur. She said, transforming the ribbon on her arm into a katana. Issei and the rest of the spectators broke out in an I'm-style sweat at her obsession with God. At the same time, Zenobia removed the bandages from her sword, revealing a large sword with 2 axes on the hilt and the blade ending in 3 points. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not a demon, Issei said, causing the 2 exorcists to look at him with doubt. If you're not a demon, what are you? Zenobia asked. Let me show you dragonoid shape, he said, and immediately entered his humanoid dragon form, astonishing the exorcists, Sona and her entourage. So you're a dragon, how could I expect from my childhood friend? Irina said happily, because her friend wasn't a demon. Interesting, well, let's begin. Shouted Zenobia as she lunged at the dark-haired man, making a side slash which he easily dodged, only to see Irina about to make a downward diagonal slash. I easily dodged that slash again and punched Irina in the stomach. She managed to transform her sword into a shield to barely defend herself from the blow. But she was surprised to see that the shield was dented in the shape of Issei's fist. Zenobia kicked Issei in the back, but he didn't even flinch. He quickly grabbed the blue-haired girl's leg and threw her at the brunette, making them both fall. Both recovered and threw themselves at Issei, making quick and powerful cuts in all directions, while the black-haired boy barely dodged them, since although he had great resistance and speed along with incredible reflexes, it was difficult to keep constantly dodging the sword attacks of both girls. The spectators, except for Issei's girls, were impressed by the former demon's skills in easily facing 2 Excalibur wielders, but were snapped out of their stupor when a magic circle appeared behind them, recognizing the logo in the center. From him emerged a Redeed whose hair reached her thighs, with enchanting blue eyes and a stunning figure. She wore the Kuo Academy girl's uniform, but adorned with a small black cape. The next one was a girl with long black hair tied in a ponytail and violet eyes. She was also wearing the Kuo female uniform with a cape. The next one was a young blonde man with short hair, green eyes, and a mole under his left eye. He wore the Kuo male uniform and carried a western sword in its sheath at his side. The other was a petite girl with shoulder-length white hair, adorned with a black cat-shaped hair clip. She had hazel eyes with cat-like pupils. She was also wearing the Kuo girl's uniform, but without the cape. The last one was a young woman slightly taller than the previous one, with long blonde hair tied in 2 drill-shaped pigtails and dark blue eyes. She was wearing an elegant pink dress. Yes, those who appeared were Rias Gremory, Akeno Himejima, Kibayudo, Kaneko Taoju and Ravel Phoenix, but all except Rias had a sad look because of a certain dead pawn. Some for having been part of the torture and seeing him die without being able to do anything, and the other because she had liked the attitude of never giving up that he showed several times. Rias, what are you doing here? Sona asked, since she hadn't appeared since she married Razor. Hello Sona, we came to finish our studies and also to enroll Ravel, since she was curious about the human world. By the way, what are you all doing here? And who are they? Don't tell me they're your new servants, Rias said asked, seeing everyone gathered outside and the new faces, but then she turned her gaze, along with her servants and Ravel, to where the fight was taking place, her eyes widening as she recognized the swords. Excalibur. The blonde Gremory said angrily, ready to leap into the battle to avenge his fallen friends and vent his frustration at not being able to help his companion. But a voice they hadn't heard in a long time startled them. Biba-san, I advise you not to try to join the fight because you might die in the crossfire, said the former nun, surprising the Gremorys and Ravel, since they hadn't seen her since she was kidnapped and also because she now looked taller with a more developed body. Asia, where have you been? Are you okay? Do you know who kidnapped you? The Redeed asked as she approached but was stopped by the blonde. I would prefer that Rias Gremory not speak to me, he said with disgust at the name of his former master, surprising everyone who had just arrived, but what he did next left them speechless. Oh here, take this, he said as he checked his pockets and took something out, which he threw to Rias. Upon seeing it, he was shocked, as were his entourage and the Phoenix, since what Rias held in her hands was the bishop piece of Asia. I thank you for reviving me, but I decided to leave the Gremory group since now I can be with Issei-san, she said with a joyful tone, but what surprised the newcomers was the name she mentioned. Asia, what do you mean? What do you mean, Issei-kun? The black-haired girl asked sadly, remembering Issei's death, but Asia only pointed to where the battle was taking place. Back with our protagonist, he was standing in front of the two exorcists, who were tired and had superficial wounds. Well, I think it's time to end this, he said as he activated the boosted gear and prepared his attack, charging a small amount of energy into his gauntlet. The Gremorys and Ravel were wide-eyed as they recognized the voice of the former brunette and the sacred gear he possessed. It's time to end this, but we'll finish you off. Zenobia shouted as she leaped forward, pointing her sword downward, seeking to defeat the Sekiryuutei. But she hadn't counted on the dark-haired man's attack. Rising dragon, and I release the energy in the form of an eastern dragon that impacts Zenobia in the stomach, causing her to drop Excalibur Destruction and both of them to fall to the ground. When Excalibur hit the ground, a crater formed with the sword in the middle, reaffirming why it is called Excalibur Destruction. Arena, it's your turn, and he disappeared from everyone's sight except for his entourage and reappeared in front of Arena, delivering a hook to her stomach, knocking the wind out of her and making her faint. With the battle over, Issei deactivated his dragon human form and summoned Asia to heal the exorcists. He was greatly surprised to turn around and find his former teammates, his former master, and Ravel. It's worth noting that Akeno, Kiba, who had momentarily forgotten his hatred for the Excaliburs, Kaneko, and Ravel, were all shedding tears upon seeing the former brunette alive, though they wondered why his hair had changed color and where he had acquired so much power. But only one had an expression of annoyance and anger, as well as surprise. How are you alive, scum? Yes, the one who shouted that was Rias Gremory, who was concentrating the power of destruction in her hand, ready to throw it at Issei, but she was stopped by his servants, except for Asia who was healing Zenobia and Arena. Don't you even dare touch him, bitch, Tiamat, Albedo, Rory, and Rossweisse said as they unleashed their auras, making everyone present tremble with fear at their power. Rias calmed down, but still wore an expression of annoyance and fury. When Akeno was about to speak to Issei, he ignored her and addressed his servants. Well girls, it's time to go, and immediately all the girls followed him, even Asia who had already healed the two members of the church. See you tomorrow, Kaicho, said Issei as he left through a portal. Only the exorcists remained, barely able to stand. The Citri group, impressed by Issei's power. And his servants. The Gremory group and Ravel were also present, overjoyed that their comrade was alive, yet saddened by the thought that he would surely never forgive them for what they had done to him. Further away, Rias unleashed a blast of destructive power upon a section of the forest, a clear sign of her fury that her former servant was alive. The next day. After school, the dragon hunting group was walking through the streets of Kuo until they came across a rather peculiar scene. There were Zenobia and Arena in their robes, begging for alms from passers-by, making everyone sweat a little in anime style. When they saw them, they tried to get into fighting positions, but their stomachs growled at that moment, causing them to be ashamed and the others to see the drop increase in size. I didn't come here to fight. How about we go eat somewhere? Issei asked, receiving a somewhat distrustful yes from them. Elsewhere? In a family restaurant, a group of 7 girls and 1 boy could be seen devouring a huge amount of food, making everyone watch in amazement as they quickly devoured all that food. Once finished, Zenobia spoke up. Thank you very much for the food, she said, bowing next to Arena. You're welcome, but moving on to another topic, do you need help with the Excalibur issue? The dark-haired man asked, looking seriously at the two women. Why? Are you planning to help us? Arena asked, somewhat hopeful, firstly because the mission success rate was 30% and secondly because she could fight for the Lord alongside her childhood friend. Of course, since I have nothing else to do and because I want to face Kakebiel, said the dark-haired man. Very well, we will accept your help, Issei Dono, said Zenobia, but Issei told her to call him Issei without honorifics. As they were about to leave, they heard a familiar voice say. I'm going too, he said, and they turned to look at Kiba and Saji, although the latter was trying to stop him before he did something stupid. Can I know why you want to help us? Issei asked seriously. Although Kiba's presence didn't bother him, he knew he could die on this mission, and he had also been informed that Kiba apparently harbored a certain hatred for Excaliburs. Those swords took my friends from me before I was reincarnated, and I may come face to face with the main culprit of their deaths, he said, his expression a mixture of melancholy and fury. Valper Galilei, the genocidal archbishop, Zenobia said, disgust in her voice as she mentioned that name. What? Was all Kiba said, surprised. Everyone in the church knows about that incident, which was branded as heresy, and the main person responsible was expelled, Irina said this time with a touch of sadness as she recalled what happened with the project. Furthermore, from what we've been told, he's working with Kakabiel. Upon hearing this information, Kiba only reaffirmed his determination to avenge his comrades and also to fight alongside Issei again and see if he could obtain his forgiveness. Meanwhile, Saji was begging the Mayu not to let his mistress find out and if she did, not to let the punishment be too severe. In the abandoned church night. In the city's abandoned church were Zenobia, Irina, Issei and his entourage, along with Kiba, Saji and Kaneko, who had joined them to help Kiba and obtain Issei's forgiveness. They were all dressed in exorcist attire to lure the Excalibur thief. Okay, we'll split up. Zenobia and Irina to the north, Albedo and Rory to the south, Tiamat and Rossweisse to the east, and Kiba, Kaneko, Saji, Asia, and me to the west, he said, and everyone nodded, although Albedo, Rory, Rossweisse, and Tiamat were annoyed at not going with Issei, but they didn't say anything, since they had decided by rock, paper, scissors, and Asia won. Just as they were about to leave, Zenobia stops Issei. Issei, before you leave you should know that the White One has awakened, the blue-haired girl said seriously. Really? How interesting, he replied with a smile, because perhaps he would see his brother for the first time. An hour had passed since they separated and Issei and his group were arriving at a park when they were stopped by a voice they knew well. Well, what do we have here? They are some shitty exorcists ready to die, said Fried Selzen, a renegade exorcist with white hair, red eyes and a smile, look and attitude of a psychopath. Upon seeing him, they removed their robes, revealing their identities, alarming Fried and making his smile grow. Well, I didn't expect it to be those disgusting demons from last time. It seems Asia-chan has become a demon too, although I don't know the other blonde and the black-haired one, he said with his typical psychopathic smile, pointing at each of those present, unaware that Asia was informing the others that they had found Fried. Imagine I have brown hair, Issei said, to which the rogue exorcist opened his eyes and increased his smile and laughter. Ahahaha, so you're Issei, ha well, this makes everything easier, prepare yourselves because I'm going to kill you with this Excalibur-chan, he said as he pulled a sacred sword identified as an Excalibur from his robe. I'm sorry, but I won't be the one to fight you, he said with a small smile, making Fried doubt himself, but he had to react quickly to block a demonic sword courtesy of Kiba, who was very angry since he saw the sword. So the little prince is going to fight, ha that's good, ha he said while laughing like a psychopath and exchanging sword blows with Kiba. As they fought, Issei and Asia noticed that Fried was much faster than before, which they attributed to the Excalibur he was wielding. But a voice pulled them from their thoughts. Issei-senpai, the white-haired girl said nervously. What's wrong, Kaneko-chan? He said in a faint cold tone, as he didn't want them to find out that he was going to save them sooner than planned. I wanted to know. Why you don't help? Yudo-senpai, she asked nervously because of the looks Issei and Asia were giving her, who joined in because she found it amusing. But just as he was about to reply, there was a powerful crash and he turned to see Zenobia, who had slammed her Excalibur into the ground, and Irina and Kiba standing beside Fried. They also saw the girls with the dark-haired man standing next to him, surprising them because they hadn't noticed their arrival. Damn, I didn't expect a church bitch to show up, the renegade exorcist said irritably. Fried, we're at a disadvantage, we'd better retreat, said a voice that came from the shadows, which, as it approached the moonlight, revealed itself to be an elderly man in a priest's robes, with grey hair, glasses, and a mustache. Valper Galilei, Kiba said, his voice filled with fury and disgust at the name. Damn it, I guess I have no choice, he said, and threw a ball of light at the ground, momentarily blinding everyone present except Issei and Asia. When the light disappeared, Fried and Valper were nowhere to be seen. They won't escape. Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina shouted before setting out to find the Archbishop and the Exorcist. Issei and his group decided to leave the place before Saji and Kaneko's mistresses arrived, so when they arrived they questioned them, after punishing them for having helped the church without informing them about everything that happened. The next day. Once the school day was over, the Sekiryuutei and his entourage went home. While he was resting at his desk, he received a call through a magic circle from Sona, informing him of the latest events. Flashback. We see Sona, Ravel and Rias with their entourages except for Kiba, while Luceno held an unconscious Irina, who clearly had a difficult fight due to her injuries. Near them was Fried showing off the 4 Excaliburs he stole. Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency and his most recent acquisition. Excalibur Mimic which he stole from Irina. Above him was a man with long black hair, red eyes with pointed ears, but the most alarming thing was his 5 pairs of black fallen angel wings, indicating that he was a cadre, one of the leaders of the fallen angels. Well, you must be Rias Gremory, sister of Mao Surzich's Lucifer. Your red hair reminds me so much of him that it makes me want to vomit, the fallen angel said to the redeed. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kaguya, one of the leaders of Gregory. To what do I owe your presence in my territory? Rias said elegantly, but it was clear she was annoyed by the appearance of the now identified Kaguya. I was out for a stroll and I thought, what if I attack Kuo Academy, the command center of the governors of this territory, and kill them in the process? He said with a psychopathic smile. But if you do that, you'll start a new great war. Rias shouted upon seeing Kaguya's intentions. That's the idea by the way, I was informed that the Sekiryuutei was under your command, but I don't see him, and I even wanted to offer him a job, he said, a little bored because his potential subordinate was nowhere to be found. That trash is no longer under my command, he was nothing but a useless fool, Rias said with disgust, her words captured by everyone present. That's too bad. Well, we'll wait for you at the academy where we're going to fuse the Excaliburs. Let's go, Freed, said Kaguya as he activated a magic circle and disappeared. At the same time, Freed used another flash bomb and escaped. Present. After being informed by Sona about what had happened and confirming it with his father, who received a few blows for having forgotten something so important, he proceeded to gather his retinue who were already dressed in their battle clothes. Albedo and Rossweisse had their armor. Rory had his Lolligotica outfit along with his axe. Asia had her nun's habit since she said she felt more comfortable in it. And Tiamat had a suit similar to Irina's and Zenovia's, only light blue, and covered her whole body. In addition to allowing her greater mobility and highlighting her incredible body, she also wore white gloves and heels of the same color. They all gathered with Issei, who was already wearing his suit. Are you ready? He asked, receiving a nod from everyone. Then let's go pluck some crows, he said as he opened a portal and they entered it. Elsewhere. We see a male silhouette with bright wings looking down at Kuo Academy while a huge pillar of light emerges from it. It seems they've already started. The time has come to meet my rival, not Albion, he said as he stared at the academy where a kind of protective dome was forming, waiting for the exact moment to make his appearance. Chapter 5. It's time to pluck some birds. Academia Kuo. The Citri entourage, along with Sona, could be seen creating a powerful and enormous barrier to prevent possible damage to the city and its inhabitants. Near them were Rias Gremory and her entourage minus Kiba and Ravel, along with her brother's entourage minus him, since she called them to help her in the confrontation with the cadre, and Razor was busy, apparently. Okay, the barrier is finished, said Sona, who, along with her entourage, would maintain the barrier. Have you called your brother yet, Rias? Sona asked, addressing Rias. In that case, shouldn't you call your sister? Rias asked with a mischievous smile. No, this I'm sure your brother loves you, that's why the Citri heiress said sadly while her servants, except for Tsubaki, looked at her intrigued by her reaction. I already called Surzich's Sama, Akeno said. Akeno? Shouted her mistress at her queen's action. Rias, understand, our enemy is one of the leaders of the fallen angels, even more so, he is the one who survived a battle with God. Without your brother we are lost, Akeno defended herself against her mistress's angry gaze. Okay, how long will it take? Rias asked, sounding calmer. The reinforcements will take approximately 1 hour, Akeno replied. So, an hour, Rias murmured to herself, then fixed her gaze on Ravel. Ravel, where is Razor? Rias asked doubtfully. According to the servants, he had some important business to attend to, so he left in a hurry, and they have no idea where he is, Ravel replied to his sister-in-law's question. Alright, let's go, my lovely servants, Rias said aloud. Yes. But you, said her servants, but with a more monotonous tone, a tone they used every time they referred to her since the Issei incident. Come on, let's show the majesty of the Phoenix clan. Ravel shouted, receiving an affirmation from Razor's entourage. Having said this, they prepared to enter the academy. Overlord opening. Clatanoia. What the hell did Sagashite do? Where is my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view shifts to his back where 2 black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a warrior you know you fear. Azamatimo, all I have are bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. Am I panicking? Get out, quick. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Tiamat appears lying next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to a blonde with red eyes. Whether alive or dead, Hazamani Yurit. Samaoi from right to left to hell. A dark-haired girl with eyes of different colors appears, followed by a blue-haired girl with a green streak, adjusting her shirts, and then Rossweisse, now redeed with yellow tips. Yami no shout I emo no shout I. The door 1, 2, 3 steps in this dark stage. A blonde loli with 2 drill-shaped pigtails appears, bowing, and finally Rory and a black-haired woman in gothic attire jump into the camera. Raise your flag, march, fight. Payman on Fuchi Etioka Kenatara Hongan Erunun. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera Chikara ga Fuinai Wareta Shida. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. Hadiwa dokoi? Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Rierunai Namariteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and the red-eyed blonde appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to the dark-haired girl with heterochromia alongside the blonde, with pigtails facing several enemies, before switching to the blue-haired girl and Rossweisse getting into a fighting stance. Finally, the older dark-haired girl appears in gothic clothing, and the Redeed stands before the moon, extending her wings with powerful auras surrounding them. Ada kono sakayo akinyukeo. Anakishita kanashimi ga mata izuateku. Misery world. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls and his father behind him, along with other silhouettes. Inside the academy. When the group arrived at the academy courtyard, they stared in disbelief at a huge pillar of light inside which 4 swords could be seen spinning. Nearby was Valper Galilei, who apparently controlled the pillar by the way he moved his hands. Near the ladder was the exorcist Fried, looking at the demons with an excessively psychopathic smile. Above them sat Kakebiel, perched on a floating golden throne. He gazed down at them with a sneer of amusement and a psychopathic grin. So who will come? Will it be Serziches or Serafol? Kakebiel asked, amused. Instead of my brother or Leviathan Sama, we will be the ones to face you. Rias exclaimed in a loud voice, but she was surprised to hear a loud noise. Ooh. Turning their heads, they saw that where the academy's gym used to be, there was now a huge crater with a large spear of light in the middle of it. TSK, how boring, said Kakebiel, making everyone look at him. They deduced from his pose that he had thrown the spear into the gymnasium. I guess I'll have to kill them to start the war, he said, and a magic circle opened from the ground, from which several giant 3-headed dogs emerged. Cerberus. Rias shouted upon seeing the beasts. Akeno, Kaneko, let's go, she said, accompanied by the aforementioned. Come on, girls, said Ravel, followed by her companions. An incredible battle had begun in the academy courtyard, where the howling of dogs, explosions, lightning, etc. could be heard. While Rias, Akeno, and Ubaluna were attacking 2 Cerberuses, one slipped away to attack Mehi, one of Razor's bishops. Just as he was about to kill the bishop, he was mysteriously cut in half. When they looked closely, they saw a blue-haired girl with a green streak holding a sacred sword. I've come to help, Zenobia said as she approached other Cerberuses. Zenovia's appearance surprised them so much that they didn't see another of the Cerberus leap towards Kaneko, with the aim of piercing her with its jaws. Kaneko could only watch as Cerberus approached and closed her eyes awaiting her end, which never came. Sword birth was heard and from the ground countless swords of different shapes and sizes emerged from the ground, embedding themselves in the flesh of the Cerberus, killing it. When Kaneko turned her head towards the place from which the voice was heard, she smiled with happiness upon recognizing a certain blonde with a mole. It seems I managed to arrive on time, said Kiba, who took care of 3 other Cerberuses. But Zenobia and Kiba on his side, it didn't take long for the last of the Cerberuses to fall dead. Once finished, Kiba turned his gaze to Valper, but a powerful light blinded them all. When the light disappeared, they saw that in the place where the 4 Excaliburs had been, there was now only one sword emanating a huge holy aura. I finally managed to finish it, the Archbishop said happily. I hope you haven't forgotten our deal, Kakebiel said to Valper. No problem, you can use the spell's energy however you want, Valper said, alerting the demons present. Very well, listen, sister of the Mao Lucifer, thanks to the energy accumulated in the fusion of Excaliburs, I cast a spell to destroy the entire city in 20 minutes, he said, alerting all the demons, and the only way to stop it is by defeating me, although that will be impossible, he said, smiling, as his plans for war seemed unstoppable. Rias was about to give the order to attack Kakebiel with everything, but she stopped when she saw Kiba approaching Valper. Valper Galilei, I am a survivor of the Sacred Swords Project, Kiba said seriously and angrily, holding a sword and pointing it at the old man. I see I heard stories about a survivor of the project becoming a demon, is that you? The old man said, pointing at the blonde man. Yes, I only survived for the day I could avenge my fallen friends, Kiba said furiously, gripping his sword tighter, and that day has finally arrived. He lunged at the archbishop but was stopped by the fused Excalibur. You haven't forgotten me, pretty boy, said Freed, wielding Excalibur. He quickly parried Kiba's attack and with a diagonal slash, broke the sword the Gremory knight was wielding. Taking advantage of the blonde knight's distraction, who was staring at the broken sword, he delivered a kick to his stomach that sent him flying back a few meters. As he recovered and created another sword, an explosion occurred right where he was, taking him by surprise. Ooh. The demon saw the smoking crater that had formed where Kiba had stood and couldn't help but fear the worst. Then they heard someone groaning from inside the crater. When the smoke cleared, the injured blonde man could be seen lying on the ground, but still alive. "Dsk, that rat is slippery," said Kaguya. "I must thank you. Without your help, I would never have been able to finish my project," Valper said as he pulled something from his clothing. Upon taking it out, they saw that it was a light blue crystal that emitted a peculiar energy. "You're probably wondering what this is," the old man asked. "This is the pinnacle of my research. This is the combined crystallization of the limited power possessed by the subjects of the Sacred Swords project. That is what was given to Arena at the ceremony to wield Excalibur," Zenobia said as she recalled how Arena was given the crystal. "What?" was all Kiba could say. "You see, since I was a child, I've always been fascinated by holy swords, so much so that I wanted to become a wielder of one. Imagine my sadness when I found out I didn't have what it took to wield one, but then I decided to make it possible for anyone to wield one," Valper recounted before the gaze of everyone. "That's how the Holy Sword Project was born, but as I progressed in my research, I discovered that a certain amount of power is needed to wield a holy sword, power that was present throughout the world, but in most people, only a small part of it was present after so many years. I came to the conclusion that if I didn't want the project to be a complete waste, I had to remove that power from within the subjects and crystallize it so that it could be used by others. Although I'm sure Michael could have removed it without killing the subjects." "So why did you kill them?" Kiba asked, small tears welling in his eyes as he glared at Valper with an anger he had long suppressed. "It's simple, because they were no longer of any use to me," he said with a small smile. "You see, they were nothing more than a failed project and had nowhere to go, so I preferred to destroy them like the failures they were," Valper said while looking at the crystal. "And even though it was branded as heresy, they continued using my research to create more crystals," the Archbishop said, a little angry. "Ahahaha. I consumed 3 of those crystals, while the other subjects died from the excess of power. Aren't I amazing?" said the lunatic exorcist while he couldn't stop laughing. "You can have it, we have the technology to create those crystals en masse," Valper said, throwing the crystal he had to Kiba, who caught it and looked at it as if it were the last thing keeping him sane. At that moment, Kiba began to remember the happy moments he spent with his friends from the project until they faced the poison and the subjects who released that poison so that he could escape and live. "Alper Galilei. How many lives have you taken for your ambition?" she said while crying, but when one of her tears touched the glass, it began to shine brightly. Then multiple luminous figures appeared next to Kiba, which began to transform into children that Kiba and Valper knew very well. "What's going on?" the Redeed Gremory asked, puzzled. "I think that because of the powers that are here, the crystal began to react in that way, showing the souls that it has inside," Akeno deduced, a small tear falling down her cheek. I always wonder if I was the one who most deserved to survive. Everyone had better dreams than me," and Kiba said through tears, but he felt someone grab his clothes. When he looked, he saw a little girl who just smiled at him. At that moment, all the spirits, along with Kiba, began to circle around him, reciting a kind of sacred chant that did not affect the demons, but Akeno, Kaneko, and Ravel were shedding small tears at the touching scene. "Don't worry. If we're all together, there's nothing to fear. I'm not afraid even if God doesn't exist. Even if God isn't watching. Our hearts will always be." One Kiba finished reciting as the souls entered his body. "Oh?" Kakebiel couldn't help but be interested in this event as he felt the blonde's power increasing. "I understand now. My friends didn't want me to avenge them, but I can't let you live since you're sure to take innocent lives," Kiba exclaimed as a sacred aura enveloped him. "But what happens now?" Rias asked, faced with Kiba's newfound power. "Oh, Kiba, show what you're made of," said a voice in his head that Kiba recognized as Issei's voice, but he didn't bother to wonder why he heard it, he just focused his power on his sword. Just above the academy building stood our dark-haired friend, who, along with his entourage, had arrived to hear Valper's story. It's worth mentioning that the girls in the dark-haired friend's entourage were moved by the scene of Kiba with his old friends, while Drag informed Issei that the blonde had succeeded, so with a small spell, he decided to give him a little motivational boost. Back with Kiba, he was raising his sword to the sky, concentrating his power. I swear I will become the sword that defends justice. I will become the sword that defends my friends and the people important to me. Sword birth balance breaker, he shouted, and a white and a black energy began to cover his sword, transforming it. Now Kiba had a white western sword, but in the center it was black with strange red symbols in the middle. A sword that is both holy and demonic. Interesting, Kaguya murmured, observing the boy's change. This is Sword of Betrayal, a holy and demonic sword at the same time, he said as he pointed it at Valper, who began to tremble. Freed. I shouted, and immediately the rogue exorcist landed between Valper and Kiba, pointing his fused Excalibur at the latter. Ah. All that cheesiness made my skin crawl. So I'll have to kill them with this Excalibur. Chant to calm down, said Freed, while making some strange movements. Knight of Rias Gremory, are we still allies? Asked Zenobia, who appeared out of nowhere and started walking alongside Kiba. I suppose so. Why? He asked, still staring at his target. Let's work together to destroy that Excalibur. That's no longer a sacred sword, it's an anomalous sword, the blue-haired woman said seriously as she plunged destruction into the ground. Are you sure? Kiba asked as he watched a blue-haired girl nod her head and move her hand to the side. Saint Peter, Saint Basil, Saint Denis and the Holy Mother Mary. In the name of the saints who reside in this sword I release you, Zenobia recited as a dimensional space opened beside her, and the hilt of a sword with chains emerged, which broke when the mage grabbed it. Durandal, the blue-haired woman shouted as she pulled the sword from the dimensional space and showed a sword with a peculiar design of blue color with golden edges. But the most alarming thing was the exaggerated sacred aura that it emanated. Impossible, my research didn't discover a way to portal that sword, Valper said, frightened to see someone wielding it. Unlike that renegade over there in arena, I am a natural wielder, she said, pointing her sword at Freed. Now let me show you the power of the holy sword known for its destructive power. And with a vertical slash from bottom to top, she created a powerful wave of holy power in the direction of the exorcist, who, seeing the tremendous attack, had no choice but to dodge it by jumping to the side. She quickly recovered and ran towards Zenobia, who seemed exhausted. Apparently, making such a tremendous attack had drained her stamina. Before it could strike Zenobia, Kiba intervened and stopped Excalibur with a horizontal slash. Damn pretty boy. Freed shouted as he tried to cut Kiba with swift slashes courtesy of Excalibur rapidly, but Kiba easily blocked the attacks. Seeing that the effort was useless, Freed moved away from Kiba and transformed his sword into a whip with the ability of Excalibur Mimic, but the blonde, showing off his speed, approached Freed in the blink of an eye and with one slash destroyed the fused Excalibur, astonishing everyone present. Impossible, how did I lose? Aw, Freed complained as a deep gash appeared on his shoulder and he fainted. You see, friends, our power has finally surpassed that of Excalibur, Kiba said as he turned to face Valper, who was trembling on the floor and backing away. Impossible, two opposing forces cannot merge, Valper said, alarmed, as Kiba approached. And as if by magic, or perhaps due to his incredible intelligence, his mind clicked and he deduced what had happened. I see, it all makes sense. If the balance between the sacred and the demonic doesn't exist, then not only the Formau, but also Valper began, his face showing he had discovered the greatest secret in the world, but he couldn't say more as he was pierced by a spear of light courtesy of Kaguya. There's no doubt you're an extraordinary person, Valper, discovering that all by yourself in just a few minutes is certainly commendable, Kaguya said. Well, I think it's time for me to have some fun. Kaguya launched his attack on Kiba while creating a sword of light. When the two swords clashed, neither broke, but the knight's effort to maintain his balance was evident. Razor's knights appeared from the sides and Zenobia from behind to attack him, but he blocked Zenobia with another light sword and shattered the other knight swords with his wings. The knights were then sent flying into the trees by the mere force of Kaguya's wings. He quickly dispatched the two remaining swordsmen and prepared to eliminate them. But just as he was about to attack, he blocked lightning bolts emanating from Queen Gremory. So you're going to oppose me, the one who possesses Baraquiel's powers? Said Kaguya, blocking the attack as if it were nothing. Baraquiel, another of the fallen leaders, what connection could he have with Akeno? Issei wondered, still waiting for the moment to enter the battle. Akeno's attack was joined by Ria's destructive power, Yubaluna's explosive magic, and Ravel's flames, but they seemed to have no effect on Kaguya. When they stopped attacking, they watched in disbelief as Kaguya maintained the combined attacks within a sphere as large as. Then he decided to throw that sphere towards the demons, who even with their best shields, could not withstand such a combination of power. Fortunately, Zenobia and Kiba appeared and blocked the attack with their swords, but were pulled back a few meters while blocking the power. They eventually managed to dispel the attack, but they looked exhausted. I'm surprised you can still fight without your leader, Kaguya said curiously, referring to Zenobia. What do you mean? She asked. Ahahaha. That's right, you don't know it," he said while laughing and covering his face with his hand, then looking at the group with a psychopathic smile. "In the last Great War, not only did the Formao die, but God also died. That's why it's not so strange that anomalies like that sacred demonic sword appear," he said with a big psychopathic smile and pointing at Kiba. Upon this revelation, Zenobia fell to her knees, leaving her sword stuck beside her and staring at the ground in horror. "Impossible, that's impossible," said Zenobia, who seemed to have lost her purpose in life. "It seems Michael is doing a good job as leader of heaven, since exorcisms and blessings still work, but not with the same power as before," Kaguya added. "Is Archangel Michael the new leader of heaven?" Zenobia asked, her eyes losing their light. Just as it seemed Zenobia was about to faint and the battle would resume, a voice stopped them. "Don't you think you went too far, Kaguya?" said a certain dark-haired boy with his girls on the roof of the school building, making everyone wonder why they didn't feel it. "I see you've stopped being a spectator and decided to act," Kaguya said, looking in Issei's direction. "So you already knew I was here," said the dark-haired man, still staring at Kaguya. "From the beginning, but I was wondering who you are and when you were going to fight," said Kaguya, his smile growing. When Issei and his girls came down, they provoked different reactions. On one hand Kiba, Kaneko, Ravel, Akeno and Zenobia were happy because he came to help him, while Rias looked at him furiously and Razor's servants wondered who he was, but what the Gremories and Ravel said left them stunned. "Issei-kun senpai sama," said Kiba, Akeno, Kaneko and Ravel, causing many questions and increasing anger to form in Razor's entourage. They also wondered how he would fight against Kaguya, who those girls were and how strong they were, as well as why they were with the former brunette. As he passed by Zenobia, he said to her, "Even if God is dead, the world keeps turning. Don't let this defeat you and find a new reason to live." Hearing this, light returned to Zenobia's eyes and she now saw the dark-haired man in a new light. "And tell me, who are you?" Kaguya asked as he got into a fighting stance because something told him that this boy was a danger, along with the girls. "I am Issei Hyodo, the current Sekiryuutei, and the one who's going to pluck you dry, you super-developed shitty crow," he said, getting into a fighting stance while his servants and the others laughed at the nickname he gave the cadre, whose forehead was throbbing with a vein. "Asia, take care of healing them all," Issei ordered Asia, who nodded and went straight to heal the demons and Zenobia. "I know, why don't we make this more interesting?" said Kaguya as a huge magic circle appeared on the floor and beasts already very familiar to everyone came out. "So you still had some Cerberuses left," Issei said, nodding to his girls to fight the newly summoned ones. And with that, the battle began. Rory easily dodged the breath of one of the Cerberuses and approached at a swift pace. He leaped onto the head of the center one and plunged the axe handle into its eye. Then he moved onto its back and with a swift swing of the axe, sliced the beast in half at the waist, sending blood splattering everywhere. Rossweisse, on the other hand, was flying and dodging the fireballs her target was throwing at her. Then she created several small magic circles on either side of her and aimed them at Cerberus. When she fired the energy from the circles, they struck Cerberus's legs and right between the eyes of its three heads, piercing the creature's skull and brain, which fell dead. Albedo lunged down at Cerberus and grabbed one of its legs, spinning it around. Then he threw it up into the air, concentrating demonic and dragon power in his hand, took flight, and struck the beast's stomach, causing it to explode and blood to rain down, along with Cerberus's flesh and organs. Tiamat simply approached the remaining Cerberus at a slow pace, who began to back away, frightened by the aura emanating from the woman. Displaying her superior speed, Tiamat appeared in front of Cerberus and delivered a powerful and swift blow to each head, causing them to explode and splattering blood across the floor, traumatizing the demons in the process. Meanwhile, Issei, who had transformed to the surprise of those who did not know about that form, delivered a right hook to the cadre, who defended himself with his swords, but was dragged a few meters by the force. Regaining his composure, he launched several spears of light at Issei, who dodged them with great ease. Matrix style. Then he created another sword of light and lunged at the boy with an upward slash, which was stopped by the dark-haired boy. But he couldn't stop Kaguya's blow, which sent him flying several meters to the side. Quickly recovering, Issei launched himself at Kaguya with a sidekick that landed squarely on his stomach. Taking advantage of the opening, he struck the fallen man's jaw with his heel and, spinning around, swiped at him with his tail, sending him flying a few meters before he fell. Rising, he infused his right fist with light and lunged at the Sekiryuutei, who in response, infused his left fist with dragon energy and also launched himself to face the cadre. When both fists collided, a shockwave was generated, creating a crater in the ground beneath them. As they moved away, Kaguya glanced at his Cerberuses to see if they had finished off the new ones. He was shocked to find them all dead and slaughtered, but a voice drew his attention to the boy. "Wow, you are strong, Kaguya," Issei said as he wiped some blood from his lips. "I guess I'll have to get more serious." Boosted gear. and the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet made its appearance, and Issei began to gather air in his lungs. Boost 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 transfer, and immediately the gauntlet transferred its power to Issei, more specifically to his lungs. As he exhaled, an incredibly huge flame shot out of Issei's mouth, which ended up engulfing Kaguya, who protected himself with his wings to withstand the attack, and a large part of the academy. When the blaze subsided, Kaguya could be seen somewhat burned, his clothes torn and alighting with small flames. But most surprisingly, Kaguya had lost 4 wings in the attack. One of them, stripped of its feathers, lay some distance away. "Don't you think you've seen enough white?" Issei said, and as if by a summoning spell, the barrier created by Sona and her group broke, allowing a bright being to enter. This being was covered in silver armor with embedded blue jewels. "Kaguya, how pathetic you look," said the armor, pointing at the fallen man. "What are you doing here, White Emperor Dragon? Were you attracted to the color red?" said Kaguya, tired from the fight he had just had. "Actually, no, I've only come for you," and with astonishing speed, he ripped off another pair of wings from Kaguya. What horrible wings! Azazel's are darker, like eternal night. Moving as fast as before, he delivered a hook to Kaguya's stomach, causing him to cough up blood and fall unconscious. He hoisted Kaguya onto his shoulder and headed towards the rogue exorcist just in case. "I'll take him too," he said as he carried him and prepared to fly away, but a voice stopped him. "You're ignoring me," White Drake said from the boosted gear, but everyone could hear him. "Red. So he's awake," said a voice as the wings of the armor glowed. "I didn't expect us to find ourselves in this situation. Alright. We're destined to fight. These encounters are just coincidences. Could be. By the way, Red, I notice that your hostility towards me is very low," said the dragon, intrigued. "Hehehe. If you only knew what I know," said Drake laughing, further intriguing the white man. "Well. See you later, Red." "Yes. See you later, White." "Wait," said Issei, stopping the wielder of the white one. "If that's all your power, we'll crush you without mercy," he exclaimed with a confident smile. "I hope you don't disappoint me, rival Kun," said the person inside the armor and left the academy with Kaguya and freed. Shortly after, the Citri entourage arrived, asking what had happened. It's worth mentioning that Sona was furious upon seeing the state our protagonist was in when he left the academy. She even tried to kill him. Fortunately, she was calmed down by the combined efforts of everyone else. 1 hour later. The magic circle appeared in the academy courtyard, revealing Surziches alongside Grafia and about 30 armored demons belonging to the Gremory clan. When he stepped out of the circle, he saw a rather curious scene. The Gremory and Phoenix entourage could be seen talking to Kiba, but Rias and the Phoenix servants were looking annoyed at the black-haired man who was talking to his entourage and a blue-haired woman with a sword that radiated holy energy. But the strangest thing was seeing Sona Citri on her knees on the ground staring into space, while her servants did everything they could to get her to react. Upon noticing the Redeed and the group of demons, everyone stopped what they were doing and went to inform the Mayu about the events, but Issei stopped when he felt a certain presence in the group of demons, and his suspicions were confirmed when he heard his horrible voice. "Rias, Ravel, girls, are you okay?" said a blonde man in a burgundy suit. "Razor," Rias said upon seeing her husband there, "what are you doing here?" "I came after hearing that they were facing a cadre, but I was informed too late and arrived alongside Lucifer Sama's group," Razor replied. "Now that I look, where is Kaguya?" Surziches asked. Then Rias and her group explained everything that happened, much to the astonishment of Surziches, Razor, and Grafia, as they hadn't expected Kiba to be able to create a sacred demonic sword. But when they were about to move on to the part about the battle against Kaguya, the black-haired man joined the conversation and explained everything else. "Well, that explains a lot, but who are you?" the Mayu asked with a small smile because he had a feeling who it might be. "I am Issei Hyodo, current Sekiryuutei," he said while showing the long inus on his arm, causing Grafia and Razor to open their eyes upon seeing the former brunette alive, but the blonde's face turned to one of anger. "How are you alive?" the blonde shouted furiously, pointing at Issei. "What's it to you?" Issei said, but he had to deflect a fireball Razor threw at him. "What are you trying to do?" "Obviously, finish what you started," Razor said, supported by his entourage and Rias, while Ravel and the Gremory entourage watched this with concern. "So, how about we settle this with a rating game? Me against all of you," the dark-haired man said, pointing at those on Razor's side, but they looked at him with a confused expression. "If you win, you kill me, but if I win, I get whatever I want." "Did you hit your head or go crazy? You couldn't beat me with the dragon's power, you're certainly not going to be able to beat me and them at the same time," Razor said arrogantly. "But if you're so eager to die, we accept your terms." "Perfect," Issei said as he approached the Mayu to whisper something that Razor and the others couldn't hear. After whispering that to him, the Mayu had a small smile on his face. "As you wish, Issei-kun. We will prepare the stadium immediately." Battle dimension. It's the same as when he interrupted the wedding. In the battle zone stood Issei, already transformed, facing Razor and his entourage, minus Ravel and Rias. In the stands were Surzich's, Graphia, Ravel, Zenobia, Ria's entourage, Issei's entourage, and Bahamut, who had been informed by Tiamat that Issei was going to torture Yakitori, so he brought popcorn, drinks, and a camera. Akeno, Kiba, and Kaneko were understandably worried that Issei would die again without them being able to stop it, so they asked the Mau to intervene, but he told them not to worry. Surzich's also decided to tell Ravel the truth, leaving her stunned to learn that her beloved brother had tried to kill his love interest. And at the request of both sides, the dimension did not have the automatic expulsion of pieces when they fell unconscious or were about to die. "Prepare to die, scum," Rias said, firing a blast of destruction directly at the dark-haired man, who easily dodged it and approached the retreat in the blink of an eye. "Once close, I hit her with a hook to the stomach, making her double over, and finished her off with a right cross to the face, throwing her to the side." He immediately turned his gaze to Razor's entourage, who watched in astonishment as Issei disposed of Rias. The pawns quickly surrounded him. The first to attack were the twins with chainsaws, who rushed at the dark-haired man, followed by the others who also wanted to kill him. But to their surprise, he stopped the chainsaws with his bare hands, destroying them and knocking the twins down. Then he faced the rest of the farmhands and beat them hard enough that they couldn't get up. He turned to see the 2 rooks and 2 knights surrounding him, and a little further away, the bishop charging her spell while the queen watched them from above. He first decided to take out the rooks, initiating a brief exchange of blows in which the Phoenix Knights were badly wounded, and then prepared to dodge the Knight Sword strikes. When the bishop finished charging her spell, she fired it directly at Issei, but she didn't realize that he had gathered the knights and rooks into a single point, so he dodged the magic, striking the Phoenix group and defeating them. The bishop was shocked after attacking her companion, so much so that she couldn't do anything when Issei kicked her in the face, sending her flying against a wall and leaving her unconscious. The queen, unable to bear seeing such treatment of her companions and her master's wife any longer, attacked Issei with a barrage of explosions, raising a cloud of dust that obscured everything. Gasping, she descended, believing she had defeated the Sekiryuutei, but the last thing she saw was a red gauntlet striking her in the stomach and a heel, knocking her unconscious. "Damn it!" Razor shouted, throwing a huge fireball at him, but Issei deflected it again. Seeing how strong Issei had become, Razor had to resort to his last card. "I admit you've become strong, trash, but you're still far from beating me," and he enveloped himself in his own flames, changing shape. As the flames disappeared, a giant bird about 5 meters long could be seen, but its feathers seemed to be made of fire. "That's it!" Ravel exclaimed, drawing the attention of those who were unaware of that shape. "What is that form, Ravel?" Akeno asked as the blonde stared in astonishment at the battle. "That's the forbidden transformation of the Phoenix clan. It consists of accumulating your demonic energy to transform into a phoenix bird, but it's forbidden because you can't use your regeneration for a while after using it, and you don't last very long," Ravel said without taking her eyes off Issei. Back at the battle, Issei watched Razor's transformation with boredom. "Is that all?" he asked while scratching his ear, but he became intrigued when a magic circle covered the bird. That same circle appeared in Razor's entourage, including Ravel and Rias and her entourage, leaving them exhausted and wondering what happened. What Razor-kun just did was steal their powers with a forbidden spell. The mere act of using that spell is punishable by death. "That's why I let Issei-kun fight him, to confirm my sources," the Mau said, surprising everyone who didn't know. After absorbing the powers, the phoenix was larger, while its flames became multicolored due to the different types of energies. "You're finished, scum," Rias said with a small smile as she recognized the spell Razor used. Issei just stared at Razor in a monotonous way, although inside he was excited because he could fight with everything now. Razor lunged at Issei, who leaped to dodge the bird. But Razor seized the opportunity to fire a fireball infused with lightning, explosive power and destruction, which completely engulfed Issei. Razor thought he had won until he heard a voice that foretold nothing good. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale mail, and from the fireball emerged an imposing red armor with green jewels. The armor flew straight at the bird, hitting it on the head with its fist, causing it to lose its balance and fall, without noticing that Issei had left a magical connection with it. Razor stood up and began firing a wide variety of attacks, from slashes with his wings like swords to the same spheres as before. But Issei easily dodged them and fired a dragon shot, wounding him, but he regenerated at a speed even faster than before. "Ha ha ha, you damn trash, you can't do anything to me when I kill you. I'll keep those women who were with you and turn them into my personal toys, or I'll simply give them to some servants," Razor said, causing the girls of the black-haired man to want to enter there and dismember him, but a movement of Bahamut's hand stopped them. Issei, on the other hand, was furious about everything Razor had said and done. Listen, Yakitori, I was going to let you live so the underworld could judge you for your crimes, but just for what you just said, you've earned a one-way ticket to death. Issei said shouted, but many wondered what crimes Razor had committed. Claws of the Kasada, said Issei, and from the ground beneath Razor, several chains of ice emerged that tied him to the floor, preventing him from moving. Boost 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 explosion. The sound of the sacred gear was heard announcing the power increase, scaring Razor a little because of what the black-haired man wanted to do. To the surprise of many, several dragon-like energy spheres, similar to the dragon shoot, emerged from each of the jewels on the armor, which began to grow, reaching different sizes, from as large as the torso of the dark-haired man, to as large as him. Omega Force, he said, and both on the gem of his right gauntlet and on Razor's body, and symbol appeared, causing Razor to lose the power he had taken, and his phoenix form prepare to feel one of my most powerful techniques, he said as he retracted his left arm. Galaxy explosion, and extending his arm in the direction of the blonde phoenix, the shards quickly launched themselves at their target. Because Razor was bound by chains, he couldn't dodge the attack and took the full force of it. But the truly horrifying part was when the first sphere struck him, triggering a chain reaction that culminated in an explosion so powerful it nearly destroyed the battle dimension. When the explosion ended, it could be seen that where Razor Phoenix used to be, there was now only a huge crater with no trace of the Phoenix Heir, causing the Phoenix entourage as well as Rias to think the worst. Razor Phoenix is dead, Issei Hyodo is the winner, Grafia announced, confirming the fears of the aforementioned. The release of all the members of the Gremory entourage, as well as Ravel Phoenix, is approved, but that last announcement could only end in a single reaction. What the hell? Was the scream that echoed throughout the dimension as it dissolved. Chapter 6. New Deer, the Dance of the Dragons, and Second Bride. What was heard throughout the place as a dark-haired man went through a portal towards the stands. The Grease. Once he stepped out of the portal, Issei saw the former Gremory entourage and Ravel looking at him with surprise and happiness, so much so that tears even came out of their eyes. Are you serious, Issei-kun senpai-sama? The four asked, approaching Issei. I couldn't leave them near that shitty Yakitori and that crimson bitch, so I opted for this method, said Issei, who felt a little guilty for not telling them about it, since he wanted to keep it a surprise. Are you upset? Not at all, the four said in unison with a smile, which the black-haired man returned with another, hugging them. All this was under the gaze of the Mayu and his wife, Bahamut, who smiled at the scene, Issei's entourage, who were also smiling, and Zenobia. But once they separated, Akeno had a worried look on her face. But what will we do now? I mean, we won't be with the Gremory family anymore, and that question generated doubts in Kaneko, Kiba and Ravel, who would surely lose ties with her family. Well, if you want to join my entourage, you'll have food and a place to live, but you'll have to work very hard, Issei proposed, but Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, and Ravel only had one doubt. Entourage? They asked again in unison with noticeable disbelief. You see, I recently received my dragon pieces, and they, pointing to Tiamat, Asia, Albedo, Rossweisse, and Rory, are part of my retinue. And I have no problem with them wanting to be part of it. Really? They asked hopefully. Of course, Issei said with a big smile. He then proceeded to give them Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, Ravel and Zenobia, who after learning of God's death and being saved by the black-haired man, asked if she could be part of his group. Kiba was given a knight as he focused on speed. Zenobia was given a rook so that she would have greater stamina when using Durandal. And Akeno, Kaneko, and Ravel were each given a pawn so that they could learn other fighting styles. In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Akeno Himejima, Kiba Kaneko Taoju, Ravel Phoenix, and Zenobia Korda will become my servants of the end and fight by my side for eternity, the dark-haired man recited, and the pieces entered the named individuals, causing the circle of Issei's retinue to appear beneath each of them. However, from all but Zenobia, chess pieces emerged. Red, Akeno, Kiba and Kaneko, and orange, Ravel, which were collected by Surziches. And with that, you're part of the Bahamut family, Issei said, and was immediately knocked down by a hug from Akeno, Kaneko, and Ravel. Kiba watched this with a nervous smile, while Bahamut and Surziches laughed, and Issei's girls were jealous. When they separated, Surziches spoke up. Well, Issei-kun, let's go, there's still one more member missing, but what he said caused doubts in everyone except the original Gremory entourage. What do you mean, Surziches? The dark-haired man asked, expressing his doubt. You see, Issei-kun, you said to release all the pieces, the dark-haired man said, advancing. Well, Rias had one piece sealed in the clue room because she couldn't handle its power, the Mayu said as he activated a teleportation circle, and everyone disappeared. The cult club hall. Everyone was in the old school building, except Bahamut, who went off to who knows where, in front of a large door with many seals. Is the other piece here? The dark-haired man asked. Yes, here is my sister's other bishop, or rather, ex-bishop, said Surziches as he deactivated all the seals and proceeded to open the door. Ooh, a female voice was heard from inside the dark room. Once they turned on the lights, they saw a room that, judging by the decor and other details, they deduced belonged to a little girl. But the most surprising thing was seeing the coffin in the middle of the room. "Asper, come on, it's time to go out," said Akeno as she removed the lid, revealing a blonde with red eyes and sharp fangs. "No, leave me here, I don't want to come out," said the blonde, trying to pull the lid off Akeno's coffin. For a moment Issei and his girls thought it was a girl, but when they noticed the essence emanating from it, their eyes widened in shock. "Surziches, don't tell me, what is it?" said the dark-haired man, pointing at the blonde and looking at the Mao. "Yes, Issei-kun, his name is Gaspar Vladi, he is a damper, a half-human half-vampire, and he is a boy," said the Mao with a small smile, leaving the others speechless. Opening the Overlord. Clatanoia. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. "It's like a fear warrior, you know, Yuta. The Zamatimo, all I've got is bones." The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. "I'm in a panic. Get out, hurry. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries." Heimat appears lying down next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to Gaspar. "That are alive has Amina Urit. Samai right to left to hell." The dark-haired woman with different colored eyes appears, and Zenobia adjusts her shirts, before moving on to Rossweisse, now redeed with yellow tips. "Yami no shout I, emo no shout I." The door 1, 2, 3 steps on this dark stage. Ravel appears taking a bow, and finally Rory and a dark-haired woman in gothic attire jump into the camera. "Raise your flag, march on, fight. Payman on Fuchi Etioka Kenatara Hongan Aranun. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera Chikara ga Fui Niwareta Shida." Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. "Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Brierinai Namariteku." You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and Gaspar appear riding a huge golden dragon. "Don't hesitate, go this way. Bukaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo." The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to the dark-haired woman with heterochromia alongside Ravel facing several enemies, before switching to Zenobia and Rossweisse getting into fighting stances. Finally, the older dark-haired woman appears in gothic clothing, and the Redeed stands before the moon, extending her wings with powerful auras surrounding them. "Ada kono sakayo akinyukeo. Anakishita kanashimi ga mata izuateku." Misery World. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls behind him, along with Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba, and his father. After getting over the shock, Surziches explained to them that Gaspar was the one who fulfilled the most contracts of the former Gremory entourage, since he did them through the computer. "Okay, but that doesn't explain why she dresses like a girl," Issei asked. "It's just these clothes are prettier," said Gaspar, making a cute face. He then mentally vowed to transform Gaspar from a transvestite into a respectable man, even if he died trying. "Well, I'm going to introduce myself. Hello Gaspar, I'm Issei Bahamut, your new," said Issei as he approached Gaspar and extended his hand, but Gaspar got scared and his eyes flashed. A second later Gaspar was in a cardboard box far from where he had been before, to the surprise of those who did not know about his power and thought he could teleport. He possesses a sacred gear forbidden Baylor view. He can momentarily stop time for any target within his field of vision, Surziches explained. "Gaspar-kun, these are Issei Bahamut and his entourage, to which you now belong," Surziches said, causing Gaspar's fear to increase. What do you mean by that?" Gaspar asked, trembling. Then Issei explained everything that happened to Gaspar. His past, his entry into the supernatural, Asia, the battles against Razor Phoenix, the torture at the hands of Rias and Razor, his encounter with his father, his return and how he met his entourage, skipping the parts where they confessed their love or their commitment to Tiamat, the arrival of the exorcists and Kakabiel, the battle against him, and then against Razor and Rias, where he won the right to free them from her. Gaspar was shocked, but he only had one question. "Do you hate Rias-sama?" he asked, a little scared by her reaction. It's worth mentioning that this question caught everyone's attention. To tell you the truth, I don't feel anything for her. In fact, I don't give a damn what she does or doesn't do, as long as she doesn't mess with the people who are important to me," the boy said calmly, surprising everyone that he didn't harbor much anger towards her. "Well, Gasper, do you want to be part of my entourage?" Issei asked. Gasper, after analyzing everything Issei said and concluding that if he stayed with Rias he could do something to her, decided to accept Issei's proposal, to which Issei gave Gasper a bishop so that he could better use his power. "In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Gasper Vladi, will become my bishop of the end and fight by my side for eternity," recited the dark-haired man, and the bishop entered Gasper's interior as Issei's magic circle appeared beneath him and a red bishop fell to the ground, which Surziches picked up. "Well, I think that's all, Issei-kun, I need to talk to you about some things later, since I have to get back to work now," said the Redeed with a nervous smile as he saw his wife, indicating that there was work to be done. "Alright, see you Surziches," Issei said goodbye as the Redeed and the maid disappeared into a magic circle. "So, what do we do now, Issei-kun?" Akeno asked. "Well, now let's go home," said the dark-haired man as he opened a portal to take everyone away. Dragon hunting. Issei and his companions appeared at the dragon hunting, surprising the newcomers who hadn't realized this was the former brown-haired boy's new home. What struck them as odd, however, was the large sign that read, "Welcome to the Issei Bahamut entourage," with a pile of delicious dishes displayed directly beneath it. At that moment Bahamut appeared, coming out of the kitchen and explaining that he did all of this. "It is an honor to meet you, Bahamut-sama," said the newcomers, bowing. Bahamut explained that so much formality wasn't necessary and that they could just call him Bahamut, although he told the girls they could call him father, making them blush with embarrassment. Of course, when Issei explained to Bahamut that Gasper was a man, he fell to his knees and ended up in a depressive state, with his son and Kiba patting him on the back while the older black-haired man repeated, "Life is so cruel." Although later he swore, along with his son and Kiba, to transform Gasper into a man. Then I explained to the new members where their rooms were, although the women would most likely sleep with Issei, and what their new job consisted of. A few days later. A week has passed since Kakabiel's defeat and the new members quickly adapted to their mercenary life, although they all continued to attend Kuo Academy, which was quickly repaired after the battle. It's Saturday and we see our dark-haired friend sitting and thinking about his relationship with Tiamat. "You seem a little pensive, son. What's wrong?" Bahamut asked his son. "I was thinking about my relationship with Tiamat," Issei said, but his father saw what he was really thinking. "She, like the others, isn't like Rias Gremory who used you. They truly love you, so you can open your heart to them without any problems," Bahamut said calmly as his son smiled and went to find Tiamat, who was apparently in the kitchen eating some cake. "Tiamat, would you like to go on a date with me?" Issei asked somewhat nervously since he didn't know what the dragon's answer would be. She was so happy that she literally threw the cake and pounced on Issei saying yes, 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 yes. After that they arranged for the date to be tomorrow since Issei had to plan it. Sunday. In the hallway were Issei, wearing a long-sleeved black shirt with a red blazer, dark blue smart jeans, and black shoes. Tiamat was dressed in a short-sleeved blue t-shirt with a light black jacket, a mid-thigh blue skirt, and white sneakers. "See you later," they both said, disappearing into a doorway. When they left, Bahamut turned to look at the others, who were releasing a murderous aura filled with jealousy since they too wanted to go on dates with Issei. Bahamut promised them that Issei would date all of them, but inwardly he was proud that his son had so many women who loved him. Returning to the couple, Issei had meticulously planned the date. First they went to the mall, where he bought Tiamat a beautiful ball gown, while she bought some special lingerie for herself, which she hoped to wear at the end of the day. After that they explored the place a bit until they stopped for lunch at a nearby restaurant. Of course, when Issei got up for a while to go look for something, some idiots approached Tiamat to try and pick her up. "Hey baby, why don't you leave that baby and come have some fun with us?" said one of them, who unknowingly had just sealed his fate. Tiamat responded civilly to this. "Look, you piece of shit, why don't you shove your proposition up your ass and leave me alone? Can't you see I'm enjoying my date with my boyfriend?" Tiamat said, barely containing her urge to kill the son of a bitch who interfered with the date. The boy did not take what Tiamat said well at all, so he proceeded to hit her so that, according to him, she would know her place. But he didn't count on Issei stopping his hand and, squeezing it, breaking it along with his entire arm. "If you know what's good for you, you leave my wife alone, got it?" Issei said in an emotionless voice, looking at the boy crying on the floor with contempt. He proceeded to take Tiamat, who had little hearts in her eyes upon seeing Issei defending her, and they left. After walking for a while, they entered an arcade, where Issei lost every game against Tiamat, wondering why he always lost to women. Then he played the claw machine game, I don't remember the name, and won a blue dragon plushie and a red one from Tiamat. After that they went shopping for clothes, where Issei had to carry all the clothes that Tiamat bought and sent them, along with the plushies, through a portal to Tiamat's room. After leaving the place, Issei opened another portal to take Tiamat to the last place of the date. Forest of the Relatives. The portal opened in the family forest, and the dark-haired man and the blue-haired woman emerged from it. "Ice, what are we doing in the Forest of the Relatives?" Tiamat asked, a little puzzled, since she had expected to be in Paris or somewhere else. "This place is special to me, since this is where we met again," Issei said with a melancholic and happy smile, making Tiamat blush. But to his surprise, Issei turned around and knelt with one leg on the ground, taking a small box out of his bag and placing it in front of Tiamat. "Tiamat, ever since we met when I was a child, you earned a very special place in my heart," said the dark-haired man with a smile. "I know I'm not the perfect man, and that I'm a bit of an idiot, but you could make this idiot a happy man," he said as he slowly opened the small box and remembered a certain promise from his childhood. Flashback. A small chestnut-haired boy could be seen crying next to a beautiful blue-haired girl who had suitcases in her hands. "It's not fair. Why do you have to leave, Tiamat-san?" the little chestnut-haired boy asked. "Ice, you know I have to leave for work reasons, but I'm sure we'll see each other again someday," said the blue-haired girl with a small smile. "Besides, you shouldn't cry about this." "But I love you, Tiamat-san," confessed the little boy, making the blue-haired girl blush. "You've always been there for me, and you've helped me a lot." "Ice," murmured the blue-haired girl. "If it's true that we'll meet again in the future," Issei said, raising his head with a determined look that surprised and made Tiamat blush even more, "then you and I will." Present. "Tiamat, will you marry me?" And he opened the little box showing a ring with a diamond attached to it by the head of a dragon. Tiamat, who remembered Issei's childhood promise, began to shed tears of happiness as Issei still remembered that promise. "Yes, yes, yes, yes," starting as a murmur, "yes, yes, 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 yes," and I end up shouting it to the four winds. Issei proceeded to put the ring on her ring finger and stood up to be hugged by her and give her a kiss, which reflected all the love she had for him. Then they took out their wings and began to rise, separating and flying in different directions without losing sight of each other and releasing a little power in the form of a trail of dark red, Issei, and blue, Tiamat, energy. At first, they might have seemed like random movements, but as they were about to finish, it became clear what they were doing. Issei and Tiamat hugged and kissed again, but they were plummeting and continuing to release the trail of energy. Already a few meters from the ground, they turned around and ended up in the same position as before they started flying, but now there was a drawing in the sky of two dragons, one red and the other blue, joining their foreheads and forming a heart with their wings protecting it. This is known as the Dance of the Dragons, which occurs when one dragon confesses its feelings to another and they draw a picture in the sky with their energy that reflects their love. While they were kissing, Issei used a spell to seal the drawing on the diamond of Tiamat's ring. When they separated for lack of air and looked at each other, a curious gleam could be seen in both of their eyes before a portal opened and took them away. Dragon hunting. In Issei's room, he appeared alongside Tiamat, but she had her eyes covered by her hair. At this, Issei was worried, but he became even more alarmed when Tiamat pushed him onto the bed and climbed on top of him. But what surprised him most was her gaze, which was filled with happiness and desire and lust. "But what's wrong with Tiamat?" Issei mentally asked Drag. "Partner, this is called synchronization, and it happens after the dance of the dragons and causes both of your instincts to rise to alarming levels," said Drag. "In other words, the moment every man your age dreams of has arrived, so enjoy it." "Wait, Drag, I don't know if I'm ready for this." "Relax, buddy, you'll do fine. "Oh, my popcorn's ready." "You bucking dragon." But the dark-haired man's thought stopped when he saw that both he and Tiamat were now without clothes, and he was amazed at how quickly she had done it. "I," said Tiamat in a voice full of lust, "prepare yourself for the best night of our lives," and with that last part the action began. And so began Issei and Tiamat's Luung night, where thankfully they placed seals so no one could hear them. But it didn't stop the other girls, as they slept, from feeling as if something was being taken from them, and Bahamut, for some reason, felt her chest swell with pride. The following morning, the girls and Bahamut could be seen in the kitchen having breakfast, but they wondered why Issei and Tiamat weren't coming down, or if they had arrived last night. "I'll go see if they're in their room," Asia said before getting up and going upstairs. They continued eating until they heard a scream that alarmed them. And they all ran to the blonde girl who was standing in front of Issei's room with the door open. Upon looking inside, they were stunned to see Issei and Tiamat asleep naked and embracing each other with smiles on their faces and the ring Tiamat was wearing. But what truly alarmed them was sensing Issei's energy within Tiamat, but in a way that was stronger than the ring itself. Asia's scream woke the two lovers, who, upon looking at the door, saw Bahamut crying in I'm style with pride and giving a thumbs up, causing them both to blush at being caught, but that blush turned into a face of fear when they saw the others with a murderous aura surrounding them and with their weapons and spells appearing. Outside dragon hunting, Kiba and Gasper were returning from a mission, but upon entering they were stunned to see the peculiar scene. Tiamat could be seen fighting with the others over something they didn't understand, but it was clear they were furious, while Bahamut sat on one of the couches eating popcorn next to a beaten-up Issei who was apparently unconscious. The newcomers did what anyone would do, sit with Bahamut eating popcorn and watching the catfight that was going on, while betting on who would win. Outside the store, a woman with long black hair and grey eyes could be seen wearing a black-purple Oligotica outfit. We'll see each other soon, I said. He disappeared. Several days later. It's been a while since Issei's confession, and his relationship with Tiamat was going better than any other, making the others jealous, since they also wanted to be so affectionate with Issei and have their fun nights with him. Although Issei felt that he was being watched by someone, every time he looked he only saw a mass of black hair. Currently, Issei and his entourage finished helping the student council as payment for creating the barrier in the Kaguya incident by cleaning the pool of the old swimming club. Once they had cleaned the pool completely, they began to enjoy it, although Issei was teaching Kaneko and Asia how to swim. Momo and Ruruko blushed when they saw Saji in his swimsuit, and he almost got a nosebleed when he saw Momo, Ruruko, and Sona in their swimsuits. Tsubaki, on the other hand, was embarrassed to be in her swimsuit in front of Kiba. This did not go unnoticed by Bahamut, who arrived when they finished and promised to give the girls advice on how to win the hearts of their loved ones. Of course, when Tiamat asked Issei to put on sunblock, all hell broke loose as the others became jealous and started fighting over who Issei would put sunblock on. He, on the other hand, hid in the changing rooms hoping they wouldn't destroy the pool. But he ran into the only one who wasn't there. Zenobia, what happened? Why did you take so long? Is it because swimsuits aren't customary in the church? Her king asked her. Something like that, but I was actually thinking about how to ask you for something, said the blue-haired girl. Sure, ask me for anything, and if it's within my capabilities, I'll do it, he said with a smile. Okay, Issei Bahamut, I want you to give me a child, she said seriously. Was all he could say before she dragged him to the storeroom. You see, ever since I learned of God's death and you told me to find another purpose in life, I asked Bahamut what dragons do, and he told me, dragons do what they want, where they want, when they want, and how they want. They are free spirits, so do what your heart dictates, and I decided to follow a more feminine dream. To have a child, she recounted as she removed the top of her swimsuit, revealing her breasts. But why me? He asked, still dismayed. Besides being the Sekiryuutei, you're the son of the most powerful being, so it would be foolish to let this opportunity pass, she said as she climbed on top of him. You don't have to take responsibility as long as you give me a child, I won't refute anything you say. But just when things seemed to be getting good, certain people destroyed the door. Ice, a sinister voice announced, revealing itself to be Tiamat and the rest of the group, along with Sona's entourage. It should be noted that they had only heard the part about giving her a child, so they imagined 1,000 things that infuriated them. In contrast, Saji cried in I'm style because of Issei's luck, and Bahamut, Kiba, and Gasper laughed at Issei's luck. To save himself, he flew through the nearest wall and sped away, dodging all kinds of attacks from his girls and Sona's entourage, including her. It should be said that instead of being angry because they almost had Hex on school grounds, what she wanted was to vent the fury she had been holding in, since Issei destroyed a large part of the academy. A few hours passed where Issei had to hide from everyone, which failed due to his girl's enhanced senses. After dodging an attack from Albedo, he ran off taking advantage of the smoke cloud, but stopped when he bumped into something. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful woman with black hair and grey eyes, but they seemed empty, a body that had nothing to envy that of Tiamat or Akeno, dressed in a black Loligotica outfit with violet details, but her breasts were covered by ribbons that formed an X on each one. Are you okay? Issei asked as he helped her up, but to his surprise she hugged him very tightly. The Eice Tiamat's scream was heard approaching, so he tried to break free from the black-haired girl's grip, but she was stronger than him, so he couldn't break free until the others arrived. Ice, you better, who is she? Tiamat asked along with the rest of the group, pointing at the dark-haired girl hugging Issei. Tiamat, before you jump to conclusions, Issei tried to defend himself, hoping to calm the dragon's fury, but he was interrupted by his father. Office, what are you doing here? Bahamut asked the new brunette. I wanted to be with Ice, said the woman now identified as Office in a monotone voice. Office? But what about that form? Tiamat asked. If I remember correctly, you had the form of a child. I changed my form because I thought this would make Ice happier, the dark-haired woman replied. Dad, do you know who she is? His son asked, pointing at the beautiful woman. Of course I know her, ladies and gentlemen, she is Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity, said Bahamut, introducing the dark-haired gothic woman. And Isa's second fiancé, he said in his monotone voice, but with a triumphant smile. Of course, what he said left everyone in shock except for Tiamat and Bahamut, who watched everything with a smile. What? They all shouted, even Drake, who woke up before his holder ran away from his girls and saw everything. Sky. In heaven, a man of about 20 years old with long blonde hair could be seen wearing clothes similar to Surzich's, but golden, with 12 angel wings on his back, talking animatedly with a beautiful woman with a figure that can only be described as divine, with long curly blonde hair, with the iris of her eyes in the shape of a cross, a white robe and 12 angel wings. These were Michael, the leader of heaven, and his sister Gabriel, the most powerful and beautiful woman in heaven, and they were talking about a dragon and a commitment until they heard a powerful scream. Boo-ee. Brother, what is that? Gabriel asked, somewhat frightened by the sudden shout. I'm sure Issei-kun already knows who his other fiancé is, the leader of the angels said calmly. Well, Gabriel, let's continue. Do you agree to this engagement? He asked, but he already knew the answer. Of course, to be honest, he really caught my attention, the woman said happily. Oh, by the way, will you give him this when you go? And Gabriel gave her a box that radiated a powerful sacred aura. No problem, she said with a smile, looking forward to the day she would have to visit him. Chapter 7. Unexpected Revelations. Dragon Hunt. In dragon hunting, Issei Bahamut and his entourage were found alongside Bahamut, Sona Sitri and her entourage, and Issei's recently discovered second fiancé, Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity. It should be said that Sona and her group were amazed to see the dark-haired man's new home, although they were even more surprised by the enormous painting and the framed photo. Well, who can explain to me that Office is my second fiancé? Issei spoke, still unable to process the fact that he was a second fiancé. It should be noted that he was restrained by almost all the female members of his group, with the exception of Tiamat, who seemed somewhat happy to be reunited with Office, although she had slight doubts about her new form. Let me explain, son, said his father, drawing everyone's attention. As you may recall, I told you that your mother had betrothed you to 2 dragons. His son assented. Well, Office is the second betrothed I mentioned. Perhaps you remember her, as she also spent time with you before, but in a different form. Issei began to remember a girl with the exact same hair, eye and clothing color, who used to play a lot with him in arena when they were children, although the dark-haired girl never left his side. By the way, Office, what have you been doing until now? Because I don't think that change, and the way you express yourself better now, happened overnight, Bahamut stated, expressing his doubt. Well. Office said, playing with her fingers and averting her gaze from the rest, to be honest. I accidentally created a terrorist group, she whispered, but thanks to everyone's enhanced senses, she could be heard perfectly, leaving them all stunned and Bahamut with a vein throbbing in his forehead. Overlord opening. Clatanoia. What the hell did Sagashite do? Where is my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where 2 black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a warrior you know you fear. The Zamatimo, all I have are bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. Am I panicking? Get out, quick. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Tiamat appears lying down next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to Gasper. Whether alive or dead, Hazamanai Yurit. Samaoi from right to left to hell. The dark-haired woman with different colored eyes appears, and Zenobia adjusts her shirts, before moving on to Rossweisse, now redeed with yellow tips. Yami no shout I emo no shout I. The door 1, 2, 3 steps in this dark stage. Bravel appears taking a bow, and finally Rory and Office appear to jump into the camera. Raise your flag, march, fight. Heiman on Fuchi Itioka Kenatara Hongan Arinun. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera Chikara ga Fui Niwareta Shida. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. What the hell did Sagashite do? Where is my soul? Where is my heart? Briere 9 Ameriteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and Gasper appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to the dark-haired woman with heterochromia alongside Ravel facing several enemies, before switching to Zenobia and Rossweisse getting into fighting stances. Finally, Office and the Retreat appear in front of the moon, extending their wings with powerful auras surrounding them. Don't worry about the Akinyukeo. Nakishita Kanashimi Gamadi Izuateku. World of Misery. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls behind him, along with Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba, and Bahamut. After 5 minutes, everyone recovered, only to see Office lying on the ground with a huge bump on her head and Bahamut angry, as a vein in his head throbbed, smoke coming out of his fist. "How's it that you created a terrorist group, you idiot?" Bahamut yelled loudly as he prepared to strike Office again, while she shielded herself with her hands. But just as he was about to hit her, he was stopped by her son, who looked at him with murderous eyes that seemed to say, "It's better if you don't." He quickly calmed down and sat down, waiting for Office's response. Now more recovered, she began to recount, "Well. After separating from Issei, I decided to found a special group to help me defeat Great Red and bring him out of the dimensional rift so I could have a place to spend the rest of eternity in peace and quiet with Ice." At that moment, a slight blush appeared on her cheeks as she imagined such a life with Issei, but since I was too innocent back then, I didn't realize that I ended up creating a group whose objective was very different from the one I had envisioned. For several years, I gave them power with the false promise they made that they would help me defeat Great Red, but not long ago, a very good friend asked me why I had formed such a group. When I told her about Ice and everything, she recommended that I learn how to be a good wife. Even though I had lived for so long, I had absolutely no idea about the world, so I locked myself away for a while in the large library we had to learn about everything in the world. Of course, that's where I learned about terrorism and how they deceived me, although I put it aside to distance myself from them and detach myself, coming to Kuo to be with my Ice." The brunette finished recounting. Although she said the last part with a big smile as she jumped towards the dark-haired man to hug him, a hug that was reciprocated by him. "But that doesn't answer how you express yourself better and your new appearance," Tiamat said, making everyone refocus their gaze on the brunette. "Apparently, when I absorbed all that knowledge, I learned to express myself more fluently, and the new body is because I read that this way Ice would be happier," said the brunette. Bahamut then noticed a detail he hadn't realized before. "Office, why is your power so weak?" the dragon god asked. When asked, Office became sad and said, "Before I could escape, they stopped me and summoned Samuel, and with him they took away more than half of my power, leaving what I have now unstable." A few small tears came out of her eyes, which were wiped away by Issei, who lifted his head to look her in the eyes. "Don't worry, Office, I'll make sure you get back the power that was stolen from you," Issei said with determination, never taking his eyes off Office's beautiful grey eyes, which made her blush at what he said. After that scene, Office announced that from now on she would be living in dragon hunting, to which none of those present objected. Of course, the others, especially Kaneko and Ravel, became jealous when Office sat on the dark-haired man's lap after their conversation and during dinner. The next day, the dark-haired boy woke up but realized that for some reason he couldn't move. Looking around, he could see all the female members of his group, plus Office, sleeping peacefully, each snuggled up to him. It was in moments like these that he was grateful his bed was big enough for everyone. It took him about an hour to get out of bed and downstairs. As he descended, he noticed a man who appeared to be about 20 years old, with hair that was half black in the back and half blonde in the front, and violet eyes. He was wearing a maroon trench coat with nothing underneath, black pants, and shoes that matched the coat. But what alarmed Issei was the energy the man was emanating, as it was similar to Kakabiel's. "How can I help you?" the dark-haired man asked as he sat down in his chair. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sekiryuutei, son of Bahamut. I am Azazel, leader of Gremory," the man introduced himself, extending 12 fallen angel wings. "And what brings you here?" Issei said matter-of-factly, though he was surprised that they knew about his father. "Well, I must say I was surprised that my presence didn't alarm you, and if you're wondering how I know about you, it's because your father told me a few days ago," Azazel said. "I see. Wait, you sent the target to ruin my fight," Issei said, a little angry. "Ah yes, about that, I thought that the affairs of fallen angels should be resolved by fallen angels," Azazel said. "Okay," Issei said, not entirely believing it. "Well, I just came to introduce myself and let you know that you might receive a very tempting offer at the three factions meeting," Azazel said as he left. Issei was curious about the proposal, but he was even more surprised by the meeting, since he hadn't been notified about it. Just then, Bahamut came out of the kitchen with a Mediterranean breakfast. "Dad, do you know anything about a meeting between the three factions?" Issei asked. "Ah, yes. Didn't I tell you?" said his father, making Issei fall over in an I'm style because of how carefree Bahamut can be. Azazel's room. We see the fallen dark-haired man entering his room, but he notices that he is apparently not alone. "Well, a female voice asked. I already told you about the proposal, but I still can't believe you were interested in a man, Azazel exclaimed. He's very different from the rest, the woman said. If you say so. Penemu, said Azazel as he went to pour himself a glass of whiskey. Dragon hunting. Once Issei had recovered, Bahamut told him that the meeting was to sign a peace treaty between the three biblical factions. And why do we have to go? Issei asked lazily. We need an impartial mediator who doesn't favor one faction over another, his father exclaimed, making Issei sigh in defeat. Oh, right here, this job just arrived, he said, taking a piece of paper from his jacket and handing it to Issei. As he read the paper, a smile formed on the face of the younger dark-haired boy. Well, Dad, if the girls ask, tell them I went to do a job and they'll be back tonight, Issei said as he put on his black trench coat and left. After a short time, Issei's entire entourage plus office went down to breakfast, although they wondered where Issei was. Father, where is Issei? Asked Tiamat, who, at Bahamut's request, had begun to call him that. I think she went to a brothel, Bahamut said, suppressing a small laugh as he watched all the women in the place begin to raise their power levels, a clear sign that they were very angry. A powerful scream was heard that frightened all the animals in the area. Somewhere in the world. Issei landed in a village on the Asian continent, surrounded by a vast forest and several mountains. When he arrived, all the inhabitants were terrified, thinking that another monster had come to kill them. Relax, I'm the person you requested to eliminate a creature, the dark-haired man said, which calmed everyone down a little, but they still looked at the boy with some fear. At that moment, a short old man approached the boy. Thank you for coming. I am Gars, chief of this humble village. As you surely read in the request, we need you to take care of a terrible creature that has terrorized the village for a long time, said the old man, bowing as he asked her to take care of the problem. No problem, this is how I make a living, just tell me where I can find it, Issei said as they pointed out on a map of the area a mountain not far from the village, saying that the creature lives in a cave on the mountain. With the information obtained, Issei spread his wings and flew towards the creature, but on the way Drake could feel an energy that seemed very familiar to him. Upon arriving at the cave, the dark-haired man went inside to look for the creature, but an imposing voice stopped him. Who dares disturb my sleep? Said a powerful, and perhaps feminine, voice. Are you by any chance the creature that's terrorizing the nearby village? Issei said, looking into a pair of large emerald eyes. And what if that were the case? Said the voice. Then I'll have to defeat you, Issei said as he transformed into his dragon humanoid form. Interesting trick, Larvish said the voice as it hit the dark-haired man with its tail, knocking him out of the cave. Outside the cave, the dark-haired man recovered and launched a dragon shoot at the beast in the cave, generating a powerful explosion. As the smoke from the explosion cleared, a dragon about 20 meters tall, blood-red in color, with imposing emerald eyes, could be seen. Its appearance gave the dark-haired man a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had seen the dragon before. At that moment, the dragon began to make a sound very familiar to Issei and the dragon of the boosted gear. Boost 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 explosion dragon shoot, exclaimed the dragon as she increased her power and fired a powerful burst of energy. Due to the surprise, the dark-haired man was unable to dodge the attack and received it head-on, dragging him several meters into the forest. When he recovered, he asked the celestial dragon. Drake, how is it that that dragon can use your power? Issei asked, somewhat puzzled. I don't know, partner, but I recommend you use my power to fight this time. Since I sense she won't be an easy opponent, said the dragon as Issei activated the sacred gear. Issei flew out of the forest and headed towards the dragon, who, upon seeing the red gauntlet, opened her eyes in surprise and could only say one thing, which left Issei petrified. Brother? The dragon asked, causing Issei to lose focus and veer straight towards the mountain, crashing heavily. When he recovered, he saw the dragon looking at him expectantly and happily. I've finally found you, Brother Drake, exclaimed the dragon, leaping towards the dark-haired man, who rolled to dodge the dragon. Wait, what's this about, Brother Drake? The dark-haired man asked in surprise, while the dragon from the boosted gear had its eyes wide open and its jaw dropped to the floor. Don't you remember me? Said the dragon, using the most terrible of all techniques, puppy dog eyes. Recovering from the shock, and no way. It's you. Scarlet Drake asked from the boosted gear. Drake, do you want to tell me who she is? Issei asked, pointing at the dragon who was jumping happily, repeating, she reminds me over and over again. Upon hearing the question, the dragon stopped. It's true, my name is Scarlet Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor and younger sister of Drake Gotch, the Red Dragon Emperor, although I don't reach his level, the dragon exclaimed proudly, though with some sadness at the last part. Issei, although he already considered surprises in his life quite common, did not expect his partner to have a sister, although what happened next was something no one could have imagined. My little sister, your brother is very proud of you, look at the powerful dragon you have become. said Drake, making Scarlet blush a little and causing Issei to say something he didn't expect to say to his partner. Siskin, he said monotonously. This caused Drake to fall to his knees and become very depressed, all of course within the boosted gear. Well Scarlet, can you explain to me why you attacked an innocent village? The dark-haired man asked. I'm not attacking them, they started it by trying to attack me while I was sleeping. The dragon said angrily, unleashing some of her power. Calm down, how about you leave peacefully for another place? The dark-haired man asked as the dragon thoughtfully placed a finger on her chin. Okay, but I'll go with you, Scarlet said decisively. I've finally found my brother after so long, but she couldn't finish because Issei interrupted her. Alright, I don't have a problem with that, but we're going to have to do something about your dragon form, Issei said, but he was blinded by a very intense light. As the light faded, a girl with blood-red hair tipped with yellow and emerald eyes could be seen, her body resembling Zenobia's. She wore a simple red dress that reached her knees and white sandals. Drake's happiness increased when he saw how beautiful his sister was in her human form. Well, let's go. Issei shouted as he spread his wings next to the Redeed. Upon arriving at the village, Issei informed the village leader that they no longer needed to worry about the creature. The leader gave him his payment and he left with Scarlet. Dragon hunting. At the house shop, the black-haired boy and the Redeed had just arrived, but when he opened the door, he was knocked down by all the women in his group and office, who beat and shook him as hard as they could. After an hour, Issei was now just a mangled mess of flesh, bones, and blood. Some time later, with Issei recovered and Bahamut laughing at the joke he made, along with Kiba and Gasper who were laughing but more discreetly, the younger black-haired boy explained that he went on a mission and met Drake's younger sister. Drake has a sister? Shouted everyone who didn't know about it. That's what I said, Issei said, amused. After that moment, Scarlet was accepted and given a room and agreed to work in the house shop. By the way, son, when were you planning on telling me about tomorrow's event? His father asked with a mischievous smile. It can't be, how did you find out? Issei asked, alarmed, while most of his entourage wondered what was so special about that day. Tomorrow is classroom observation day, a day when parents go to school to observe their children during school hours, although I've heard it's usually torture, Kiba replied as the rest, including himself, felt a chill that didn't bode well. After that, everyone introduced themselves to Scarlet. It's worth mentioning her surprise at discovering that her brother's host was the son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut and that the strongest dragon queen, who hated her brother with a passion, was among them. She nearly had a heart attack. She was also surprised to see Tiamat place a powerful, silent seal on Issei's room, wondering why she was doing all that, she's very innocent. The next day. Issei and his team were already arriving at Kuo Academy, though Issei wondered why he hadn't seen Officer Scarlet before leaving. But those questions were set aside when he saw a young man with platinum hair and bright blue eyes standing in front of the academy, dressed in a green t-shirt, a black leather jacket, burgundy jeans with leather pants featuring a silver chain hanging down, and black shoes. Upon seeing Issei, he began to approach while Issei and his entire group recognized the subject's aura. It's a pleasure to finally meet my rival Welsh dragon, Sekiryuutei Hyodo Issei. I am Volley the Hakuryuku, vanishing dragon, said the one now identified as Volley. And to what do I owe the honor of meeting you? Issei asked as his team prepared to fight. Don't bother, if you couldn't even beat Kakabiel, you're certainly not going to be able to beat me, Volley said, causing everyone to drop their battle poses. Tell me, Hyodo Issei, what position do you think you hold in the world? The platinum-haired man asked. What are you trying to tell me? The dark-haired man asked. Your balance breaker, although incomplete, places you between 1st and 1500, although depending on the strength of the wielder even less, said the silver-haired man. I'm sure I'm higher than you, Issei said, sounding somewhat confident. We are both beings destined to fight anyway, I only came to talk for a bit, now I must return to Azazel, Volley said as he left, but once he was a little ways away he realized something. Wasn't Tiamat, the dragon queen of chaos Karma, with him? I thought she hated the Sekiryuutei to death, the Albion wielder thought, confused. Issei's class. After that encounter with Volley, Issei and his girls entered the academy. But while talking with Rory, Asia and Zenobia, who had recently joined the academy, he overheard a very strange announcement. Alright students, I know this is strange, but apparently we have 2 new students. Come in and introduce yourselves please, said the teacher as the door opened and 2 girls very familiar to the dark-haired man and his group appeared. Hello, my name is Office Hyodo, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the dark-haired woman, bowing. Hello, my name is Scarlet Gotch, I'm a foreigner and I hope we can get along, said the Redeed, greeting everyone. The classroom erupted in whistles and shouts from the boys and cheers and applause from the girls as 2 new beauties arrived and the boys saw an opportunity to flirt with them. But as mentioned before, reality or Chichigami can be a cruel mistress. And we currently live with Issei Hyodo, and I'm also his fiancé, they both said, but only Afa said the last part. At that moment, all the boys froze, then glared at the dark-haired boy with hatred in their eyes. The girls were jealous, since Issei's new attitude, along with his physique, which they had seen in PE class, made him very handsome in their eyes. But they couldn't approach him because he was always with his girls, and they glared at them with hatred. However, one of the boys, the same one from before, noticed something. "Excuse me, Afa-san, but doesn't Issei already have Tiamat-sensei as his fiancé?" The boy asked incredulously, drawing the attention of the others. "He is engaged to Tiamat, but I am his second fiancé," Afa said with a slight blush. The students began spreading the rumor that Issei Hyodo had two fiancés, a rumor that began to transform into something worse, as it also included the other girls of the black-haired boy. Once that was over, the parents' observation visit began, where Issei saw his father with a video camera and a big evil smile recording them. "Okay class, I want you to take the clay in front of you and create a sculpture according to whatever you want most," the teacher ordered, so the students could begin working. Issei didn't know what to do until he followed the teacher's instructions and began thinking about something he really liked, which in this case was Tiamat. He continued thinking about her until the teacher's voice snapped him out of his reverie. "Hyodo-kun." "Oh, what?" the dark-haired man asked, somewhat confused. "That's a very good sculpture, but can you tell me what it's about?" the professor asked, pointing to the place where the block of clay should have been, since now there was a very well-crafted sculpture. The sculpture was of Tiamat, although, to everyone's surprise, she was naked. Of course, the reactions were immediate. "That's Tiamat-sensei," one of the girls pointed out. "I'll give you 5,000 yen for it," I add another one. "I'll give you 12,000 for it, my dad collects things like this," added another student. "I'm sorry, but it's not for sale," Issei said as he asked for another block to make a different one. When they gave him another one, Issei immersed himself in his thoughts again, looking for something else he liked, in this case battles, and he thought about the incredible battle he would have with his brother. When he opened his eyes he saw a sculpture of two subjects, one of whom he recognized as Issei, wearing armor that was somewhat strange for students, fighting. This sculpture caused an even bigger stir, and someone was heard offering a large sum of money for the statue. Obviously, Issei refused to sell it and, taking advantage of the fact that it was recess, he quickly left with his girls, in search of a certain dragon. When they found her, Issei gave her the figurine he had made, making her extremely happy. She hugged Issei, but without realizing it, she was suffocating him between her breasts. The others were jealous because they also wanted Issei to make them figurines, but they noticed Issei was turning blue, so they had to force Tiamat to let go. After Issei recovered, they could see many male students heading towards the gym. "A magical girl," one of them shouted. "They also say she's a beauty," exclaimed another. Team Issei headed in the direction the students were going. Upon arriving, they found a large crowd gathered around a beautiful brunette with long hair tied in two pigtails like Irina's, violet eyes, and dressed in a pink magical girl outfit and carrying a wand of the same color. They could also see Saji struggling to keep all the men away. After the crowd dispersed, Saji focused on the brunette. "Very well. Are you related to anyone at the school?" the blonde boy asked. "Yes," said the brunette. "Well, let's go look." But she couldn't finish because her gaze focused on Issei. "Oh Issei, how are you?" "Well, I guess what's going on here?" asked the dark-haired man, but at that moment the brunette approached him and got very close to his face. "So you're the little dragon," said the brunette with a mischievous smile, alarming everyone. "So it's you, Seraphol," said a powerful voice that most, except for the blonde one, recognized immediately. "Dad," Issei said, surprising Saji because in front of him stood the most powerful being of all. "It's good to see you again, Bahamut," said the brunette, striking a strange pose while making the peace sign, causing everyone to sweat drop in an anime style. "Dad, do you know who she is?" said the younger dark-haired boy. "Of course, son, she is Seraphol Leviathan, one of the four great Mau," said Bahamut, causing everyone to be surprised since Mau Leviathan was standing in front of them. "So he's your son, not bad at all," Seraphol said, looking flirtatiously at Issei, triggering a sort of alarm in Issei's girls. At that moment, the gym doors opened, revealing Sona Citri and her trusted queen. Sona was surprised to see Seraphol. "Sister," Sona said as a light blush covered her cheeks. "So tan," Seraphol said as she hugged Sona, who was apparently holding back from doing anything. "I see you're still the same as always, Seraphol," Bahamut said with an amused smile. At that moment, the older brunette separated from Sona and turned to Bahamut. "Can you believe how cruel Sotan is? She didn't warn me about the observation day. She was so angry she was going to attack the angels," she said while twirling her wand, causing an anime-style sweat drops to appear on everyone present. Sona, who could no longer stand her sister's attitude, did something unexpected. "Oh." Sister, she said and ran away from the place, followed by Seraphol, her queen and Saji. Don't be so surprised, son, all the current Mau are a bit strange in private, Bahamut said, seeing everyone's surprised faces. Now let's go, I have to introduce you to some people. And they all followed him. After walking a little, they met 4 people. One was a blonde adult with a stylish mustache and a monocle over his right eye. He wore an elegant navy blue formal suit and had a symbol very familiar to Issei. Another was a woman with long blonde hair and dark blue eyes. She wore an elegant pink cocktail dress. The curious thing was that she looked just like Ravel, although older. Another was a man with brown hair, red-tinted glasses, and brown eyes. He was wearing a formal black suit. The last one was a brunette woman with green eyes. She was also wearing a formal suit, but it was beige. Mother, father, Ravel said in surprise. At that moment, the 2 blonde men turned to look at Ravel. Upon seeing her, they ran to embrace her. I'm glad you're okay, daughter, said the blonde man. When we heard about Riser's death and the fact that you didn't return, we were worried. Fortunately, Bahamut-sama informed us that you were safe, exclaimed the blonde, still hugging Ravel. Son, these are Lord and Lady Phoenix, Ravel's parents, said the older dark-haired man. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix. I am Issei Bahamut, son of Bahamut and the king of Ravel, the dark-haired man said formally. It's nice to finally meet you. Thank you for taking care of Ravel, Lord Phoenix said, bowing. I suppose you're aware of your son's actions, Issei said seriously. Yes, we were informed about his crimes, so we're not going to be angry that you killed him, Lord Phoenix said seriously, before changing to a smile and shaking the younger black-haired man's hand. And I hope Ravel doesn't cause any trouble. There's no problem at all. She was one of those who didn't betray me, so I have no problem with her staying with me, Issei said. And I also hope you didn't force my daughter to do certain things, said the blonde man as an aura of fury surrounded him, but he stopped when his wife hit him. Darling, if they do it, it's surely because it was Ravel's decision, Lady Phoenix said with a small smile, making Ravel and Issei blush with embarrassment. At that point, Issei focused on the other couple, who were talking to his father, so he approached them. Issei, let me introduce you to George Kiryu pointing to the man and Anna Kiryu pointing to the woman. This may surprise you, but they are your uncles on your mother's side of the family. It's a pleasure to meet you, Issei said, a little nervous about seeing his uncles for the first time. The pleasure is all ours, said George. Look how you've grown, now you're quite the handsome young man, and I can say that your package is a good size, Anna said, but that only made Issei more nervous and red-faced. At that moment, a voice very familiar to Issei and those in his class was heard. Mom, Dad, I've finally found you, said a girl with brown hair tied in 2 braids and green eyes, who was wearing the academy's female uniform. Aika, come here, I want to introduce you to your uncle and cousin, said the woman, gesturing with her hand for her to come closer. But all I see here is Hyodo-kun and this man I've never seen before, Aika said. Let me introduce you, he is the supreme dragon god Bahamut, leader of the dragons, and husband of your aunt Samantha, Anna introduced the older, dark-haired man. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bahamut-sama, Aika said as she bowed. I don't think so much formality is necessary, Aika, after all we're family, Bahamut said. And this handsome boy here is Issei Bahamut, your cousin, Anna said, leaving both Issei and Aika in shock. Are we cousins? They both shouted in unison, pointing at each other. It's worth mentioning that this shout could be heard throughout the academy, astonishing many. You see, Issei, my wife is your mother's sister, so she also belongs to the same clan and therefore knows about the supernatural world. Obviously she showed it to me, and Aika did too, George explained. But why didn't you tell me anything, Dad? The dark-haired boy asked his father. That's right, why didn't you tell me anything? Aika asked. You see, son, I wanted to keep it as a surprise to see your reaction, Bahamut said, amused. And in our case, we didn't know you were studying with Issei, so we couldn't tell you anything, Anna defended herself. Well, why don't we all go home and have a more relaxed chat, Bahamut said, inviting the Kiryu, Lord Phoenix, and Lady Phoenix. But that suggestion sent shivers down the spines of all the young people, warning them that they were about to experience something truly embarrassing, and it only got worse when they remembered Bahamut's mischievous personality and malicious smile. After that, Issei and his entourage, along with Office and Scarlet, Bahamut, Lord and Lady Phoenix, and George, Anna and Aika, walked towards an alley where no one could see them to open a portal to take them to dragon hunting. Chapter 8. The daughter of the crescent moon begins the reunion. Dragon hunting. From a portal, Issei's entourage could be seen emerging with him, Bahamut, Lord and Lady Phoenix, and the Kiryu family. At the same time, a magic circle appeared with a rather familiar emblem. From it emerged Seraphol Leviathan, Sona Citri, and Tsubaki Shinra. It's worth mentioning that those who didn't know about the dark-haired boy's house shop were impressed when they saw Issei's house shop. Of course, they were even more surprised when they saw the interior, as well as the giant painting behind the desk and the framed photo above it, which brought a nostalgic smile to Anna's face. "Well, make yourselves comfortable, we'll bring you food soon, and then we'll begin the torture," said Bahamut with a malicious smile, which was reciprocated by the adults and caused a terrible chill in the young people. Opening the Overlord. Clatanoia. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. "It's like a fear warrior no Yuta. The Zamatimo all I've got is bones." The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. "I'm in a panic. Get out, hurry. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries." Matt appears lying down next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to Gasper. "Dead or alive has Amina Urit. Samay right to left to hell." The dark-haired woman with different colored eyes appears, along with Zenobia adjusting her shirts, and then Rossweisse and Scarlet. "Yami no shout I emo no shout I." The door 1, 2, 3 steps on this dark stage. Ravel appears taking a bow, and finally Rory and Office appear to jump into the camera. "Raise your flag, march on, fight. Paymanon Fuchi Etio Kakenatara Hongan Eranun. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afuraru Chikar ga Fui Nai Waratashida." Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. "Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Rier 9 Ameriteku." You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and Gasper appear riding a huge golden dragon. "Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo." The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to the dark-haired woman with heterochromia alongside Ravel facing several enemies, before switching to Zenobia and Rossweisse getting into fighting stances. Finally, Office and Scarlet appear in front of the moon, extending their wings and surrounded by powerful auras. "Ada kono sekai o akinyukeo. Anakishida kanashimi ga mata izuateku." Misery World. The silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls behind him, along with Akeno, Kaneko, Kiba, and Bahamut. 1 hour later. In the living room were Bahamut, Lord and Lady Phoenix, George and Anna Kiryu, and Seraph all talking and laughing while eating snacks and drinking, watching videos of the young people's classes recorded by the host. In the kitchen, on the other hand, everyone else could be seen blushing at the comments made by the adults. They even managed to embarrass Tiamat, Rossweisse, and Albedo by talking about how cute they look teaching. "How embarrassing," said Queen Citri, her face red, but at that moment she felt a hand grab hers. Turning her head, she saw the blonde knight giving her a gentle smile and looking a little embarrassed, since Issei had told her to take his hand and smile to help her, unaware of his hidden intentions. Tsubaki had turned even redder and smiled back at Kiba, who blushed even more as well. "Bahamut, how did you manage to record them all?" George asked, drawing the attention of the young people. "You see, I just put cameras in everyone's living rooms," the dragon replied simply. Unable to bear it any longer, Sona ran from the kitchen towards the 3rd floor. A short time later, the rest of them also ran up to the 3rd floor, avoiding the comments of their parents and Mao. Upon opening the door, they watched in disbelief as Sona drank from a bottle of sake on the bar in the living room. Issei then called Saji to comfort his king during this difficult time. About 2 hours later, those who had been watching the class videos went upstairs to have some fun with the younger students. When they opened the door, they saw Issei and Gasper playing video games, Kiba chatting amiably with Tsubaki, Issei's friends talking to Aika, who had her typical perverted smile, and Sona drinking with Saji, who was trying to stop her. Obviously they didn't ask any questions and left the apartment. An hour later, the guests were getting ready to leave, along with a slightly drunk Sona. All the guests said their goodbyes, but the most surprising thing was when Tsubaki kissed Kiba on the cheek, leaving him stunned as she left with a smile and a deep blush. Of course, Seraphil also said goodbye to Issei with a kiss, but it was very close to the corner of his lips, alerting the Bahamut girls. After that, everyone went to sleep. The next day. Issei was alone with Akeno, as the others had to go out and do some quick jobs. The dark-haired man was relaxing at his desk, waiting for Akeno to bring him his coffee, but just as she was about to arrive, a light temporarily blinded them. As the light disappeared, they saw a man who appeared to be 20 years old, with blonde hair and light green eyes, wearing a suit similar to Surzich's, but golden and with 12 golden wings on his back. "Who are you?" the dark-haired man asked. "Good morning, let me introduce myself, I am Michael, leader of heaven," said the one now identified as Michael. "And what brings the leader of heaven to my humble abode?" Issei asked. Just then, another bright light temporarily blinded Issei and Akeno. When they could open their eyes, they saw a European sword in front of them with a reddish-purple hilt and a gold grip, adorned with stylized crosses along the edges of the guard. But what was most curious was that it emitted an aura that sent chills down the spines of both young people. "This is Ascalon, one of the 4 holy swords created by my father, the biblical god. It is also known as the most powerful dragon slayer sword," exclaimed the blonde. "And why are you introducing her to me?" Issei asked. "Because I want to give it to you as a sign of peace," the blonde man said with a smile. "I think the best thing would be to attach it to your boosted gear." "Greg. Can we combine the boosted gear with a sword designed to kill us?" Issei asked as he looked at his left hand, which at that moment materialized into the gauntlet. "It's possible sacred gears evolve according to the will of the wielder. It wouldn't be strange if we could assimilate a sword like that," replied the dragon. Issei then brought the gauntlet close to the sword and a powerful light blinded him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the blade of Ascalon emerge from the gauntlet. "I hope you like the gift, but rest assured it won't be the only one. Just wait for the Kuo Academy reunion," Michael said with a smile, but it caused Issei to look at him incredulously along with the brunette. "What do you mean, Kuo Academy?" the 2 young men asked. "Weren't you informed that the meeting would be there?" the angel said, confused, making Issei mentally curse how forgetful his father could be. "Well, without further ado, I'll see you at the meeting. Oh, and I'll bring someone who's very eager to meet you." And with another powerful light, Michael disappeared. Michael's last comment left Issei very confused, as it was the second time he'd heard something similar. But his attention was drawn back to his sword when he heard a voice. "So you're my new holder?" "Yes." The one who spoke was none other than Ascalon. "You should be grateful that I didn't kill you," although what he said didn't please Issei at all, given that he was very arrogant and didn't even know who his holder was. "Akeno, is it too late to return the sword to Michael?" Issei asked the half-angel. "If Issei-kun, why?" she asked, a little confused. "Because this sword thinks it's so great," Issei said, infuriating Ascalon. "Listen kid, don't get too big for your britches just because you're the Sekiryuutei," the sword said angrily. "Ascalon. Do you even know who he is?" Drake asked. "What? Isn't he just the new Sekiryuutei? Who is he?" the sword asked, intrigued. "I am Issei Bahamut," said the dark-haired man, tensing his sword. How?" the sword asked incredulously. "Let me explain a few things to you," Ascalon Drake proposed, causing the sword blade to disappear along with the boosted gear. "I hope that will change things a little," Issei said. "By the way, Akeno, I wanted to wait until we were alone to ask you something." "What is it you want to ask me, Issei-kun?" the brunette asked, confused. "What is your relationship with Baraquiel?" the dark-haired man asked, causing Akeno's expression to change to a sad one. Akeno turned around and began to remove the top part of her outfit, making Issei blush. As she took off the garment, Issei watched in surprise as the dark-haired girl extended a red dragon wing and a fallen angel wing. "You see, Issei-kun. A long time ago, a fallen angel was wounded in the temple where my mother lived. Upon seeing him, my mother took it upon herself to heal him and hide him for a while, but that fallen angel seduced my mother, fathering a child. The name of that fallen angel was Baraquiel, and therefore, I am that child," Akeno recounted, but Issei could tell that his servant had only told him a small part of the story. "You surely hate fallen angels, don't you, Issei-kun? After all, they caused you a lot of pain and trouble," she finished, her expression sad. Upon hearing that, Issei remembered Rainer and Kakabiel. His only action was to turn the brunette around to face her and hug her. "It's true that fallen angels bother me, but I know they're not all the same, so I shouldn't judge an entire race based on the actions of one. Besides, Akeno is Akeno, and I could never hate her," the dark-haired boy said, looking into the brunette's eyes. She began to shed tears of happiness at what the boy had said, and her only action was to throw the dark-haired boy to the floor and climb on top of him. "Thank you very much, Issei-kun. Perhaps I should thank you in a special way," she said sensually to the black-haired man as she removed Issei's clothes, even though he refused. But at that moment a furious voice alerted them, "What do you think you're doing?" And when they turned around they saw Tiamat and the rest of the girls as they released a large amount of energy in a clear sign of anger. Ara, Tiamat-sensei is so stingy. I just want some time alone with Issei-kun to get to know each other better," Akeno said with her typical smile as she released an aura wrapped in lightning. "And is it necessary to take off your clothes for that?" Tiamat asked, increasing her aura. To avoid suffering the wrath of the women, Issei escaped from the man, taking advantage of the fact that his father was coming with a job, grabbed him and flew away. Ahmed wondered why his son was leaving in such a hurry, but upon hearing the explosions coming from the house shop, he could only chuckle a little at his son's luck. Somewhere in Europe. Issei had just arrived at the mission site, which was apparently a snow-covered village in the mountains. Upon descending, he headed towards the town hall. The strange thing was that he didn't notice any signs of life, and there weren't any lights on. Upon arriving, he opened the doors, seeing a strange figure flee into the shadows, so he decided to follow it. As he followed the silhouette, he noticed that the place was severely damaged, as everywhere he looked there was only destruction and blood. The figure descended to the basement, followed by Issei. The dark-haired boy watched as she desperately tried to open a door. As he drew closer, he saw that the figure was an 11-year-old boy with torn clothes and several bandages. The boy watched the dark-haired man approaching, trembling, because in the darkness down there he could only see a shadowy figure drawing near. But he was greatly confused when he saw that the figure wasn't attacking him, but rather ruffling his hair. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a black-haired teenager wearing unusual clothing. "Tell me, kid, where are the other villagers?" Issei asked in a friendly and confident tone. The boy hesitated to tell him the truth, but for some reason he felt he could trust him, so he led him to a room in the basement. Upon entering, Issei saw children, women, and elderly people, some injured and bandaged. They all looked at him trembling, thinking he had come to kill them. "Relax, I'm not here to hurt you, I'm here because you requested a mercenary for a monster extermination," said the dark-haired man, calming everyone down. At that moment, a short older man with a somewhat long beard and grey hair approached. "Thank you very much for coming to our aid, I am the mayor of the town." "Tell me, what happened here?" Issei asked. "Dear young woman, a few days ago a group of strange creatures emerged from the shadows and attacked the village. Because we are a peaceful people, we were unable to defend ourselves against them, and most of us died. I managed to save the mothers, children and the elderly, but I fear it is only a matter of time before they find us," said the old man. "Do you have any idea where these creatures congregate or where there are the largest numbers?" the dark-haired man asked, prompting the old man to pull out a map of the village and show it to him. "Before we locked ourselves in, I was able to find out that there is apparently a higher concentration of those monsters on the east side of town, more specifically near this abandoned mackerel," said the mayor as he pointed to a spot on the map. "Thank you very much," Issei replied, bowing and proceeding to leave. "Your partner must already be there," said the mayor, confusing the dark-haired man, since he was the only one who took the request. "Which classmate are you talking about?" Issei asked, puzzled. "The dark-haired woman with heterochromia and a gothic outfit," replied the mayor. "Okay," Issei said before leaving. "That's strange, I don't know any girl with that description," Issei wondered. Upon leaving the town hall, he headed to the abandoned house pointed out by the old man, N.A. It's like any other abandoned house but with a European style. Upon arriving, he saw a large multitude of humanoid beings, but they were completely black like shadows. The strangest thing was that in front of the large group of beings was a black-haired girl of the same age as Issei, with long hair tied in two pigtails like Arena, with a red right eye and a gold left eye, and she wore a gothic outfit of black and bright red. But the most striking thing, besides the two antique pistols he was carrying, N.A. one looks like a pistol, and the other like a shotgun, was the aura he emanated, since that was the aura of a dragon. Ara, it seems they want to play a little, so let's have some fun," said the dark-haired woman with a smile as she charged light energy into her weapons and fired. One would think that such weapons wouldn't be very accurate, but in the case of the dark-haired woman, it was quite the opposite, as she demonstrated incredible aim, hitting each of the creatures in the head. After a few minutes of firing, the dark-haired woman stopped, as all the creatures had died and were fading away. But what she didn't notice was how three of those beings appeared behind her, transforming their arms into swords. Realizing this too late, she simply shielded herself with her arms, bracing for the worst, which never came. That's because Issei transformed and moved quickly to position himself between the three beings and the dark-haired woman. He stopped two of them with Ascalon and the other with his bare hand. I pushed the three beings away and, concentrating power in Ascalon, I launch a horizontal slash towards the beings, destroying them. The dark-haired woman was surprised, as she hadn't expected anyone to appear and help her. Issei turned to the dark-haired girl and extended his hand to help her up, which the brunette gladly accepted. "Excuse me, but could you tell me who you are and what you're doing here?" the dark-haired woman asked. "My name is Issei and I'm here because I accepted the mission the mayor gave me," Issei said. "By the way, who are you?" he asked, but just as she was about to answer, they heard the doors of the abandoned house open. Well, I didn't expect a bunch of youngsters to be able to take on my shadow clones," said a man who appeared to be about 30 years old, with shoulder-length brown hair and black eyes. He wore medieval armor with a symbol emblazoned on it. But what was most striking was the demonic aura he emanated. "Let me guess you're the one who summoned these creatures, and you did it because, being a renegade, you like killing people," said the dark-haired man, looking seriously at the demon. "Well, I see you're aware my name is Issei Diaz, and, as you mentioned, I'm a rogue demon possessing a sacred gear," the Shadow Maker said, the now identified Issei, as he created more creatures, cornering Issei and the dark-haired girl. "It seems some unwanted guests have arrived at the party," the brunette murmured, his back to the dark-haired woman. "Yes," replied the girl. "Would you grant me this dance?" said the dark-haired man. "Yes," shouted the dark-haired girl as they both separated, heading towards the creatures. Issei quickly disposed of them by slicing them with Escanor or firing the occasional dragon shoot, while the dark-haired woman showed off her close-quarters combat skills, throwing energy charge punches and shooting at any of the beings. After 10 minutes, the shadow creatures had been annihilated by the dark-haired duo, while they watched a rogue demon gasping for breath. It seemed the use of his sacred gear was costing him stamina and magic power. Without wasting any time, they both launched themselves straight at him, striking him with their energy-charged fists, sending the demon flying into the house, collapsing it in the process. The demon emerged wounded from the rubble, his armor destroyed, leaving only the shoulder pads. The dark-haired woman quickly loaded her weapons and shot the demon, severing its arms, while Issei cut its legs with Escanor. Having been deprived of his limbs, the demon begged for his life, but was ignored by both black-haired men, who jumped up and then joined together to deliver a combined kick that pierced his chest. "Well, that was quick," Issei said, but he had to dodge a kick from the dark-haired girl. "What do you think you're doing?" the dark-haired boy asked curiously. "You know, I have a little problem with my blood, and that is that when I encounter a powerful opponent, I feel like fighting them," roared the dark-haired woman as she lunged at the dark-haired man. Issei stopped the fist aimed at him and threw the brunette against the rubble. She quickly recovered and began firing at him with her weapons. The dark-haired man narrowly dodged the bullets, as they traveled much faster than ordinary shots and were terrifyingly accurate. While dodging, he managed to close the distance to the dark-haired woman and disarmed her with a kick. Taking advantage of this, he kicked her again, this time right in the stomach, dragging her a few meters. When she recovered, she saw Issei standing in front of her, his left arm charged with energy. Rising dragon and throwing the blow, the Eastern Dragon was formed, which went straight to the sky, vanishing. But the attack didn't hit the girl. Instead, it passed right in front of her, startling her and causing her to fall to the ground. "Now you're calmer?" the dark-haired man asked, receiving a nod from the dark-haired woman. "Oh right, you didn't tell me your name," the dark-haired man reminded her as he helped the girl to her feet. My name is Kurumi Takasaki, daughter of Crom Cruach, the dark dragon of the crescent moon," said the now identified Kurumi. "I see," said the dark-haired man, somewhat disoriented. "Drag, who is Crom Cruach?" he asked his tenant. Crom Cruach is the most powerful evil dragon of all, but unlike the others he is calmer and more peaceful, and he is called an evil dragon because of his bloodthirsty way of fighting, although I am surprised that this girl is his daughter, but it makes sense, given that I feel a very similar aura to his in her, replied the dragon, clearing up the black-haired man's doubts. After that, they both headed to the mayor's office, but on the way Issei decided to ask something. "Kurumi, why are you carrying guns?" the dark-haired man asked. "These pistols are my sacred gear, elemental shoot. Basically, it allows me to fire my power fused with an element, like bullets fire, water, earth, air, light, darkness, or electricity, but I still don't know what it will do when I reach balance breaker," Kurumi explained. "Although it's nothing compared to your boosted gear." This caused the dark-haired man to look at her in surprise. "Didn't you think I wouldn't recognize a sacred gear that has one of the most powerful dragons sealed inside it?" Kurumi said with a small smile, embarrassing the dark-haired man. Upon arriving, they were informed that it was all the fault of a rogue demon and his sacred gear. The mayor, pleased that they no longer had to hide, paid them both. Then Issei and Kurumi departed, unfurling their wings and surprising the townspeople. As he flew home, Issei noticed Kurumi following him. "Why are you following me, Kurumi?" the dark-haired man asked, somewhat surprised. "It's just that I feel that if I go with you I'll become more powerful and achieve my goal," Kurumi said at first with a smile, but it transformed into a melancholic look in the last part. It's worth mentioning that Kurumi hid the fact that she had become interested in Issei after seeing his power. Dragon hunting. Issei and Kurumi had just arrived at dragon hunting, but the black-haired girl was surprised to see Issei being knocked down by several girls, who were hugging the boy affectionately. But when they saw the new girl, they began to unleash a murderous aura that was directed towards the poor dark-haired boy. It's worth mentioning that Scarlet had joined them, as she was also starting to develop a slight interest in the boy. Before they could attack Issei, they were stopped by Kiba and Gasper, though the latter was hiding behind the blonde boy since he was afraid of them when they were angry. After they managed to calm them down, and after Bahamut entered, they all sat down on the couches. There, Issei explained the mission, the encounter with Kurumi, the battle against the demon, and then the one with the dark-haired woman. But when he mentioned being Crom Cruach's daughter, several people became agitated. Crom Cruach had a daughter. Tiamat, Office, and Scarlet shouted, while Bahamut just opened his eyes in surprise, bewildering the rest. After explaining who Kurumi's father was, Bahamut called his son. Issei, do you think it's a good idea to let him stay here? His father asked. It doesn't matter, Dad. Besides, my instincts tell me I can trust her, and they've never failed me, his son replied. Then they proceeded to tell Kurumi everything. Her jaw dropped, since the older dark-haired man was the leader of the Bahamut dragons, and the younger dark-haired man was his son, the prince. Of course, they later told her that she didn't need to be respectful to them, and that they would let her stay in the house shop, but that she would have to work, which didn't bother Kurumi at all. A few days later. It was the long-awaited day, it was the day of the meeting of the three great factions. Issei and his team were already dressed in their combat gear to escort Bahamut to the meeting, though they did so mainly because they sensed it wasn't going to be a peaceful encounter. Scarlet and Kurumi also volunteered to escort Bahamut, and neither of them objected. Issei, Tiamat, Rossweisse, Albedo, Rory, and Asia were wearing their combat outfits. Akeno wore her Japanese priestess outfit. Kiba wore a leather vest over a short-sleeved blue shirt, dark blue military pants, and black sneakers. Ravel wore her pink dress, which had apparently been modified for combat. Kaneko and Gasper wore the Kuo female uniform, although Issei, Kiba, and Bahamut tried to burn all of Gasper's women's clothing, failing because he kept pulling more out of who knows where. Scarlet wore a red jacket over a sleeveless yellow shirt, beige shorts that reached mid-thigh, and red sneakers, and Kurumi wore her gothic outfit. The Office, who decided not to go to avoid potential problems, said goodbye to them, giving Issei a loving kiss, much to the jealousy of the others. Well, let's go. Issei shouted as a portal opened and they disappeared. The Office, taking advantage of the fact that they would be gone for a while, decided to prepare a nice dinner for everyone, as a good wife would. Academia Kuo. Issei and his companions appeared at the entrance of the academy, observing that it was protected by a large army composed of demons, fallen angels, and angels. They headed to the meeting hall, but seeing how trembling Gasper was since, although they had somewhat alleviated his fear of being in front of so many people, he still felt it, and also because he didn't want to see his former master, they decided to leave him in the occult research club, accompanied by Kaneko. Upon arriving at the meeting room, they opened the doors, inspecting those present. At one end of the table sat Surziches and Serafal, the latter in her formal attire. At the other end was Michael with a long-haired curly blonde woman whose eyes were shaped like crosses and who wore a long silk dress that did little to conceal her divine figure. Between the demons and the angels sat Azazel with a purple-haired woman with brown eyes who wore a black business suit that did little to hide her figure, almost rivaling that of the blonde woman next to Michael. Behind the angels stood Arena, who was pleased to see Zenobia. Behind Azazel, Volley leaned against the wall, looking like he thought, "This is so boring," a sentiment the newcomers shared. And behind the demons were Graphia, Sona, and her entourage, with Rias and Razor's former entourage beside her. You're probably wondering what are Razor's former entourage doing there? Well, after Razor's death, Rias offered the former handmaids a place in her entourage since she was left without a group because of a certain dark-haired man. Most accepted, except for the pawn who used a long wooden staff, who decided to stay as a servant of the Phoenix family. Obviously, the new Gremory servants had to go to the academy, with Ubaluna and the Rook Isabella as their teachers and the others as students. Currently, Rias is missing a bishop and a pawn. It's worth mentioning how much they wanted to attack the dark-haired man, but they didn't, or they might get killed. Returning to the meeting, Azazel was the first to speak. "I see the intermediary has arrived, let me introduce you to Penemu, a cadre of Grigori," pointing to the purple-haired girl, and Gabriel, one of the seraphim of heaven, and the most beautiful and powerful angel, pointing to the blonde, although Azazel could be seen giving a perverted smile, and blood was coming out of his nose. After the introductions, the meeting began, starting with Rias recounting the Kakebiel incident. The Kakebiel's actions had nothing to do with Grigori, Azazel said, crossing his arms. "And you, being the leader, couldn't stop him," Serafal said seriously, surprising those who didn't know about that side of her. Of course, Issei and Volley noticed the furious looks that the Mau subtly sent to the Seraphim, wondering if there was some rivalry or something between them. "I may be the leader, but many don't listen to me," exclaimed the fallen man. "They'd listen to you if you focused more on work instead of partying and going to prostitutes," Bahamut said, eliciting small laughs from those present. "You're the least qualified to speak," Azazel said. "Calm down, we didn't come here to fight," Michael exclaimed, trying to stop them. "That's right, let's make peace, after all, that's why we came," said Azazel. It is true that the former leaders of the three factions are no longer among us, Michael said, making Arena sad, so the Bahamut deduced that he already knew about the death of the biblical god. Besides, both angels and demons are in serious trouble, since without a father, no more angels can be created, and the demons are having trouble keeping their blood pure, Gabriel added. For these reasons, there is no longer any need for disputes to continue between the three sides, said Serziches. Although it would be best to ask those who have nothing to do with the disputes, Azazel said, pointing to Bahamut, Issei, and Vali. You already know the answer to my question, Bahamut said, crossing his arms. All I'm interested in is fighting powerful beings, Vali said. You can do it even when there is peace, Azazel added. If you say so, Vali murmured. I also like fighting powerful beings, but I think it would be better if there was peace, Issei replied. Well. Now. But Azazel couldn't finish because the entire room had turned purple, and Sona, Rias, and their entourages were also turning purple and showed no signs of being able to move. In contrast, the rest could see Kiba's sacred demonic sword, Durandal and Excalibur mimic appear as they released aura. What's going on? Gabriel asked, worried. It seems to be the half-vampire's ability to stop time, Azazel said as Issei and his group worried that something might happen to Gasper. It seems we weren't affected because of the power levels of the leaders, the dark-haired one, his swords, and our dragons, although I wonder why those women weren't affected, Vali explained, intrigued by the answer he might receive. They weren't affected because they are my servants, Issei said. Anyway, things are getting worse out there, Azazel said, and they all headed towards the windows. There they could see how the joint army of the three factions was also affected by the freezing of time, while many magic circles appeared in the sky, from which women emerged wearing robes that covered their faces and had a symbol of an eye on them. It seems they've already made their move, Vali, why don't you go play with them for a while? Azazel suggested. And while I'm at it, I'll get rid of the half-vampire. Vali asked. Tiamat and I will take care of Gasper, Issei said seriously. Accepting what his rival said, Vali rose into the sky while activating his sacred gear. Banishing dragon balance breaker dividing scale mail, and an imposing silver armor with blue inlays was created around Vali. Girls, you go out and have fun too, and I give you permission to go on a rampage, the dark-haired man ordered as his girls shot off towards the hooded figures. Very well, Issei, take this, Azazel said, handing him a kind of bracelet. This is an inhibitor that will keep Gasper's power under control also, just in case, give him some of your blood, since it seems to enhance his power. And with that said, Issei and his fiancée disappeared into a portal. Okay, well they. But again Azazel couldn't finish as a magic transport circle appeared above the table. A woman with tanned skin, long brown hair tied in a bun, purple eyes, and red glasses emerged from it. She was wearing a very low-cut purple dress. Ethereal Leviathan, Seraphol said seriously, looking at the woman. Well, if it isn't the fake Leviathan, Kateria said with disgust. What brings one of the descendants of the original Mau here? Azazel asked, placing a hand on his chin. It's actually very simple, exterminate them all. The woman shouted as she unleashed vast amounts of demonic power. Well, that's all for today's chapter. The next one will be the battle of Issei versus Vali. Boss. Size. What's up, boss? Boss. I have this turret loaded and I wanted to fire it. Don't worry, you'll surely return to your world soon. Boss. But why wait? He said while pointing at me. Wait. Boss. This is for ending the chapter here, and the turret began to rotate. Chapter 9 Sekiryuutei vs Hacker Yuiku. The Cult Club. Issei and Tiamat appeared outside the club room. They exchanged glances and nodded, as if they already knew what they had to do. They opened the doors and what they saw was Gasper crucified in a magic circle next to Kaneko in the same condition, but upside down. Issei-senpai, please kill me, that way this will end, Gasper said while crying. What are you saying, Gasper? You're part of my family, as if I could do that, Issei replied, taking a step forward. If I were you, I wouldn't take another step or we'll kill them, said one of the sorceresses. There's no need for me to take a step, Issei said as he pulled the Ascalon blade from the gauntlet and slightly cut his hand, but enough for a little blood to bathe the edge. Gasper, here. He shouted as he threw the blood from the blade at the half-vampire. The blood ends up on one side of Gasper's mouth. You are a servant of Issei Bahamut, prove the reason why you deserve to be one, show them the power of Gasper Vladi, Tiamat exclaimed to encourage the damper. Gasper then licked the blood that was near his mouth, which caused his eyes to glow more brightly. The second Kaneko was next to Issei and Tiamat, but there was no sign of Gasper. The sorceresses, alarmed because the magic circles were disappearing, did not notice the huge group of bats flying above them. Black hands emerged from the ground and grabbed them, but these hands, along with the bats, were doing something unusual. They're sucking our blood. One of the sorceresses shouted. Our magic power too, said another. One of them managed to break free and tried to escape, only to be defeated by a kick from Kaneko. Within a minute, the magicians fell dead to the ground from blood loss. I did it, Issei-senpai, said one of the bats fluttering near Issei. Well done, he said with a smile and a thumbs up. Now go back to normal. The bats began to gather together and then a few seconds later the bats disappeared, revealing Gasper. Here, this will control your power, and he placed the bracelet Azazel had given him on his arm. Okay, let's go back. Issei shouted. Yes. Shouted the other three. Opening the Overlord. Clatanoia. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a fear warrior no Yuta. Zamatimo, all I've got is bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. I'm in a panic. Get out, hurry. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Matt appears lying down next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to Gasper. Better alive has Amina Yurit. Samurai right to left to hell. Kurumi and Zenobia appear adjusting their shirts, then Rossweisse and Scarlet appear. Yami no shout I, Emo no shout I. Adora 1, 2, 3 steps on this dark stage. Ravel appears taking a bow, and finally Rory and Office appear jumping into the camera. Raise your flag, march on, fight. Heiman on Fuchi Itioka Kenatara Hongan Erenun. Boars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera Chikara ga Fuinai Wareta Shida. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Rierinai Namariteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and Gasper appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bukaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to Kurumi and Ravel facing several enemies, before switching to Zenobia and Rossweisse getting into fighting stances. Finally, Office and Scarlet appear in front of the moon, extending their wings and surrounded by powerful auras. Ada Kono Sekai o Akinyukeo. Anakishita Kanashimi ga Madi Izuateku. Misery World. The silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, and his father standing behind him. Academy Courtyard. Issei, Gasper, Kaneko, and Tiamat flew towards the main building where the meeting was taking place, killing several mages along the way. But as they got closer, they noticed a loud sound. Ooh. Looking up, they saw Azazel with his 12 wings spread out in front of a tanned woman carrying a staff. Below were the other leaders forming a barrier to protect those who were still frozen. Issei's group could also be seen massacring the mages, but the most curious thing is that Volley did not move from his place in the sky, nor did he even attack. Issei and company joined the others to face the mages. Well, I must say that Leviathan's descendant is indeed powerful enough to amuse me for a while, said Azazel, as he created many spears of light and threw them at her. But the woman only created a magic shield, with which she deflected the spears of light. Don't think you're so great, Grigory's rulers, I'll show you my power. The woman exclaimed as her power shot up, generating snakes that enveloped her. With a magic spell, I unleash a powerful torrent of demonic energy straight at the fallen angel, but to his surprise, it appeared behind him. The woman immediately enveloped her fist in demonic power, attempting to strike Azazel, but he simply stopped her. That power is not the power of a descendant of Amayu. I wonder who gave you so much power, Azazel said curiously. I don't think you'll have time to find out because everyone here is going to die. The woman exclaimed shouted as the power in her hand exploded and generated a smokescreen. As the smoke cleared, it could be seen that Azazel was holding a kind of small golden spear with a purple gem. Well, you should feel honored, you're the first one I'm going to use this on, and I hope you don't die so quickly, she said as she raised the mini spear. Go Fafnir, down fall dragon spear. She shouted as a glow emanated from the gem. But he and Kateria were shocked to see that the glow stopped and nothing happened. Hello Fafnir. I need you, said Azazel as he lightly tapped the gem, but nothing happened. Shit. Asia call him. They heard a shout, and when they looked down, they saw Issei facing several mages with relative ease, as did Tiamat, Kiba, Akeno, Rossweisse, Albedo, Rory, Zenobia and Arena, but Kurumi, Scarlet, Kaneko, Ravel and Asia were being surrounded and cornered by the mages. "Alright, Issei-san," Asia shouted, clasping her hands together as if in prayer. "Answer my call and come, O mighty golden dragon king, Gigantus Fafnir." And behind her, the dragon gate opened, but curiously, it was golden in color. From the dragon gate emerged a huge western dragon of golden color, about 10 meters long, with a horn on its nose, but it lacked wings. "Asia Tan needs me, I eagerly await payment," said the dragon, but a perverted tone could be detected in the last part. Yes, I'll give it to you later, but first take care of those wizards and pass me a sword," Asia ordered, and a western sword came out of Fafnir's mouth, and she passed it to him. Unfortunately, the wizards kept arriving, so Gasper mustered his courage and said, "Issei-senpai, I know I'm weak and scared, but I can still become a man." Gasper shouted as he ripped off his bracelet and his eyes shone. At that point, the remaining troops were able to move again, as were the frozen retinues, while the wizards froze and the portals closed. "We won't waste your manhood, Gasper," Issei shouted to encourage his group when he saw Gasper faint. "Exactly," they shouted and rushed back towards the wizards. While all this was happening, Azazel watched with his eyes wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. "This can't be," the governor of the fallen angels said in disbelief as the purple jewel fell. "Well, it seems your pet went to another owner, ha 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 ha," Kateria said, laughing a little, although that boy does look powerful, looking at Issei. "He won't listen to you, he already said he prefers peace," Azazel said, trying to sound relaxed, but it was clear he was still nervous. "Whatever, he said as he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy far more powerful than the previous one. Azazel defended himself against the attack, but the torrent was more powerful and injured Azazel. "You seem to be resilient, but that ends now," Kateria said as she charged up another attack, but stopped when she saw someone hit Azazel and send him to the ground. Issei was transformed and was cutting through two mages with his blood-stained hands, when at that moment something crashed into the ground, creating a crater and raising a curtain of smoke. As he approached, he saw the governor of the fallen angels with several wounds on his body, his clothes torn and panting. "So you betray us, Vali," he said as everyone turned to look at the Hakuryuku where Azazel used to be. "This side is more fun," he said to Vali. At that moment, Issei glanced surreptitiously at Bahamut, who maintained his serious expression, but he knew that inside he was angry because his son had become a terrorist. "I've been gathering information. Your group is called Cow's Brigade, isn't it?" Azazel said. "It's led by Office Ouroboros, the dragon goddess of infinity." And with that, those who didn't know the truth gasped. "She doesn't care about these things," Vali said. "I'm surprised you two work together, although knowing your ancestors it's not so surprising," Azazel exclaimed, raising doubts among some. "Who is Azazel Sama descended from?" Sona asked the fallen angel. "My name is Vali Lucifer, grandson of Lucifer's son," Vali said as 10 demon wings sprouted from his back. "No, it can't be," said Michael next to a stunned Gabriel. "Then he's the strongest Hakuryuku of them all," Serzicha said, equally astonished. "Issei Hyodo, fate can be very curious," Vali said, calling Issei. "That's true," Issei said with a half smile. "I am a descendant of one of the original Mau, while you are the son of ordinary humans with nothing special about you. Even looking back, there's nothing. We are both destined to be natural enemies, but the difference in power is like heaven and earth," Vali said. "If you only knew," Issei muttered so no one would hear him. "I wonder what would happen if I killed your parents. Would the rage increase your power and allow you to stand up to me?" Vali said, trying to provoke Issei. "You know, Vali, I'm fed up with listening to you," Issei shouted as he took out Ascalon and held it with one hand, while his power increased. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker boosted gear scale mail and the red armor made its appearance. "Look, Albion Issei Hyodo's power has increased," Vali said, thinking his provocation had worked. "We dragons increase our power, depending on our emotions," Albion said, so that everyone could hear him. "In that case, he's a better dragon wielder than I am," Vali said, "so Ascalon I'd better draw my weapon too." And from a portal beside him emerged a large black double-edged sword. The blade, pommel, and a miniature version of the main blade in the center of the larger one were all gold. The hilt was long and had no guard. "An. For reference, this is Alphaman Awaken's sword." "It can't be," Ascalon shouted, drawing the attention of Issei and Dreg. "What's wrong, Ascalon?" Issei asked his sword. "That's Awaken, a holy sword like me," Ascalon said, alarming Issei. "But weren't there only 4? He asked again, but more nervously. "Actually, God's wrath towards dragons was such that he created 2 sacred swords with dragon slayer magic, but it didn't choose any wielder, so it was forgotten. To think that he has it," the sword explained. Meanwhile, Issei saw that Volley was apparently talking to his sword as he was moving his lips and looking at it. "It seems Awaken is happy to see Ascalon again," said the platinum-haired man. "Kateria, don't interfere," he added, while the descendant of Leviathan nodded and rejoiced. "Whatever, let's finish this," Issei said as he activated the boosters on his back and sped straight towards Volley. Standing before the platinum-haired man, the black-haired man raised his sword to deliver a vertical slash, but it was stopped by the platinum-haired man's sword held horizontally. In response, Issei focused his power into his free fist and tried to strike Volley, but Volley dodged, grabbed Issei's hand, and threw him to the ground. The dark-haired man recovered quickly and attacked Volley with several dragon shoot attacks that were cut by his sword. "That sword will be a nuisance," Issei exclaimed. Volley swooped down at alarming speed toward Issei, attempting to pierce him with his sword, but the dark-haired boy dodged in time. Issei then launched a kick at Volley's helmet, which connected and sent him flying several meters. Issei lunged at him again, trying to slash Volley diagonally. But Volley managed to dodge them by performing backflips. After dodging one of the cuts, Volley spun around and tried to cut the dark-haired man horizontally, but he put Ascalon in the way to block the attack. Taking advantage of the proximity, Issei grabbed Volley by the helmet and headbutted him, destroying both helmets in the process. He then kneed him in the stomach and kicked him upwards. Volley composed himself and watched with satisfaction as a thin trickle of blood came out of his mouth. "So the angrier you get, the more powerful you become. I wonder what would happen if I kill the girls who were with you, especially Tiamat, who seems to be very close to you," Volley said as he charged power into his sword. Then I unleashed a slash of energy fused with Dragonslayer power that traveled at incredible speed straight towards Scarlet and Karumi, who could only watch as the attack approached them, so they chose to close their eyes and cross their arms and wait to withstand the attack, which never came. When they opened their eyes, they saw that Issei had received the attack for them, but they were alarmed that he might be harmed by it, which happened since he was bleeding from his mouth and a little from his forehead. Here. However, they did not realize that their true target was Tiamat, who upon seeing them crossed her arms to cushion the sword's attack. But Issei did notice, so putting all his power into the boosters, he tackled Volley upwards. "You're a bastard," Issei shouted. "That's right, hate me, turn that hatred into power and use it to entertain me, Issei Hyodo," Volley exclaimed with a smile. They both retracted their power-charged fists and unleashed them on the gem in each other's chest, destroying their armor in the process. While the armor was being repaired, both of them, being twins, had the same idea. "It seems we're not so good with the sword," Volley said. "That's right, I'd better do this," Issei said as Ascalon hid in his gauntlet. "Then I'll do the same," Volley said as he, like Issei, put his sword back in one of his gauntlets. They both resumed their fight, with Issei starting by landing a hook to Volley's jaw. He didn't hold back and landed a blow on Issei's side, unbalancing him. The dark-haired man recovered and struck him in the face with his knee, but he caught it and tried to throw him, but failed when Issei hit him with his other leg. The silver-haired man hit him with his heel and, taking advantage of the opportunity, landed a cross to his face. That unsettled Issei a little, but he quickly recovered and landed a hook to the stomach, followed by another to the face. It should be noted that both were using Dragonslayer energy from their swords in their strikes, so the attacks caused them significant damage. Issei began to concentrate his power. Boost 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 boost, and I concentrate all that energy into a dragon shoot that was going to shoot Volley, but he had other plans. Divide divide divide, Albion was heard saying, and Issei's dragon shoot shrank until it disappeared. But Issei could tell that Volley's wings were releasing small spores of energy. "What's wrong with him?" I asked Drake. "You see, partner, by dividing the power, the divided part passes to the host of Albion, but to avoid an overload, it releases the excess in this way," explained the Welsh dragon. "That gives me an idea," Issei said as he propelled himself directly towards Volley. They both collided while still flying, but then boost 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 transferred. To everyone's surprise, Issei transferred his increased power to Volley, causing his wings to turn green. "Volley, we're going into overload," Albion warned its bearer. Then Issei concentrated more power into his left gauntlet where Ascalon resided, merging the two energies as he saw an orange aura covering his fist. He slammed his fist into Volley's helmet, shattering it. Taking advantage of the opening, he kneed him in the center jewel, destroying the armor except for his gauntlets. But Volley grabbed Issei's foot and pulled him closer, striking him in the center of his jewel and destroying his armor along with Volley's gauntlets. They both got down to the ground, looking at each other seriously and exhausted. The spectators were astonished, except for the black-haired man's companions, by the fight they had witnessed. Even Kateria was surprised by the fight put up by the weakest Sekiryuutei in history. But the fight had entered its final phase. "You are indeed strong, Issei Hyodo, but all good things must come to an end," Volley said as he rebuilt his armor and rose into the sky. Half-dimension and a powerful aura began to surround him. "What are you trying to do?" Issei asked, on alert, as his armor also rebuilt itself. "That technique allows him to bend matter itself," Azazel warned. "As if I'd let you," Issei exclaimed as he propelled himself at full speed towards Volley. But when he was about to hit him, the platinum-haired man disappeared and reappeared behind Issei, joining his hands and striking him with a hammer blow, sending him to the ground and creating a crater. "I'll show you one of my most powerful techniques," Volley said from the ground, placing his hands parallel above him and beginning to concentrate energy. "It seems we think alike, since I will also use one of my most powerful techniques," Issei said. Boost 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 explosion, and with the power increase, several dragon power spheres of different sizes came out of the black-haired man's armor. Both dragons were charging up their techniques before the eyes of all the spectators, awaiting the brutal outcome of this epic fight. "Take this. Gaia Force," said the platinum-haired man, throwing the sphere of power, which was twice his size, at the black-haired man. "Let's see who's stronger." Galaxy explosion and the energy spheres shot out towards the one Volley launched. The two energies collided, causing strong waves that made the spectators, except for the most experienced, cover their eyes with their arms. Volley's enormous sphere was equal in power to the multiple spheres launched by Issei. They stared at each other seriously while holding their hands outstretched towards the spheres as if they could push them away. "Brai agredo Issei. Brai agredo Volley." Both attacks were not giving ground until Volley had an idea. Divide 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 divide, and the spheres began to lose energy and ground, but Issei was not left behind. Boost 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 transfer, and transferred all his energy to the attack, matching Volley's once again. Both attacks returned to their initial state, but both dragons began concentrating energy in their hands to end this. "Dragon shoot." They both shouted as two torrents of energy shot out of their hands straight into the attacks to see if that momentum would give them some ground. But the attack caused both attacks to merge, generating an explosion that thrilled the two wielders of Longinus and alarmed the rest. When the explosion disappeared, Issei and Volley could be seen severely injured without their armor. But at that moment, the dome protecting the academy was destroyed, giving way to a man with dark skin and black hair, wearing Chinese armor. "Very well Volley But what happened to you?" shouted the newcomer upon seeing the state of the Sekiryuutei. "Who is that?" the dark-haired man asked, panting. "That's Biku, the descendant of Sun Wukong, better known as Son Goku, the monkey from Journey to the West," Azazel explained. "I must say, the monkey and the white dragon make a good combination." "Hakakaka. I'm not like those old men, I like to fight powerful beings," exclaimed Biku. "Me too, but I don't go around joining terrorist groups," Issei said. "Well, let's go, Volley," Biku said as he activated a magical transport circle, but unfortunately Issei was much faster. "Where do you think you're going, brother?" Issei murmured in front of Volley so only he could hear. The dark-haired man grabbed Volley and pulled him into a portal, leaving Biku stunned as he didn't see him approach. The poor descendant of Sun Wukong watched as the faction leaders except for Bahamut, who vanished at the same time as Volley and Issei, Team Gremory, Team Citri, and Team Bahamut approached him. He searched for the descendant of Leviathan to ask for her help, but unfortunately, she had escaped, taking advantage of the explosion caused by the attacks of both dragons. Yindu-yun and a golden cloud appeared beside him. "See you." And he climbed onto the cloud to disappear into the sky. "Should we follow him?" Sona asked. "It's not necessary now, the most important thing is to sign that peace," Azazel said as Heir entered the main building along with the other leaders, while Team Bahamut disappeared. Dragon hunting. The portal opened in dragon hunting, giving way to Volley and Issei, but the former remained perplexed by what the dark-haired man had said. "What do you mean by brother?" Volley asked incredulously, as did his dragon. "Which means that we are both brothers," Issei said. "Don't tell me you're a descendant of Lucifer too," said Albion from a glow in Volley's right hand. "No Albion. What happens is that your bearer is not the son of Lucifer," said Drake from a glow in Issei's left hand. "What are you talking about?" Volley shouted incredulously. "You saw my wings, you saw my power, I am a clear descendant of Lucifer," he said as he was about to leave, but a voice stopped him. "You're wrong, son," said Bahamut, who was sitting in Issei's chair. "You're the dark-haired one at the meeting, although now that I look closer, where are we?" The platinum-haired one pointed asked. "You're in my house," Issei said. "And about not being Lucifer's son, that's true, since you are my son," said Bahamut as he approached and placed his left hand on the chest of a shocked Volley. Instantly a bright light blinded them, and when it disappeared, they saw that Volley's hair had turned pure white and two white wings were growing from his back. "But what?" Volley asked aloud. "Volley. Your power is no longer demonic, now it is dragon-like and much more powerful," Albion pointed out, still surprised. If that surprises you, wait until you find out who the being in front of you is, said Drake. Who is it? Vali asked, pointing at Bahamut. He is the supreme dragon god Bahamut, our father, Issei said as Albion nearly fainted, and Vali looked at him confused. Who? The albino asked. Let me explain, son, Bahamut exclaimed. The dragon god began to tell him the same story he told Issei, mainly explaining why he left him with Lucifer's descendant. When Vali finished the story, he looked at him incredulously. So? Vali said as his father smiled. Yes. You are that little white dragon and you were never related to Lucifer, but to me, someone much more powerful, said Bahamut as he watched Vali stagger and faint. Issei, being the good brother he is, started laughing as he rolled on the floor. Then he proceeded to help his brother into one of the armchairs. Well son, I have to do something quickly, so in a little while and opening a portal he left. Seconds later, Office burst into the living room, having sensed her man's energy and someone else's. At the same time, the rest of the team arrived at dragon hunting, only to see Office give Issei a welcoming kiss. Of course, the others got angry and kissed him too. While everyone went to the kitchen to eat, the dark-haired man was stopped by Scarlet and Kurumi, who looked at him blushing, Scarlet, and mischievously, Kurumi. What's wrong? The dark-haired man asked. We want to be part of your entourage, they both said, surprising the dark-haired man. And I ask why? I ask again. Well, it's just that Scarlet was very nervous and fidgeting with her fingers, but Kurumi spoke first. We like you, Kurumi said, making Scarlet blush even more than possible. What? Was all Issei could say, but Drake was starting to get angry. You see, we've seen how you act with others, you're kind, affectionate, but when it comes to fighting you're decisive, strong, serious, and with each word she said, Scarlet's hair became more and more red. And the icing on the cake was that you saved us from Vali's attack, so we accept our feelings and want to be part of your group. Well, if you're all okay, Pua, Issei stammered until he was stopped by a blow from the boosted gear. What do you think you're doing to my sister? Drake shouted as he used the gauntlet to strike its wielder and attempt to strangle him. After 5 minutes, during which Kurumi and Scarlet tried to stop the furious dragon, Issei gave each of them a pawn. In the name of Issei Bahamut, you, Scarlet Gotch and Kurumi Takasaki, will become my pawns of the end and fight by my side for eternity, and the pawns entered inside both girls, at the same time as Issei's magic circle appeared beneath each of them. They started jumping for joy and hugging Issei tightly, who became a little happy and nervous upon feeling a certain part of the girl's anatomy on him. Because of the noise they were making, they attracted the attention of those in the kitchen, who asked the three of them what was going on. Meeting room. The faction leaders could be seen sitting at the table, waiting for a certain dark-haired man. Suddenly, a portal opened, emerging from the Bahamut. I hope you haven't waited too long for me, Bahamut said as he sat down. Relax, we just sat down, Azazel said, relaxing. But I must say, I didn't expect one of your son's girls to take Fafnir from me, Azazel said, recalling the surprise. Well, she needed someone to protect her during the fight, so she made a pact with a powerful one, but we didn't know or I forgot that you had made a deal with him, Bahamut said. You should have told me sooner, I almost died there, Azazel said, a little annoyed. Anyway. Let's get to the most important topic, Bahamut said, showing a serious expression. Peace with the dragons, Serzicha said calmly. And what do they offer? Asked Bahamut, who already had an idea of what they offered. We demons offer Seraphol Leviathan, one of your Mayu, Serzicha said, pointing at Seraphol. We, the fallen angels, offer one of our cadres, Penemu, said Azazel as Penemu gave a flirty smile. Heaven offers Gabriel, the most beautiful and powerful female angel, and one of the seraphim, said Michael as Gabriel smiled, reflecting innocence. Wow, those are some pretty strong offers, Bahamut said. So you can see we take this seriously, Serzicha said with a small smile. Anything to say? The dark-haired man asked, watching as Seraphol raised her hand. Why does the bitch of heaven have to be part of this? Seraphol said, her voice clearly showing annoyance. Do you have a problem, you useless dwarf? Gabriel said, surprising everyone with his attitude. Okay, calm down, both of you, Penemu tried to calm them down, but it didn't work. Shut your mouth, you second-rate crow. The two said, starting a verbal fight between the three of them, where insults were thrown left and right. This is going to get good, Bahamut said with a malicious smile, greeted by Serzichas, Azazel, and Michael, who also smiled. All that could be heard were the insults hurled by the three leaders and evil smiles from the leaders and the dark-haired man. Dragon hunting. Bali slowly began to recover. Looking around, she spotted her newly discovered brother and a group made up mostly of women, but only one surprised her greatly. Oh, Office? Vali asked incredulously, looking at the dragon goddess of infinity. Vali? Office asked, confused. I see you're awake, Issei said, approaching his brother. You have to admit that being told all that at once isn't something to be taken lightly, Volley said as he stood up. Who are they? He asked, pointing at the group. Oh yeah. These are my group. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon Queen and my queen, pointing to the dragon Asia Argento, my bishop pointing to the blonde ex-nun Gaspar Vladi, my other bishop, pointing to the transvestite Rory Mercury, my knight pointing to the dark-haired lowly-head Kibayudo, my other knight pointing to the blonde Rossweisse, my rook pointing to the Valkyrie Zenobia Quarta, my other rook pointing to the blue-haired girl with a green streak Albedo. My pawn pointing to the dark-haired girl with horns Akeno Himejima, my other pawn pointing to the priestess Kaneko Taoju, another pawn pointing to the albino Ravel Phoenix, another pawn pointing to the blonde with braids Scarlet Gotch, Drake's sister and my other pawn, pointing to the Redeed and Kurumi Takasaki, daughter of Crom Cruich and my last pawn so far, pointing to the dark-haired woman with heterochromia. Volley began analyzing each of the aforementioned items and found energy from demons, Valkyries, fallen angels, yokai, humans, and dragons. He was surprised by the great variety his brother's equipment possessed. Girls and boys, I present to you Volley Bahamut, my twin brother, Issei said with a smile. Twin brother? Kiba and Gaspar asked in surprise, since they had tried to kill each other just 15 minutes ago. The women, on the other hand, shouted, brother-in-law. Of course, Tiamat had a different reaction. Look how much you've grown, little Volley, she said happily while pinching his cheeks. No one, except Volley, found this strange, because they already knew that Tiamat had known Bahamut's children since they were newborns. I see you've already introduced yourselves, Bahamut said, entering through the front door. So, did you finish what you had to do? Issei asked. Yes, he replied simply. Well, how about we go eat? He suggested, to which everyone nodded and went to the kitchen. There, Volley, seeing everyone chatting about fun things while eating or other topics, was able to feel something he hadn't felt for a long time, or that he probably never felt at all. Yes, I felt the love and happiness of a family. He was happy, of course, until he and Issei grabbed the last piece of meat at the same time. That's when all hell broke loose. Issei could be seen facing Volley, suddenly unleashing his auras, ready to fight to see who would eat the meat. But someone beat them to it. They stopped abruptly when they saw Bahamut grab the meat and eat it, something they didn't take very well. Issei and office's servants could swear they saw a red and black dragon alongside a white one facing off against a much larger black one. Metaphorically speaking. After that fight, where Volley and Issei were left lying on the ground with huge bumps on their heads, Bahamut said to his albino son. Volley, I want you to sleep well tonight because tomorrow we'll start your training. Everyone could see Bahamut put an evil and sadistic smile on his face, perhaps because he was very angry that his son was trying to become a terrorist. Volley, on the other hand, was sweating profusely and trembling as he watched his father's smile. Why did I ever decide to join the Cows Brigade? He wondered mentally while Albion was doubled over with laughter. Chapter 10 Reunions, Entry into the Academy and Unexpected Vacation. 3 days have passed since the three factions meeting, where the Treaty of Kuo was signed, which was the first step towards the peace sought by the three biblical factions. At the same time, 3 days had passed since Volley was told the truth, and 3 days since Bahamut left with Volley for the training dimension. But when they saw Bahamut's evil grin, they knew nothing good was going to happen to Volley. Currently, Issei can be seen sitting in his chair with his feet up on the table, eating toast that the girls had prepared. He was relaxing, thinking about the training his brother would have to undergo, when at that moment a portal opened in front of him. Bahamut emerged from it, accompanied by Volley, whose clothes were torn, who was badly wounded and staggering, but who had a strange gauntlet on his right arm. When Issei approached to help, the albino fainted as the gauntlet disappeared and he fell face first to the ground, making a sharp noise that alarmed all of dragon hunting. When they went to see what happened, they saw Issei trying to lift up a Volley who looked like he had come out of hell. Dad, what did you do to him? Also, why did you come back so soon if my training lasted longer? The younger dark-haired boy asked. As for why I lasted less time, it's because Volley has been in the supernatural longer than you, so it took me less time to reach your level, replied the dragon god. As for what I did to him, well, I had to punish him for wanting to join a terrorist group, said Bahamut. I understand that, but was it necessary to go to so much trouble? His son asked again. Yes, replied Bahamut. Then they put Volley to bed in his room and left to let him rest. A few hours later. Volley was beginning to wake up. He looked around the room he was in and determined that he was in his room at dragon hunting. She left the room and went downstairs. In the living room, she found the rest of her family engaged in various activities. Issei, Kiba and Gaspar were playing billiards, while Ravel, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Rossweisse and Rory were watching television and Office, Albedo, Tiamat, Kurumi, Scarlet and Akeno were playing poker. At that moment, everyone turned to look at the newcomer and went to greet him, but Issei asked him an interesting question. Vali, I've been wondering what was that gauntlet you had when you arrived? Asked his brother, drawing everyone's attention. That was the new form I gave to the divide gear, replied the dark-haired man, as a silver gauntlet with claw-like fingers of the same color and a blue gem embedded in the back of the hand appeared. I based it on the boosted gear to make it. But why do you change your shape? Office asked this time. Well, since I'm his twin, he said, pointing at Issei, I saw that it didn't look very good that my sacred gear was wings and his was a gauntlet, so I transformed them into this gauntlet, but on the opposite hand from my brother's. By the way, where's Dad? He said he was going to find you a job, Issei said. Then they checked the time, seeing that it was dinner time, so this time they ordered food for delivery, although they had to go and pick it up from another place, since they didn't think anyone would come all the way here. While they were eating, Vali watched with a touch of sadness as Issei and Tiamat shared a romantic pizza together. This stemmed from her own time in the house, where she'd longed to have a girlfriend, or even more, like her brother. But then, a bead of anime-style sweat appeared on her brow when she saw the other girls squabbling over Issei, each wanting him to share their pizza. At that moment Bahamut entered with a smile bigger than usual. Vali, here, he said as he handed her a piece of paper. It's a mission I got that only you can do, he said, leaving everyone intrigued. Okay. I'll be back in a few hours. And with that, he left. Dad, what was that mission that only Vali could do? Issei asked. Let's just say you'll find out when I get back, he said with a smile like the Cheshire Cat. That smile only caused Issei to make a similar one, since he knew when his father made a smile like that. Opening the Overlord. Clatanoia. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Issei can be seen raising the boosted gear to the front, then the view changes to his back where two black and red wings emerge, and finally the camera moves to the front, zooming in on his eye. It's like a fear warrior no Yuta. Azamatimo, all I've got is bones. The scene shifts to a shop in the middle of the forest. Then it changes again, showing Issei sitting with his hand on his chin. I'm in a panic. Get out, hurry. Oh, there are mysteries and miseries. Tiamat appears lying down next to Albedo, and then Asia appears next to Gasper. That are alive has Amina Yurit. Samei right to left to hell. Kurumi and Zenobia appear adjusting their shirts, then Rossweisse and Scarlet appear. Yami no shout I emo no shout I. The door 1, 2, 3 steps on this dark stage. Ravel appears taking a bow, and finally Rory and Office appear jumping into the camera. Raise your flag, march on, fight. Heiman on Fuchi Etioka Kenatara Hongan Aranun. Oars and swords, tears and blood. Afurera Chikar ga Fui Nai Wareta Shida. Issei appears walking on a carpet that shows the important people in the black-haired boy's life, but then it switches to his death at the hands of Rainer, the death of Asia, the appearance of Razor, their battle, the torture at the hands of Razor and Rias and their groups, and in the end, Issei turns around and focuses his gaze on the camera. Hadiwa Dokoi. Sagashite. Where's my soul? Where's my heart? Rier 9 Ameriteku. You can see Issei and Tiamat falling into a field surrounded by enemies, whom they massacre. Issei with his bare fists and Tiamat with magic. Then Asia and Gasper appear riding a huge golden dragon. Don't hesitate, go this way. Bakaranai Kamawanai Magamono Furitimo. The image shifts to Albedo in her armor and Rory with his weapons ready for battle. The image then changes to Kurumi and Ravel facing several enemies, before switching to Zenobia and Rossweisse getting into fighting stances. Finally, Office and Scarlet appear in front of the moon, extending their wings and surrounded by powerful auras. Ada Kono Sekai o Akinyukeo. Anakishita Kanashimi ga Mata Yazuateku. Misery World. A silver armor with several embedded blue jewels appears, which then engages in combat with a red armor adorned with embedded green jewels. The scene then shifts to Issei raising the boosted gear in victory, with the aforementioned girls Akeno, Kiba, Kaneko, Vali, and his father standing behind him. Later, Underworld. Vali could be seen flying through the artificial sky of the underworld. He had just finished his assignment and wanted to fly for a while to think. What are you thinking about? Vali asked the vanishing dragon. I was thinking about how everything changed in just a few days. Now I have a twin brother, a father and a great family, Vali said as he remembered Bahamut, Issei and his group. I must say I didn't expect your father to actually be the supreme dragon god Bahamut and your brother to be Drake's wielder, or that its wielder would have a relationship with Tiamat, or that Drake would have a sister and be a Siskin, Albion said, but with a bit of surprise and disappointment in the last part. In dragon hunting, a certain red dragon and his sister sneezed. That's true, Vali said, but then he felt a very powerful energy coming from a nearby forest. You felt it too. Yes, and I must say it is very powerful. Let's go. Vali shouted, overcome by his desire to fight. 10 minutes later, I arrived at a huge forest with trees that reached 7 meters in height. But he focused on a huge being that was knocking down some trees. It was a western dragon about 13 meters tall, with orange scales, 2 horns pointing forward, and spikes on its tail. The dragon, sensing the unknown energy, turned around to see an albino dressed in a white trench coat that reached his ankles over a blue t-shirt, white combat pants and military boots of the same color. "Volley, I don't think it's a good idea," warned Albion. "Come on Albion, where's your sense of fun?" Volley joked. "And since when do you make jokes?" retorted the dragon. "Good point," Volley said as he lunged towards the dragon. He exhaled a powerful tornado, aimed directly at Volley, who managed to dodge it. At that moment, Volley decides to transform dragonoid shape, NA. It is the same as Issei's, except that the horns are white and the scales are light silver, and attacks the dragon with an energy attack. He dodges it and flies towards Volley. He dodges a swipe but is hit by the tail, falling to the ground. When he recovered, he saw the dragon concentrating a great amount of power. "Ice whirlwind," said the dragon in a voice that sounded feminine. And from its mouth came another tornado, but this one froze everything around it. Seeing the power of the attack, Volley opted for one thing, divide gear. And the gauntlet made its appearance and placed its palm in the direction of the tornado. Divide, 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 and the tornado gradually reduced its power until it became a gentle blizzard. At this, the one now identified as a dragon opened her eyes. "Tell me who you are," the dragon ordered. "My name is Volley Bahamut, son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut," replied the albino, as the dragon opened her eyes wider. "Do you have anything to do with Volley, Lucifer?" the dragon asked again. "That was my former name, until I discovered the truth," Volley said as the dragon approached him. "Volley," said the dragoness approaching the albino, becoming nervous. "Excuse me, do we know each other?" "Because your voice sounds familiar," the albino asked. "In fact, yes. My name is Lori, and I am known as the legendary dragon who controls the wind," said the dragon, identifying herself as Lori, "but you will surely know me better as." And the dragon began to glow. As the light faded, a stunning young woman, around 22 years old, appeared. She had long orange hair tied in a ponytail that reached her lower back and striking yellow eyes with slanted pupils. She had a breathtaking figure, similar in proportion to Albedo, and wore an orange top that revealed her midriff, white shorts that accentuated her legs, and blue sandals. "One of Lucifer's former servants," the woman said. Volley, for a moment, was mesmerized by the figure in front of him, but when he said that, certain memories came back to him. "I remember you now, you were the only servant who played with me when I was little and took care of me, you even took me out of Lucifer's castle and brought me to Azazel," Volley said, happy to have found his rescuer. But to his delight or surprise, Lori grabbed him and pressed him against her breasts with a very powerful grip. "Why Volley, look how you've grown. I can't believe we're finally meeting again, my husband." Lori shouted at the top of her lungs, but a huge doubt formed in Volley's mind. "What do you mean, husband?" Volley asked, managing to break free from the Redeed's grip. "They didn't tell you I'm your fiancé," she said with a big smile, making Volley blush, but internally she wondered who hadn't told her. "I see you two met," Volley heard a very familiar voice say, and turning his head, he could see his father coming out from between some trees, but the curious thing was that he had a malicious smile. "Dad, can you explain that to me?" the albino asked. "Just like with Issei, your mother betrothed you to one of her dragon friends, although in your case it was only one because she didn't manage to betroth you to another," said Bahamut, although a hint of sadness could be noticed in the last words. "Bahamut-sama," the orange-haired girl shouted upon seeing her leader. "I told you it's not necessary to call me that, call me dad, father or father-in-law, whatever you prefer," said the dark-haired man with a big smile, making Volley blush. "Yes dad," said Lori, increasing Bahamut's happiness and Volley's blush. "Well, how about we go back?" Bahamut asked, receiving a yes from the couple. Bahamut opened a portal and they disappeared. Dragon hunting. The portal opened in dragon hunting, catching the attention of its tenants who were in the living room. Bahamut and Volley emerged from him, but clinging to Volley's arm was an orange-haired girl they had never seen before, with an aura of hearts around her. "Dad, who is she?" asked Issei, who had an idea of who she was. "She, son, as Lori, the legendary wind dragon and your brother's fiancé," Bahamut said, making Volley blush, increasing Lori's smile, and leaving those who didn't know her speechless, except for Issei, who laughed at Volley's embarrassment. After explaining their past relationship and how they are united, she was accepted into dragon hunting, and she also agreed to work there. But no one noticed how Bahamut put on a malicious smile and hid some school uniforms. The next day, Kuo Academy. In Issei's classroom, he was chatting animatedly with Asia, Rory, Zenobia, Scarlet, Office and Kiryu, but that stopped when the teacher made an announcement. "Well class, I know it's strange, but we have 2 new students and a new teacher come in," said the teacher as the door opened. First came a dark-haired woman with long hair tied in 2 pigtails that fell to the sides of her face and a lock covering her left eye. Good morning everyone, my name is Kurumi Takasaki. The dark-haired girl introduced herself while her companions, except for Issei and his group, shouted for having a beauty like her in the group, but as always, reality is cruel. And I currently live with Issei Hyodo, said the black-haired girl, leaving everyone who was screaming in stunned silence, before giving Issei hateful looks and the girl's jealous glances. At that moment, an albino entered with his uniform shirt unbuttoned. Hello, my name is Vali Hyodo, and I am Issei Hyodo's twin brother. Vali introduced himself, once again leaving everyone speechless. When they recovered, they glanced between the albino and the dark-haired man, coming to a conclusion. They don't look alike at all, but they're both very handsome, everyone thought, but only the women thought the last part. But then an orange-haired woman entered, wearing formal clothes like the other teachers, but orange in color. Hello, I'm your new philosophy teacher, my name is Lori Hyodo, said the dark-haired woman as one of them raised his hand at the last part. Is she another one of Hyodo-san's fiancés? The boy said, pointing at the dark-haired man. No, that brought relief to the boys, or so they thought. I'm Vali's fiancé, and as always happens in these kinds of situations, the boys glared at Vali with hatred, while he completely ignored them. Okay, Vali-kun, you can sit to Kiryu-san's left, and Takasaki-san can sit to Kiryu's right, said the teacher, pointing to the empty seats. During classes, Vali and Kurumi, like Issei and his group, did not pay attention in class, and the teachers could not refute anything they said for the same reasons, as with Issei and company. When the recess bell rang, Issei decided to introduce Vali Kurumi to Kiryu. Vali, Kurumi, this is Aika Kiryu, she's our cousin Vali, said Issei as Vali bowed, as did Kurumi and Kiryu. It's a pleasure to meet you, cousin Vali, and I can say that Lori-sensei will have a lot of fun at night, he said as his glasses glowed, and Vali reflexively covered his privates. Of course, Issei later explained to her that the female side of her mother's family was very perverted, so she shouldn't be surprised if he made a comment like that. But a few minutes later, Issei received a message from a certain lazy crow, so he looked for Vali, Lori and their group to head to the occult club. Upon arriving at the club, they saw Sona, Rias and their entourage, though everyone had a somewhat angry look on their faces. They also spotted Azazel lying in Rias' chair. It's good that you're finally here, but he froze, his jaw on the ground, just like the demons, and it was for a simple reason. Vali Lucifer was at the academy. What is Vali doing here? A very agitated Azazel asked upon seeing his former subordinate in the room. He's my blood brother, is there a problem? Issei asked, leaving the demons wide-eyed. So he's another son of Bahamut? Azazel asked, still reeling from his shock. Yeah, said the dark-haired man simply. I'll tell you in detail another day. Well, putting aside the unexpected event, I would like to make a few statements, Azazel said as he sat back down in his chair. Why did you call us, Azazel? Rias asked seriously. You see, I'm designated as the instructor of the three most powerful supernatural beings in the academy, or rather, of you and your groups, so you can call me Azazel-sensei, said the dark-haired blonde man. First, I'll never call you that. Second, why do we need an instructor? Issei said asked. Because of my extensive knowledge of sacred gear, I can help its wielders reach their full potential. Just ask Vali, pointing at the albino. That's right, when I was in Gregory he helped me master my sacred gear. This made Azazel happy. It doesn't matter, how we develop our sacred gear is our problem, so don't interfere, said the younger black-haired boy. As if I would let such subjects go for my research, Azazel said, pointing at Issei's group. And on a separate matter, it was determined that, in order for the younger sisters of the Mau, who may be a target of the Cow's Brigade, it was decided that they, along with their servants, would go to live in your house, Azazel said, but in less than a second he wished he had never said that. He was now surrounded by Issei and his group as follows. Issei held Ascalon pointing at the fallen man's neck, Tiamat pointed a spell at his head, as did Rossweisse and Akeno, Albedo, Kaneko and Ravel, had their fists charged with aura, ready to be released in a certain area important to the fallen man. Kurumi and Scarlet pointed at the same area, one with her pistols and the other with a dragon shoot. Rory and Kiba pointed their weapons at his legs, and Gasper was preparing to freeze him and Asia to summon Fafnir. The demons watched this with amazement, as they hadn't seen when they moved, while Vali watched with amusement, as Azazel trembled with fear, mainly because they were aiming at his special part. If that happens, you're dead, Issei declared, frightening Azazel. Alright, I'll talk to the bosses so they withdraw the order, Azazel said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Seeing this, Issei and company released Azazel, eliciting a sigh of relief from him, as they prepared to leave the place and return to class. Several days later. The entire dragon hunting team could be seen, including Office, who already had 25% of her power stable, hidden in the trees and bushes, stalking a being who, in the words of several warriors, Valkyries, and even some gods, was a divine being on the level of Great Red. The legendary cat Tora. You're probably wondering, how can a simple cat be so powerful? Is it a god hidden in a cat's body? Or something else entirely? The truth is, this animal is more than it seems. A mysterious person offered a huge sum of money to catch the cat. Of course, the gods were interested since it would increase their funds for various projects or repairs. But surprisingly, none of those sent could capture him. What's more, they even said they attacked him with weapons and magic, but the cat dodged them ridiculously or they simply had no effect. He even pierced the most powerful magic shields with ease. Some gods of the Japanese pantheon, along with the Greeks and even Shiva, tried unsuccessfully to capture him. The mission reached dragon hunting, and the descriptions of its difficulty excited them, given that they hadn't had any difficult missions in a while. Returning to the protagonists, they all rushed towards the cat at a divine speed, but to their surprise the cat was already up a tree when they reached the ground. The girls flew towards the cat as it jumped from tree to tree, but it was stopped mid-air courtesy of Gasper's eyes. At that moment, Issei, along with Volley, took advantage of the situation and grabbed the cat so it wouldn't escape and told Gasper to continue maintaining the freezing. But to their surprise, the cat broke free and scratched the faces of both dragons, escaping again. They spent 5 hours trying to catch him until to their shock and surprise, Bahamut appeared and the cat, upon seeing him, ran straight into their arms, beginning to purr. "Is this an illusion?" Issei said, unable to believe it. "Why?" his father asked with a discreet smile. "Dad, what you're holding is the fearsome cat Tora," Volley said, as if he were looking at the most powerful being. "But it's a cute little kitten," said Bahamut, petting the cat to his delight. This left all of dragon hunting with their eyes wide open and their jaws on the floor as they were watching the cat that even Shiva couldn't catch acting affectionately with Bahamut. Dragon hunting. After Bahamut took Tora back to her owner, Issei, Volley and company returned to the house shop where they were greeted by Azazel. "What's up?" said the fallen angel nonchalantly. "What are you doing here?" Issei asked. "I let him come so he could continue his research," said Bahamut, who had just entered. "Alright, as long as I don't bother anyone," Issei said, and everyone dispersed to pass the time. You might be wondering if anything interesting happened these days. After Volley, Kurumi and Lori entered Kuo Academy, Issei and Tiamat took Volley and Lori to Ajuka Beelzebub to receive their pieces. While waiting for the pieces, Issei and Volley got to know each other better, talking about their lives before they met. Volley also got to know Lori better. When Ajuka showed them his pieces, they were identical to Issei's, but white with silver details. The magic circle of Volley's entourage was also white, with the dragon symbol of the same color inside an alpha symbol plus or minus. With his pieces handed over, Volley proposed to Lori that she become his queen, which she accepted, clutching Volley to her chest and turning him blue from lack of air. Of course, she wouldn't have let go if Issei and Tiamat hadn't managed to separate them. Volley also befriended Saji, later discovering that he was the bearer of one of the parts of Vritra. What none of us noticed was how Bahamut was making some kind of deal with Sona related to the other parts of Vritra. Something else to note is that the group that sought to beat up Issei, which had grown to 65% of the male student body of the academy as the rumors spread, was joined by many more and they all had the same objective. To eliminate the trio of handsome boys, Issei, Volley and Kiba, so called because they were often found talking animatedly among themselves due to the fact that they had the most beautiful girls with them. Issei with his group, Volley with Lori. And Kiba was often seen talking with Tsubaki, the vice president of the student council, in addition to the fact that almost the entire female student body always looked at them with desire, which made the men even more angry. The only ones not in this group were Mitsuda and Motohama, who, although they continued to do perverted things, got along well with Issei, Volley, and surprisingly Kiba, since upon getting to know him better, they saw that he was not what they expected. If you're wondering whether Kiba and Tsubaki's relationship improved, well, Tsubaki didn't blush as much as before, and Kiba now saw her as a girl. They even started sharing lunches, where Kiba praised Tsubaki's cooking skills, making her blush so much she fainted with a huge smile. Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without the help Issei and Bahamut gave Kiba, and in Tsubaki's case, Sona helped her even though she had no experience in that area. Okay, leaving the past aside, let's focus on the present. We see Bahamut appear with a piece of paper and a big smile, and next to him was Azazel with the same smile. "Children, I have a mission for you that will apparently last a long time," said their father. "Well, since it's summer vacation, we have plenty of free time," Issei said, being supported by the others. Everyone except Bahamut and Azazel donned their battle outfits. Issei and Volley their trench coats. Tiamat wore her battle suit, and Lori wore a similar one only in light orange with black gloves and heels. Albedo and Rossweisse wore their armor. Asia her nun's habit. Akeno her priestess's outfit. Zenobia her exorcist outfit. Kaneko and Gasper the Kuo female uniforms. Scarlet and Kiba their outfits. And Rory, Kurumi, and Office their gothic outfits. Although Office had changed hers so that it now covered her chest. Well, now we're going to the academy, Issei said, though he spoke slower and slower until he stopped while the rest looked at the application. Another academy, seriously? Issei shouted, along with everyone else. Let's just say this academy is rather special, son, Bahamut said with an amused smile, accompanied by Azazel. Besides, don't worry, you won't have to go to classes. Okay, we're leaving, they said as they disappeared into a doorway. Why do I have a feeling that I might forget to tell you something? Bahamut asked Azazel. I don't know, said Azazel, forgetting a certain meeting in the underworld in 2 months' time and a certain matter concerning raiding games. Location unknown. Issei and his companions emerged from the portal to find themselves at the entrance to a city. But they were immediately surrounded by guards mounted on dragons. Stay still and don't try anything suspicious, ordered one of the guards, but in response the dragon hunting members began to expel their auras, alarming the guards and even more so the dragons. Tell me, is this Sullivan Academy? Issei asked. Why yes, why? Another guard replied. We've come from dragon hunting because of a request you made, Volley said this time. How do we know they're not spies or members of that terrorist group? Another guard asked, preparing to attack. But surprisingly, the dragons knelt before the newcomers, mainly before Issei and Volley. This did not surprise dragon hunting much, since upon unleashing their power, the dragons who were with the guards recognized them as dragons of a Dragon King category, perhaps Celestial Dragon, so they chose to respectfully greet their superiors. Roared the dragons at Issei and Volley. I see, so they've been the target of multiple attacks by the Cow's Brigade, Issei said. And, since they don't have the military forces to confront them, they hired mercenaries to protect the city, Volley concluded. This surprised the guards, as they apparently understood their dragons. See, can you talk to them? A guard asked. Of course, the twins replied simply. After verifying that they were the ones hired and sending a message to the director of the academy announcing their arrival, they escorted them to the academy. Upon arriving, they saw a huge academy, but the most curious thing was that each student had a dragon. There was a wide variety of dragons of different sizes and colors. But the strange thing was when they set foot in the academy, since they were unconsciously expelling a part of their power, which alerted the dragons, and they separated from the boys to do something unexpected. All the dragons were forming a path, kneeling before the powerful presences. Is this normal? Volley asked the guards, who were also watching in surprise. What's happening, darling, is that they're expelling a part of their power without realizing it, Lori said, pointing at the twins. Oops, they both said as they stopped releasing their power, relaxing the dragons. After the dragons calmed down, the guards showed them where the headmistress's office was and said they couldn't accompany them as they had to go back on guard duty. As they walked through the academy, they could see the students tending to their dragons, feeding them, practicing fighting, and playing with them. The students watched curiously as strangers in clothing that wasn't the academy uniform walked toward the headmaster's office while the dragons bowed before them. Although they had stopped emitting their auras, they knew these strangers were far more powerful than they were. After walking for half an hour, dragon hunting arrived at the director's office. When they knocked on the door, they heard it come in from inside and opened it. Upon seeing the interior, they found a couple of dark-haired women, a pink-haired woman, 2 blondes, an orange-haired woman, a light blue-haired woman, an albino woman, a brunette woman, a dark-haired man with a pompadour, a muscular man with mascara, and a young man with long white hair tied in a ponytail and red eyes, who also wore glasses and was sitting behind a desk. I'm glad you arrived, dragon hunting, said the albino with glasses. Let me introduce myself, I am Master Biblia, the director of the Sullivan Academy, and I welcome you, young dragons. Chapter 11. Dragon Academy and Fatherhood. I'm glad you arrived, dragon hunting, said the albino with glasses. Let me introduce myself, I am Master Biblia, the director of the Sullivan Academy, and I welcome you, young dragons. The albino raised his arms as if presenting something. The academy renowned for having the hexiest students. But as he said that, he was hit by one of the blondes present, leaving him dying on the floor. What are you saying, you perverted director? The blonde shouts. At that moment the door opened, letting in a brunette with 2 braids, green eyes, and pink glasses. She wore a priestess's robe, but the top was black and the bottom was white, and on the back was a drawing of a fire-breathing dragon. But he was immediately recognized by all members of dragon hunting. I'm sorry I'm late, said the brunette who had just entered. Kiryu? Said the newly arrived people, surprising Kiryu. Issei, Volley. What are you doing here? This question. We're here because we were sent a request, the question is, why are you here? The dark-haired man asked. This place has a good relationship with the clan, so they sent me, since I was the only one available, to help you with your problem, Kiryu replied. And that suit? The dark-haired man asked again. It's the clan's official priestess outfit and it's also very good for combat, the brunette replied. This why don't we introduce ourselves? Suggested the same blonde who had hit the principal. Faced with this, Issei and company began to analyze each of those present. Opening of Gakusen Tashi Asterisk Season 2, The War of the Asterisks. A huge stadium is shown, while images of Issei, Vali, Rias, Sona, a blonde boy, a green-haired boy, another green-haired boy, and a black-haired boy flash across a massive screen. The scene then shifts to a large circle displaying various symbols as Issei walks toward the battlefield. Senju no Taiwa to Kakuyuried. Anju nai Sumitsuku Kage wo Atosu. Issei can be seen walking through Kuo Academy, later accompanied by Tiamat and Office. Shiranai Mama Itami nai Kawaru Kodo Satoru tu nai. He is then followed by the rest of his entourage and other silhouettes, walking alongside Vali, Lori and other silhouettes behind the albino. Anashimi Kara Yumareta Yumo. Sekai Kimi ga Yurashitekireru. You can see dragon hunting from the outside as time passes, later switching to various teams preparing for a battle, including Sonas and Rias. Su, Mabuta no Yura de Kurikisu. Bonosor ga Yobu Konai. The scene changes to Issei walking down a corridor with his entourage, while in another corridor Vali does the same. It then switches to the faction leaders in a special room, before changing again to Serafo, Penemu and Gabriel, all smiling broadly. Hibiite, Tadaka Kenyaketam yun nai mabewi shaudu. Ajiketa amoy nai my star, will you shine forever? Issei's entourage can be seen as they face off against Sona Citri's entourage. The scene then shifts to Vali confronting the green-haired girl. Ano Hayagata Subit Sayoku Akideuk. This is a bomb. Rias then appears facing off against a blonde boy, while the scene shifts to the confrontation between the blue-haired boy and the dark-haired boy. A referee and a commentator are also seen excited by what they are witnessing. Ima, Yamageru Jiken Kono Bashoda. The Kurizetai Uzuranai Negai wo. Everything changes to a deserted wasteland, where 3 wolves, many giant snakes, and 4 people suddenly raising their aura can be seen. Adafukatusu Kono Ko Tsuyoku Kizandeuk. This is the Asterisk War. Issei and Vali appear, reciting something, as their armor changes, and they face the previous figures. The scene then shifts to Rias looking at someone with disdain, Kaneko staring at her hands, trembling, Akeno in bed crying and remembering someone, and a huge black dragon guarding something. Finally, the scene cuts to Vali and Issei reaching out to a white-haired woman who smiles at them. Lastly, red and blue necklaces appear on the ground. The blonde girl who hit the principal had long hair that reached her lower back and blue eyes. She wore the Anne Sullivan Academy girl's uniform, as they had seen the same uniform while walking to the principal's office, though she also wore a white beret. But what they noticed was that she exuded an aura of elegance, almost like a princess. Irideed had long hair that reached her thighs and a pair of green eyes. She was also wearing the Anne Sullivan Academy uniform, though she had white gloves as an extra accessory. Something that alarmed the girls about the dark-haired boy was that she was looking at him with interest. The pink-haired girl had long hair tied in 2 pigtails and eyes of the same color. She wore a pink dress very similar to Ravel's, but what surprised them was a kind of cannon on her back. One of the dark-haired women had long hair that reached her legs, with 2 strands falling along the sides of her face, and crimson eyes. She wore a sleeveless black jumpsuit with a red tie and a miniskirt held up by a red belt with a protective patch on the left side. She also had red kendo-like protective gear covering her forearms and part of the back of her hands, and black boots. The most striking detail was the sheathed katana at her left side. The second woman with dark hair had short hair that didn't reach her shoulders and black eyes. She wore a similar outfit to the first woman, but instead of a dress, she wore a black sailor uniform. She also had the same protective gear as the first woman and a sheathed katana. The other blonde had short messy hair with 2 long strands falling along the sides of her face, reaching her breasts, and amber eyes. She wore a black top that revealed her midriff, with sleeves on both arms held up by gold bracelets near her shoulders and wrists, cowboy-style pants held up by a belt, and black boots. The brunette, whose hair, upon closer inspection, was revealed to have an orange tint, had long hair that reached her lower back, headphones on her head, and red eyes. Her outfit consisted of a long-sleeved white shirt with a red plaid collar tied with a red ribbon under a black vest, a red plaid miniskirt, and black leather boots that reached below the knee. She also carried a makeup case and had a lollipop in her mouth. The light blue-haired girl had long hair that reached her legs and blue eyes. She wore a kind of black and white military uniform, open at the chest, revealing her breasts, along with a strange mark above them, high heels, and a fencing sword. The blonde had short hair and purple eyes. She was wearing a black outfit that revealed her breasts and military boots. The dark-haired man with a quiff had blue eyes. He wore a long-sleeved leather vest with spikes on the shoulders, and underneath it was green armor, black trousers, and military boots. The last man wore a white gas mask, obscuring his eyes and hair. His torso was bare, revealing his muscles and scars. He wore white sleeves tied with black ribbons, white pants with the same ribbons, and black boots. He also carried some kind of tank on his back. They also noticed that everyone, except for the first blonde, exuded an air of experience. "My name is Sylvia Lautremont, the fourth princess of the country of Knights of Lautremont," said the first blonde, bowing. "My name is Rebecca Randall, the most powerful archdragoner in the academy," said the orange-haired girl, introducing herself, although the term archdragoner raised some doubts among those unfamiliar with the topic. "I am mine, a member of Night Raid," said the pink-haired girl. "My name is Akame, and this is my younger sister Kurum, also a member of Night Raid," said the long-haired black woman, pointing first to herself and then to the short-haired one, who simply nodded. "Hello, I'm Leon, another member of Night Raid," said the short-haired blonde. "Good morning, I'm Chelsea, another member of Night Raid," said the brunette while eating a lollipop. "My name is Esdeith, one of the leaders of Night Raid," said the light blue-haired girl. "I am Najenda, the other leader of Night Raid," said the albino woman, smoking a cigarette. "I am Bullied, another member of Night Raid," said the dark-haired man with a pompadour quiff. "And I am Bowles, the last member of Night Raid," said the one with the mask. After they introduced themselves, it was our protagonist's turn. "My name is Aika Kiryu, a member of the Elix clan, a clan that worships dragons." Kiryu introduced herself. "My name is Issei Bahamut, one of the leaders of dragon hunting, and these are my team. Tiamat. Asia. Gaspar, who if you're wondering is a man. Kiba. Rory. Rossweisse. Zenobia. Albedo. Kaneko. Akeno. Ravel. Scarlet. Kurumi. And Office," said the black-haired man as he pointed to his entire group. "I am Vali Bahamut, another of the leaders of dragon hunting, and she is part of my team, Lori," said the albino, while pointing at the orange-haired girl. But something curious happened when those names were mentioned, as the director quickly recovered and looked at them with wide eyes, along with Rebecca. "So why you are?" the director tried to articulate but. "I'll explain later," Kiryu said. They then proceeded to leave the office, being guided by Rebecca and Sylvia to where they would sleep until the mission was completed. "By the way, what's the mission about?" Esdeith asked the redeed. "You see, we've recently been targeted by the Cows Brigade, the infamous terrorist group, losing many knights and dragons. The king, in an attempt to save his country, signed a peace treaty with the Angel, Fallen, and Demon factions to secure the necessary defenses to prevent further attacks. However, they apparently can't send troops to our location for another month, so the director requested assistance from Clan Elix, in addition to calling on the two most renowned mercenary groups," Rebecca explained. Upon arriving at the location, they saw that it was a kind of hotel, located within the academy grounds, where all those summoned could reside. It also had a very spacious dining room and large thermal baths. After an hour of settling into their rooms, the groups went downstairs to explore the academy. Apparently they arrived just in time for some kind of duel between many dragons, given that many students, including Sylvia, were riding dragons. "What are you doing?" the dark-haired man asked, intrigued, to a man who appeared to be the professor. "They will practice the art of battle so they can defend themselves in the future," the professor replied. "It looks fun, can I join?" the dark-haired man asked again, surprising the members of Night Raid. "If you have a dragon, I don't see the problem," the professor said again, but his eyes widened, as did those of many others, when he saw the dark-haired man and the white-haired man rushing towards the dragons. Issei and Vali proceeded to transform, leaving the spectators even more astonished. While Vali was dealing with one group, Issei was playing with another of the dragons, destroying the magic shields they created with his hands. Then I noticed Sylvia, who was riding a white-winged dragon, using powerful magic to defeat several of the riders. But in a moment of inattention while looking at Sylvia, Issei was thrown by a tail whip from one of the dragons, accidentally colliding with Sylvia's dragon. "This is bad," some students shouted. "I'm in trouble with Lancelot," others said. "The princess is going to kill him," others said. "Come on, Lancelot, calm down," said Sylvia as she tried to calm her dragon, who was growling as he turned towards Issei. "Sorry," the dark-haired man apologized. "Watch where you're going, idiot," Sylvia said, but when she turned around she was surprised because in front of her was the boy from the principal's office, but with horns and scales. "And you, dragon?" she asked, intrigued. "I am the dragon," said the dark-haired boy, pointing to himself, surprising the blonde even more, but she was astonished when she saw Lancelot kneel before the boy. "Roar," growled the dragon. "No, I apologize for bumping into you, but I must say you're strong for your level. Your rider must have trained you very well," Issei said, making Sylvia blush slightly, but she still asked. "Can you talk to Lancelot?" "Of course I can, you will be able to someday too," said the dark-haired man, but when he turned around he realized that all the dragons had been beaten by Vali. You went too far, brother. After that they parted ways with Sylvia, walking back through the academy until they encountered Rebecca riding on a huge red dragon standing on two legs, but the orange-haired girl was wearing a strange blue suit with red armor pieces, while an energy was felt connecting Rebecca and the dragon. "Wow," said the newcomers as they watched Rebecca defeat several opponents, but then they heard a voice very familiar to them. And to finish, Issei and Vali are my cousins. They turned their heads to look at Sekiryuutei while nodding his head in understanding. "Wow, I wasn't expecting that. Oh, hello again," she said, realizing they had run into the group. "What are you doing?" "We were just taking a walk around the place," Issei said. "By the way, what's that?" he asked, pointing at Rebecca. "That's an arch, a special armor made by the dragon for its rider," Master Biblia explained. "It allows for a better astral connection between them. It also has a weapon created by the dragon so the rider can fight," the albino finished. "That doesn't look like armor," Najenda said. "The shape and type of armor depends on the dragon," Master Biblia pointed out, while many, or perhaps all, had the same thought. "He's a perverted dragon. Anyway, who wants to join me in playing pranks on the prettiest girls in the academy?" the principal proposed, with Kiryu supporting him. But then they decided not to do it after sensing the murderous aura of every girl in the academy and the female members of dragon hunting and night raid. "PSK, boring," Kiryu said resignedly. A few hours later. Both teams had gone for a walk around the city, marveling at its beauty. When dinner time arrived, they gathered at the hotel to eat at a large table that was there. Large amounts of food could be seen on the plates of the dragon hunting members. Akame and Kurum, Leon, Esdeath and Najenda had bottles of sake and the rest had normal amounts of food. Taking advantage of the fact that they were all together, they started talking. "And are you mercenaries too?" Issei asked while eating a huge chicken leg. "Yes, we were the most famous and sought-after mercenary group of all until you arrived," Najenda said, but there was a hint of hostility in her last words. "What?" all the dragons asked. "Since your group was formed, we've been losing applications," Bullied said. "At first it didn't bother us, since there were too many requests, but then the number of people requesting us started to decrease," Chelsea continued. "We would have problems if we hadn't started hunting supernatural monsters and accepting requests to eliminate rogue demons," Mine finished. "Sorry, we had no idea," Issei apologized. "Relax, we're really just angry because we were displaced from first place," Leon said calmly as she finished a bottle of sake. After that, an awkward silence ensued, which was broken by the former nun. "So how about we talk about ourselves? We need to know what each other is capable of to successfully complete the mission," Asia suggested, to which everyone agreed. "I'll start as I said, my name is Najenda and my Tigu is Lightspeed." Susanoo said Najenda, causing doubt among the dragons. "Tigu?" they asked. "They don't know them, they are weapons, 48 weapons created by an ancient emperor, using the rarest materials and the most dangerous beasts. They even seem to have a will of their own, since they are the ones who choose their wielders, but over time most of them disappeared," Najenda recounted. "They resemble sacred gears," Vali pointed out. "It is said that the emperor himself based a Tigu on the sacred gear, but some can be as dangerous as a Longinus," Esdeath explained. "Could you show us your Tigu, Najenda?" Issei asked. "Of course, come Susanoo," he shouted, and a portal opened beside him, a person coming out of it. This person was a disheveled blue-haired man with two horn-like protrusions on the sides of his head and purple eyes. He wore a high-collared jacket resembling a kimono, under which he wore a tight-fitting black jumpsuit. He also had a dark belt tied around his waist and trousers, with what appeared to be samurai armor protectors on the sides. But the strangest thing about him was the large magatama in the middle of his chest. He also carried a kind of bow staff with a huge cylinder at one end. He is Susanoo, an organic Tigu that serves its user. He normally acts as a butler, but when it comes to fighting, he is a lethal warrior who even gave Esdeath trouble, Najenda added, surprising the dragons and Kiryu. "It's my turn. As you know, my name is Esdeath and my Tigu is Demon God Manifestation. Demon extract," pointing to the mark on her chest. "It was originally the blood of a very powerful demon, but when I found it, I ended up drinking it all, and now I can control ice and cold," she said while creating some ice. "I am Leon and my Tigu is Animal King." Lionel pointing to her belt, "And what it does is fuse me with a lion that was related to the legendary Nemean lion, and it gives me enhanced senses, as well as greater strength, speed and agility, in addition to regeneration," she said, as her body transformed and her hair grew and became disheveled, in addition to growing ears, cat-like slanted eyes, fangs, and her hands became hairy, and she grew claws. "I am mine and my Tigu is Roman artillery." "Pumpkin," he said, showing his cannon. "What it does is transform my feelings into power and fire them like a sniper rifle or like a powerful and destructive laser." "I'm Chelsea and my Tigu is Phantasmagoria." "Dia Foundation," she said, taking out her makeup box. What it does is allow me to make a perfect physical copy of my target, whatever that may be, so I'm not good at fighting missions. My name is Akame, and my Tigu is the one-cut killer. Murasame showing her katana, and when I make a cut, however slight, it spreads a powerful poison that has no cure, hence its name. I am Kurum and my Tigu is the March of Death. Yatsufusa showing her katana, and what it does is control the bodies of those I kill with it. I am Bullied and my Tigu is Demon Armor. Incursio showing a small sword with a dragon's eye on the hilt. It is made from the flesh of the Tyrant, a legendary dragon that had a very fast evolutionary ability, adapting immediately to any environment or problem it encounters, but as a Tigu it manifests as armor. As you know, my name is Bowls, and my Tigu is Invitation to Purgatory. Rubicante showing his tank, which is apparently a flamethrower. It releases a powerful burst of fire that burns anything. The dragons and Aika were surprised to hear how all the members of Night Raid had Tigas and about their abilities. Well, I think it's my turn. My name is Aika Kiryu, and I am an envoy of the Elix clan. I don't possess a sacred gear or Tigu, but I do have a powerful dragon, said Kiryu. Now it was our group's turn. I am Issei Bahamut and I possess a sacred gear, or rather a Longinus. The boosted gear, the black-haired man added, showing his gauntlet. It doubles my power to my limits and can transfer the boost to others. I am Vali Bahamut, his twin, and my sacred gear is the divide gear, showing his gauntlet. What it does is divide the opponent's power and transfer it to me. It also has an ability where I can divide matter. I am Tiamat and I am the Karma Dragon Queen of Chaos, said the blue-haired woman. My name is Lori and I am the legendary Wind Dragon, said the orange-haired woman. I am Asia Argento and I possess Twilight Healing, which allows me to heal any wound, in addition to possessing a contract with a dragon, said the blonde ex-nun. And my name is Gasper and I possess the Forbidden Baylor View, which allows me to freeze time for anything within my field of vision, Gasper said, though he was trembling ever since he heard about the Tigu. I am Rory Mercury, a former apostle of the god Emroy, said the Lolligate. My name is Kibayudo, and I possess the Sword of Birth, which allows me to create any kind of demonic sword, the blonde man said elegantly. I am Rossweisse, a Valkyrie and Odin's former bodyguard, said the silver-haired woman. I am Zenobia, the bearer of Durandal, said the short blue-haired girl. My name is Albedo and I'm a former high-class demon, the dark-haired woman said. I am Akeno Himejima, a fallen half-angel, Akeno said. I'm Kaneko, was all the silver-haired loli said. Bravel Phoenix, former high-class demon, the little blonde girl spoke. I am Scarlet Gotch, younger sister of the Red Dragon Emperor Drake, the Redeed said, her chest filled with pride. I am Kurumi Takasaki, daughter of the evil dragon of the Crescent Moon Crom Cruach, said the dark-haired woman with heterochromia. I am Office Ouroboros, was all the dragon goddess of infinity said. Night Raid was surprised by most of the things the dragon hunting members said, although they were intrigued that the little silver-haired girl in Office didn't say anything other than her name. After that they continued talking amicably, getting to know each other a little better. Issei and his friends were surprised to hear that Bowles was married, and to a beautiful woman at that, and even that they had a daughter. This caused all the girls in the dark-haired boys group, along with Lori, to imagine themselves with Issei as he held a little girl who called him Papa. What they didn't know was that a very similar scene would soon unfold. Of course, Night Raid was also surprised to learn that the dark-haired man, the albino, and the brunette with braids were cousins, since they didn't look alike. After dinner, they went to the hot springs at the hotel. While the girls talked about various topics or tried to escape from Kiryu, the men talked about a very important topic. So they've tried everything to get Gasper-kun to stop being a cross-dresser, said Bullied, pondering what the dark-haired man had said. Yes. For example, we tried burning all the clothes he had and forcing him to wear pants. But after 10 minutes he was wearing a skirt again. Kiba spoke this time. It doesn't help much that he went over to the women's side, said Bowles, who wasn't wearing his mask, revealing a normal face with blonde hair and blue eyes, pointing to the other side of the wooden wall that separated the two sides. You have no idea how difficult it is, Vali said with a sigh. Then they saw the door open, revealing Master Biblia with a towel covering his lower body and carrying a small hand drill and a walkie-talkie. This is Hawkzee in position, he said into the walkie-talkie, waiting for someone to answer. Mouse here and copied start drilling in the marked area. Someone spoke through the device, but it was clearly a female voice. Copied, said Bible, and began drilling at a point marked with a pin. The men realized he wanted to spy on the women and were about to go after him. Only to pull him away from the wall before one of the girls killed him. But they saw that when he put his eye to the hole he created, the director went flying, crashing into the opposite wall with a lot of blood coming out of his head. On the other side, Kaneko and Ravel could be seen with their fists emitting smoke, and the rest surrounding Kiryu, who, upon seeing the girl's evil smiles, began to think that having fun with Master Biblia was not a good idea. All the men heard were Kiryu's terrified screams that unseen Gasper running at full speed yelling they're crazy. The next day. It was a new day at Anne Sullivan Academy. Our favorite group was in the dining hall having breakfast. Everyone was eating peacefully, except for Kiryu and Master Biblia, who were both very hurt by the little prank they played yesterday. Kiryu was the most hurt though, since she was on the female side when they were discovered. After finishing breakfast, they set out for the academy to keep an eye on it. But they stopped when they saw many students with their dragons, ready for something. "What's going on?" Asia asked, intrigued, along with the others. "Oh. I forgot that today was the Dragoner Ares festival," said the director. "And that's it?" Issei asked, but just as Bible was about to speak. "This is no ordinary race. The results of this event will be made public for posterity. Get in there and aim for the center of the winner's podium," Rebecca shouted from a platform in front of the competitors. "Basically, it's a race whose outcome will affect your future," Biblia summarized. "Hey Issei, I challenge you," Volley said in a challenging manner. "I accept," said Issei as he bumped his forehead against the albinos, and they walked like that to the starting line. "These two," Tiamat and Lori said with a sigh, but with a small smile, since that competitive attitude of the twins is very funny. "But maybe winning isn't enough motivation. So the winner will get a ticket for a full day's date with me," Rebecca Randall, the Redeed shouted, and the reactions were immediate. All the competitors, even the spectators, were shouting with excitement, surprising the mercenaries with the girls' popularity. Meanwhile, Issei and Volley were hurling insults at each other, so they didn't hear anything Rebecca said. "Silence," Rebecca shouted, calming everyone. "Now, a few words from the competitor's representative, the first-year senior, Her Highness Princess Sylvia Lautriamont." And appearing beside her, the blonde princess arrived. "One must give their best effort, regardless of the competition. That's my family's motto. That's all," Sylvia said before stepping down from the podium and climbing onto her dragon, but the reactions were different than before. "He's just letting himself get carried away because he's royalty," some said. "Like brother, like sister," others said. "Oh yes. Julius the Dragon Slayer, didn't he go to prison for breaking the greatest taboo?" This last comment intrigued the members of Dragon Hunting and Night Raid. Issei and Volley ignored the murmurs. In fact, they became more animated upon hearing Sylvia's words, so they decided to leave the rest of them in the dust. After everyone had taken their positions, with Volley and Issei at the back to highlight, Rebecca mounted her dragon and prepared to announce the start. "On your marks," he said, pointing the gun at the sky. "Go." And with the sound of the shot, the race began. But within 5 seconds of starting, the dragons began to fall along with their riders. This was because of a certain dark-haired man and a certain albino who couldn't contain themselves and shot off like missiles, throwing dragons in their path and marking it by sinking the earth. The only ones who barely escaped were those riding in flying dragons like Sylvia, who felt the gusts of wind caused by the twins' competition and saw a black and a white lightning bolt moving away. After a few minutes, Issei and Volley had stopped in the middle of the forest as they wanted to wait for the other competitors to catch up with them, but then they heard a noise coming from inside the forest. They both ventured further until they reached some rock formations, where they spotted 2 people threatening one other person. One of them looked like a little girl with tanned skin, long gray hair, I don't know if that's her hair color, if not, tell me in the reviews, tied back with a long red ribbon, like a ponytail with several strands falling down the sides and across her face, and red eyes. She wore a strange black lace outfit along with a red scarf with vertical yellow stripes. The other was a tall thin man with white hair and a long red streak and blue eyes, but he wore a ceremonial mask that covered only the upper part of his face. He wore a black robe over a blue suit. He also had some kind of pistol in his hand. In front of them stood a beautiful woman with silvery pink hair that reached her waist, ruby-colored eyes, and horns protruding from her head. She wore a white dress that resembled a tunic, but it did little to cover her ample breasts and curvaceous figure. The dress was also worn, and she bore several wounds on her body. But the most remarkable thing was that the pink-haired girl had a large egg, with markings like angel wings surrounding a dragon symbol, in her hands, while she growled at the people in front of her. "Last warning, either you give us the egg willingly, or we'll take it by force," the man said, pointing the gun at his head. Instead of giving him the egg, the woman hugged him tighter and closed her eyes, expecting the worst. "If that's what you want," the man was about to shoot but. "Hey you son of a bitch." A powerful shout was heard, causing the attackers to turn around, only to see fists approaching dangerously close to their faces. The girl took the full force of the blow, sending her flying for many meters, while the boy barely managed to dodge it, but it grazed his cheek, cutting it. At the scream, the pink-haired girl opened her eyes to see a boy with black hair, horns, scales, wings, and a dragon's tail standing in front of her, confronting the man who was threatening her. Meanwhile, Volley went to look for the girl who had flown away. The man, on the other hand, could feel the energy emanating from the dark-haired man, so he determined that a strategic retreat was better than confronting them. "Anya?" I shouted, and the girl, with difficulty, appeared beside me. "We're leaving," I said, and taking out a strange sphere, I created a smokescreen and escaped. Issei turned to the girl. "Are you alright?" he asked, and the girl, with all her strength, said. "See, take care of the egg," as she handed him the egg and fainted. Issei, still intrigued by the reason for the attack on her and why he couldn't leave her there, carried her with his tail and took flight alongside Volley, heading towards Anne Sullivan Academy. Academia Anne Sullivan. The spectators, along with Dragon Hunting and Night Raid, waited anxiously to see the race winner. Then they saw a dark-haired man and an albino descending from the sky, but they noticed the dark-haired man had someone on his tail and something large in his hands. Upon landing, Issei's girls, Lori and Night Raid, went to congratulate them on winning the race, but a single serious look from them was enough to calm them down and make them listen. "I need a spare room, and Asia, I need you to heal this girl," Issei ordered in a serious voice, receiving a nod from his group. A few minutes later, the pink-haired girl with horns was in a bed, and she had no injuries. "That's it, now she just needs to rest," Asia said, earning a pat on the head from Issei. "Thank you, Asia," said the dark-haired man who hadn't let go of the egg. "Ice, what happened?" Tiamat asked. Issei then told her how they met the girl, understanding why they brought her. "Okay now," Issei was saying, but to his and everyone else's surprise, the egg cracked, alarming them. A second later, the entire eggshell broke, blinding them for a few seconds. When they opened their eyes, everyone saw that in Issei's hands, there was now a small girl who looked no more than 2 or 3 years old, with pink hair with a silvery tone, ruby eyes and some kind of mass on both sides of her head. When the girl saw the dark-haired boy, she broke into a smile that reflected happiness and innocence, and said something that terribly upset Issei. "Dad." The girl shouted as she hugged Issei, but that caused his girls to expel an aura of terror. "Issei," they all said in a voice from beyond the grave that expelled fury. Issei looked around for help, but saw Bullied and Bulls hugging each other in fear. Volley, Lori, Kiba and Gasper had fled, and the Night Raid girls just looked at him indifferently, but Esdeath had a slight blush and a video camera to record the future torture. "Why me?" he wondered, trembling. His girls approached slowly, preparing to torture him, and the little pink-haired girl hugged him. Chapter 12. The Necromancer Dragon and the First Princess. Issei can be seen crushed on the ground, with some bones sticking out and a huge pool of blood underneath him. Beside him was the little dragon who, although she was hugging Issei during the torture, was not hurt or anything. The little girl was pecking at what was left of the dark-haired man with a branch from God knows where she got it. On the other side of Issei, Asia was administering her sacred gear to Issei and incidentally scolding him about infidelity. Nearby stood the rest of the dark-haired man's girls, their expressions clearly angry. Beside them stood the female members of Night Raid, awaiting the man's response, though Esdeath was reviewing the torture footage she had recorded, her face flushed. A little further away, Kiba, Gasper, Bullied and Bulls were trembling slightly as they recalled the blood-like silk the girls had emitted moments before. Volley was also trembling, but he calmed down when he felt Lori hug him. The other pink-haired girl was still sleeping in the room. At that moment, Master Biblia, Kiryu, Rebecca and Sylvia arrived, only to witness the strange scene mentioned earlier. "Very well, what happened here?" the director asks, bewildered by the scene. Opening of Gakusen Tashi Asterisk Season 2, The War of the Asterisks. A huge stadium is shown, while images of Issei, Volley, Rias, Sona, a blonde boy, a green-haired boy, another green-haired boy and a black-haired boy flash across a massive screen. The scene then shifts to a large circle displaying various symbols as Issei walks toward the battlefield. Senju no Taiyu wa to Kakuyurit. Anju nai Sumitsuku Kage wo Otosu. Issei can be seen walking through Kuo Academy, later accompanied by Tiamat and Office. Shiranai Mama Itami nai Kawaru Kodo Satoru tu nai. He is then followed by the rest of his entourage and other silhouettes, walking alongside Volley, Lori and other silhouettes behind the albino. Hanashimi Kara Yumareta Yumo. Sekai Akimi ga Yurashitekireru. You can see Dragon Hunting from the outside as time passes, later switching to various teams preparing for a battle, including Sonas and Rias. Su, Mabuta no Yurata Kurikisu. Konosor ga Yobu Konai. The scene changes to Issei walking down a corridor with his entourage, while in another corridor Volley does the same. It then switches to the faction leaders in a special room, before changing again to Seraphol, Penemu and Gabriel, all smiling broadly. Tibiite, Tada Kakenya Kedemu nai Mabawi Shaudu. Ajiketa Amoy nai mi Estrella, will you shine forever? Issei's entourage can be seen as they face off against Sona Citri's entourage. The scene then shifts to Volley confronting the green-haired girl. Ano hole egata subit Sayoku Akideuk. This is a bomb. Rias then appears facing off against a blonde boy while the scene shifts to the confrontation between the blue-haired boy and the dark-haired boy. A referee and a commentator are also seen excited by what they are witnessing. Bima, Yamageru Jiken Kono Bashoda. The Kurizetai Yuzuranai Negai wo. Everything changes to a deserted wasteland where 3 wolves, many giant snakes, and 4 people suddenly raising their aura can be seen. Adafukatusu Kono Ko Tsuyoku Kizandeuk. This is the Asterisk War. Issei and Volley appear, reciting something, as their armor changes and they face the previous figures. The scene then shifts to Rias looking at someone with disdain, Kaneko staring at her hands, trembling, Akeno in bed crying and remembering someone, and a huge black dragon guarding something. Finally, the scene cuts to Volley and Issei reaching out to a white-haired woman who smiles at them. Lastly, red and blue necklaces appear on the ground. After explaining the situation to the newcomers and after Issei recovered, they surrounded the black-haired man demanding an answer. Very well, Ice. Can you explain where you know that dog from, pointing to the pink-haired girl who was still asleep, and how is it that they have a daughter, pointing to the little girl who returned to her father's arms? Before you all start speculating, though, I think it's a bit late for that, Issei said, the last part in a whisper. Volley, and I found the pink-haired girl while we were stopping for a bit during the race. She was about to be attacked by 2 guys, but we intervened and forced them to flee. We could have followed them, but we decided it was better to help the woman. She gave me an egg before she passed out. After that, we came here with the woman and the egg. The black-haired boy recounted, his story corroborated by the white-haired dragon. I understand, they all said. Then everything happened as before, said Issei. Little girl, why do you think I'm your father? He asked the little girl. Because you have the same energy as me, said the little girl. At that moment, all the dragons checked the energies of both of them, noticing that there was a certain similarity. Perhaps it's because, since you didn't deactivate the dragonoid shape, the egg unconsciously absorbed your power, accelerating its hatching and causing the little one to mimic your energy, Lori said analytically, but for those who didn't know, it only generated a doubt. Dragonoid shape? Asked Night Raid, Master Biblia, Rebecca and Sylvia. It's a transformation technique that allows them to harness the dragon power within, but as a consequence, various parts of their body become dragon-ified, Kiryu explained. I see, said the aforementioned individuals. Ugh, came a groan, drawing everyone's attention. They watched as the pink-haired girl slowly got out of bed. She then spotted her rescuers and a group of people she didn't know, but she couldn't see the egg, alarming her and making her think the worst. Of course, that thought went away when I heard a little voice. Mommy? Said a little pink-haired girl who ran towards her apparent mother. Echo? The woman asked as she was hugged by the little girl. I see you're awake, he heard a voice and immediately went on guard, protecting the little one, and began to growl. Mom, why are you doing that to Daddy? The little girl asked from behind her. Dad? The pink-haired girl asked in surprise, watching as the little girl approached a boy who appeared to be 17 years old, with black hair and brown eyes. Don't worry, we're not going to hurt you, said the boy as he carried the little girl in his arms, and the woman calmed down upon recognizing the one who had saved her. I didn't have the chance before, but could you tell me your name? He asked. My name is Navi, said the woman now identified as Navi, and that little one is Iko, pointing to the baby in the dark-haired man's arms. Is she your daughter? Tiamat asked, surprising Navi. Tiamat-sama. Navi asked this time, surprising the rest. Do I know you? The blue-haired girl asked. Vera, I belong to the Avalon dragon race, said the pink-haired girl, causing Issei, Tiamat, Volley, Lori, Office, Scarlet, Kurumi, Biblia, Kiryu, Rebecca and Sylvia to open their eyes wide. Do you belong to the extinct race of Avalon? Master Biblia asked, making Navi a little sad. What is the Avalon race? Asia asked. You see, Asia, the Avalon dragon race possesses enormous knowledge of the world when they hatch, and they also have a power called domination, the dark-haired man explained. Domination? Kiba asked this time. It's an ability that causes dragons of lower rank than the user to do whatever they say without protest. That's why they're considered so special, Volley said. But there was once an evil dragon that literally brought the race to the brink of extinction, Lori added sadly. That's why it's considered rare to see an Avalon, Tiamat finished, but could you tell me if this girl is yours? The blue-haired woman asked again. If she's my daughter I'll tell you the story, but first, could you let me hold her? The dragon asked the dark-haired man, who brought the little girl, who had fallen asleep, closer to her. Well, tell me, why did those guys attack you, and where is the little girl's father? Issei asked. I don't know where her father is, she said, raising doubts among the others. You see, one day I was out on an adventure, looking for a man to help me create offspring. After a while, I found him, and after we had Hex, I told him he didn't have to take responsibility because it was a matter that didn't concern a human," the pink-haired girl recounted, leaving everyone surprised. "What? Well, it's surprising that you did and said all that to have offspring," Tiamat said. "I had no other choice, there was no one who could mate with me, so I turned to the best human I could find, since I'd been told he was very strong and kind, but also because human genes are so easy to mold, I could turn Echo into a 100% dragon before she was even born," Navi explained. "Although I'm surprised she was born so soon, since I predicted she'd be born within 2 or 3 months and also be born in human form," Navi added, surprised. "Well, that's my fault," Issei said, scratching the back of his neck. "What do you mean?" Navi asked curiously. "By the way, what about your horns, scales, wings, and tail? You looked good with them," she added, making Issei blush. "You see, I'm half human and half dragon," he said as he transformed into his dragonoid form, surprising Navi. "And by accident, I didn't deactivate it when we left you in bed, so the egg absorbed my energy, accelerating its hatching also. I think it was born in a human form because of my human side," Issei explained somewhat sheepishly. "Basically, you're their new dad," Navi said with a small smile. "If you want to see it that way," Issei said as he approached and stroked the little girl's head, "I can be this little girl's father." "It seems she grew fond of you very quickly," Navi added, looking at the little girl in her arms. It should be noted that, to everyone else, this was similar to when a woman gives birth and she and her husband see their daughter for the first time. This sparked jealousy among the girls as they longed for the same situation and were furious that some bitch who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere was getting so close to their Issei. Lori, on the other hand, watched this with a dreamy look while she replaced Navi with herself, Issei with Vali, and the little girl with a girl with white hair and yellow eyes. Issei was calm watching the little girl, but deep down he was trembling as he felt the murderous aura of his girls. "By the way, you didn't tell me why those guys were chasing you," said Issei, who had just remembered that question and in doing so, tried to ease the tension. "Those guys were looking for me and Eco to control us and lead this country to destruction, as well as wanting to use us for a group called Cow's Brigade," Navi said angrily, but then a powerful murderous intent was felt in the place, which came from none other than Dragon Hunting and Master Biblia. "Let them try," they said in a very eerie voice that chilled the blood of the others, except for Esdeath, who seemed to find it exciting. "By the way, did you name it?" Issei asked Navi. "No, that man named it after we mated, and since I didn't see any problem with it, I let him keep it," Navi said. "If I remember correctly, he said that was the name the first rider gave his dragon," the pink-haired girl explained. "I see he had good taste," Issei said with a smile. Since it was already night, it was decided that Navi and Eco would sleep with the dark-haired man, since in Navi's words, the father should sleep with the daughter, generating fury and jealousy in the others. Of course, Rebecca asked Issei and Vali who had won the race, since she had to give the prize to one of them. But they replied that they didn't care about the prize and that she should give it to whoever came in after them, which was Sylvia. But this hurt Rebecca's pride. The next day. You can see all the so-called Navi and Eco members having breakfast in the dining room of the place. "I'm going to patrol the city today, anyone coming with me?" Issei asked those present. "I'm going," said Navi with Echo, Esdeath, Nagenda, Zenobia, Akeno and Kiryu. "Get ready, we're leaving in 1 hour," the dark-haired man finished. An hour later, everyone who was going to the city had changed into their battle clothes and left. They walked around admiring the beautiful city. Of course, they took the opportunity to do typical things, like shopping, playing with Eco, buying her crepes that became her favorite food, and Zenobia and Akeno trying to grape Issei a few times, the usual stuff. Now Issei and Navi were sitting on a bench, while little Eco played some games and the rest went shopping. Then a woman with dark reddish brown hair and brown eyes, wearing glasses, approached them. She was wearing a doctor's coat over a strange purple suit. "Excuse me, are you Issei and Navi?" the woman asked the two parents. "Who's asking?" Issei asked in a monotone tone. "I'm Dr. Angela Cornwell, an expert on dragons, and I was wondering if I could borrow little Echo for my research," said the woman, who identified herself as Angela, in a natural way, leaving the two surprised. "Do you seriously think we're going to give our daughter to you for who knows what experiments?" Navi said angrily. "You must understand that the birth of a dragon with a human form, but more dragon than human, is a very important fact, which is why I was entrusted with investigating the matter," the brunette excused herself, but a small gleam could be seen in her eyes. Issei was analyzing the woman and ended up comparing her to someone very familiar to him. "He looks like Azazel," he thought, remembering all the times Azazel asked them to be part of his research, no matter where they were or what they were doing. "I'm sorry, but I won't give my daughter to a crazy woman like you," Navi said, grabbing Issei and going to find Echo so they could leave. Angela didn't take it very well, to say the least, as she had a frown on her face. I don't care who you are, nobody stops me when I'm interested in something, the brunette thought. After meeting up with the rest, they started walking until they met Rebecca and Sylvia. What brings you here? Issei asked the two students. The prize for winning the race was a date with me, Rebecca explained, making Sylvia blush slightly. But since we're here, how about we all go eat there? The Redede suggested, pointing to a family-run restaurant. The group entered the restaurant, where Rebecca and Sylvia were surprised by the amount of food the dragons were eating, although Iko was only eating one crepe. To tell you the truth, Her Highness has had a lot on her mind lately, so I wanted to take advantage of this outing to get her to open up to me and talk, but as you can see, Rebecca explained as Sylvia looked to the side, annoyed. Then the sky began to fill with dark clouds, along with flashes of red lightning. This alerted the senses of the dragons, who abruptly rose from their seats, including Echo. What's happening? Najenda asked. Nothing good, context to say. Then, a huge dragon appeared in the city. It had multiple eyes all over its body, and its flesh was rotting. There were also many other dragons in the same condition, but much smaller. Our group left the restaurant to meet the scene. They immediately prepared for battle. Kuchulin, Rebecca said as her dragon emerged from a magic circle on the ground and she equipped herself with her arch. Flera said Kiryu as a dragon a little bigger than Rebecca's came out of a magic circle, brown in color with two yellow horns facing forward, but the strange thing was that strange marks began to appear on its body. Let's go, Susanoo, shouted Najenda, and her Ting made its appearance. Dragonoid shape, said the twins, transforming. Esdeath drew her rapier and conjured ice around her. Zenobia summoned Durandal, and Akeno rose into the air with an aura of lightning. Navi, meanwhile, amplified her power as she hugged Echo even tighter. They were immediately deployed, with the exception of Navi and Iko. Issei grabbed two of the dragons by their tails and slammed them together, surprised as the collision caused them to explode, leaving nothing but blood and viscera scattered about. Bali concentrated energy in his hand and launched it into the sky. He closed his fist, and the sphere exploded into many smaller, but no less powerful, spheres. Upon colliding with the dragons, they exploded, causing severe damage to the enemies. Rebecca summoned a spear called Gale Bolg, with which she pierced several dragons or eliminated their flames, while her dragon dismembered others. Kiryu's dragon unleashed a burst of fire at several dragons, sending them crashing to the ground. Upon impact, the fire created a powerful crater, completely obliterating the victims. Kiryu did something similar, but his flames were less powerful and therefore didn't cause nearly as much damage. Zenobia propelled herself with her wings and began slicing through the enemies, while Akeno covered her by shooting lightning bolts at any dragon that attacked her from behind. Navi dealt with any dragon that tried to approach her or Iko, while the latter watched in amazement as her father fought. Meanwhile, Susanoo was fighting 3 dragons, while Najenda was punching nearby dragons with her bare fists, and Esdeath was freezing others from behind. But they didn't realize that a small group of these dragons was going to attack them from a blind spot. Since they realized too late, they closed their eyes hoping to endure the pain, and Susanoo couldn't come to their aid as he was surrounded by more dragons. But surprisingly, they felt nothing. They opened their eyes to see a head of black hair that held the dragon's bites. "Are you alright?" Issei asked, a little worried. "Why yes," the two said with a slight blush, as Issei's appearance at that precise moment made him look like a hero. "Very good," said the dark-haired man with a trademark happy smile that made both women blush even more, but Esdeath even more. "I grabbed a dragon by the head and squeezed it, exploding it and splattering blood everywhere. I grabbed another by its right and left arms and shoved them inwards, AN. For reference, it's Jax's fatality in Mortal Kombat X. I grabbed another by the tail and started slamming it against the ground, leaving the dragon a pile of ground meat. I pierced the last one's chest with both hands and ripped it in half." This only increased the blush on both women's faces, since both were sadistic, although Esdeath was much more so than Najenda, and seeing him finish off enemies in such a brutal way excited and turned them on. Of course they weren't the only ones. Navi, Zenobia and Akeno were also excited by the way their man killed them, mainly Akeno, and Echo was even more excited to see what her father had done. But Issei ignored this, as his attention was focused on the only person who had not entered the battle. Sylvia. She lay on the ground, trembling, as she watched the enormous decomposing dragon approach. She had experienced something similar during her sister's training, something that terrified her. Worse still was when he saw the dragon charge a magic blast in its mouth. Fear paralyzed him, so he resigned himself, closed his eyes, and decided to take the attack. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He heard a voice, so he opened one eye and ended up opening both in surprise, since in front of him was Issei stopping the attack with his hand. With just a squeeze of his hand, the attack disappeared. "Aren't you the 4th princess of Lotriamont? If so, act like it. Or are you just a little girl who needs to be looked after all the time?" Issei said, though with a hint of mockery in the last part to spur the blonde on. Of course, this had the right effect on her, although a little more than she expected. Of course I'm the fourth princess. Who do you think you are to mock me? The blonde shouted as a magic circle appeared above her. Let's go Lancelot. And her dragon appeared as she mounted it and went to attack the enormous dragon. Issei happily watched as she regained her composure and left to take down more enemies, but a voice stopped him. Please kill me. Issei looked around, but couldn't find the owner of the voice. Please kill me, I can't stand it anymore. At that moment he turned around and saw the enormous decomposing dragon being attacked by Sylvia. Are you sure? The dark-haired man asked, receiving a look from the dragon that denoted sadness. In that case, he said, and activated his boosted gear. Boost 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 boost. Issei extended his palm towards the sky and began to charge elemental light energy. Stardust revolution, and I fire the great burst of energy straight at the enormous dragon. He did nothing to defend himself, receiving the full force of the attack and destroying most of it. With the death of the enormous dragon, the little ones withdrew from there and the sky cleared again. A little while later. Our fighters can be seen resting while other people repair the damage done to the city. Issei can be seen holding a very happy Echo in his arms while the girls and Vali eat something, having had to go fight without finishing their meal. Interestingly, the restaurant wasn't damaged at all. Then Issei remembers something interesting. Kiryu, could you tell me who that dragon was and what those marks on your body were? Issei asked, drawing everyone's attention. You see. The dragon's name is Flaris, and she is the daughter of the former dragon king of the meteor flame Tannen. That surprised everyone, and the marks are from the Imperial mode, but that generated many doubts. Imperial mode? Vali asked this time. It's a transformation where the power of the dragon and the person are multiplied upon combining, generating marks that indicate the combination was successful. It also allows them both to use each other's abilities, Aika explained, surprising everyone. Incredible, they all said. After an hour, and with Iko asleep, they set off back to the academy, as it was getting late. The following morning. Issei could be seen sleeping next to his daughter and his girls, who were apparently joined by Negenda and Esdeith, although he didn't see them as he realized that someone was spying on them. Whoever is there, come out now, she said, raising her energy slightly, tensing the spy and forcing her to come out. The dark-haired man was surprised to see that it was Dr. Angela, whom he had spoken to yesterday. What are you doing here? Issei asked. Well, I'm just here to gather information for my research, she said, showing a tablet where she had collected various data. And is it necessary to spy on me even while I'm sleeping? Issei asked again. At least I'm not as crazy as that girl, Angela replied, generating a lot of uncertainty in the dark-haired man. That girl? Issei asked again, but before the brunette could answer. A scream was heard that was identified as Vali's. It should be noted that this scream woke up the girls of the dark-haired boy, including Iko. Negenda and Esdeith quickly left unnoticed to avoid any trouble, but they failed, as all of Issei's girls noticed them and could only sigh at the fact that 2 more had been added to the harem. In response to the scream, everyone went to Vali's room, and when they opened it, they were petrified. There were Vali and Lori, nothing unusual, but what was strange was seeing a girl of about 15-16 years old with long brown hair with several curls and blue eyes, but even stranger was seeing her in black lingerie and trying to take Vali's clothes off while Lori tried to keep her away. Just then Rebecca and Sylvia arrived. What's going on here? Rebecca asked. Apparently, a girl wants to grape Vali, said Kiba, who was the first to recover from his shock. Let him go, you bastard bitch. I won't let you do something I haven't been able to do yet. Lori shouted as she managed to throw the girl against a wall. Come on, let me have a child with Silver Dragon Sama. The girl shouted. Upon recognizing the voice, Rebecca sighed and massaged her temple. Then she went over to the girl and pinched her cheeks. What do you think you're doing, Jessica? Rebecca asked the girl identified as Jessica. Let me go, Rebecca Randall. No one will stop me from having a child with Silver Dragon Sama. The girl shouted with determination, trying to break free from the orange-haired woman's grip. If you don't leave now, I'll tell the entire student body your little secret, said the archdragon with a malicious smile, making the girl tense. Why, you won this time, but next time I'll achieve my goal, the girl said before leaving. Who was she? Vali asked Aritid. She's Jessica Valentine, a freshman with delusions of being upper class, Rebecca said with a long sigh. Delusions? Lori asked. She thinks she's upper class, but her family works for mine. Maybe that's why Vali Bahamut is looking for you, Rebecca explained, pointing at the albino. I don't understand. Vali said, joining the others. You see, the ability of a dragon to transform into a human is only possible for those of a very high level, and here that means he belongs to the upper class, Rebecca explained. But that doesn't explain why he wanted a child of his own, Bull said, pointing at Vali. By having a child, she can force Vali to marry her, and thus he will belong to the upper class, Rebecca finished, making Vali tense up. So, what brings you here, Rebecca? Vali's twin asked. Well, I have two things to bring me. First, it was to find the new biology teacher, Angela Cornwell, since I was informed that she might be here, she said, pointing to the aforementioned teacher, and second, to tell you that tomorrow Her Highness Veronica Lautréamont, the first princess of Lautréamont, will be visiting us in relation to yesterday's necromancer attack, the orange-haired woman said, surprising everyone, but Issei saw Sylvia begin to tremble. Necromancer? Najenda asked this time. It's a living being that was brought back to life by magic or skill, but it's still dead because you can see it decomposing, Rebecca explained. And we have to be there to receive the princess? Issei asked, receiving a nod from Rebecca. That's when he looked at Sylvia. Sylvia, are you alright? He asked, putting a hand on her shoulder, but this generated an unexpected reaction. The blonde screamed as she curled up in a fetal position and trembled. Princess? A female voice called out, and everyone turned to see a girl with a body that rivaled Sylvia's, with short dark blue hair and violet eyes, wearing a maid uniform similar to Graphia's. She approached Sylvia and helped her up, then took her to her room. Who was she? Issei asked Rebecca. This is Cassette Shelley, Sylvia's personal maid, Rebecca explained. After that the day passed normally, except for having to keep Vali away from Jessica, Zenobia and Akeno's attempted grapes, Angela's spying, and Sylvia's constant trembling. Because of this, Issei, worried, asked Cassette why Sylvia was in that state. The maid replied that since she was little, the first princess had taken Sylvia on survival training trips to the mountains, and every time they returned, Sylvia would be in that same state for a week. Issei wondered what kind of sister could do something like fill her younger sister with fear. In a certain part of the world, a beautiful woman with ample assets and a tail and ears like a sneezing cat. He also noticed that his girls seemed to be getting along very well with the night raid girls, as he saw them talking to Najenda and Esdeath. If only he knew they were discussing him and his potential inclusion in their peerage. The next day. The academy's top students could be seen alongside the teachers in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of Veronica Lautréamont. Sylvia was apparently better, as she wasn't trembling, but she had a different scent than usual, something that didn't go unnoticed by our dragons. The summoned guests were also in the courtyard, also waiting for the first princess. Then they spotted a small group of dragons flying in a V formation in front of a colossal ship. The ship was shaped like a dragon, except for the magic circles at the rear that served to propel it. A Skidbladner? Rossweisse shouted, drawing everyone's attention. What Ross? Issei asked his tower. It's a magical technological ship from Asgard. There are at least 10 of them and most are in the hands of the gods, but I wonder what one is doing here, besides why it has that shape. That's because on one of her missions, the first princess earned a huge favor from one of the Norse gods, and to repay him, she gave him her Skidbladner, although I mentioned that it was the weakest of the 10, Rebecca explained, having overheard the others talking. But that doesn't explain its shape, since it's very different from the others in Asgard, Rossweisse pointed out. That's because the first princess made modifications to it to make it the country's flagship, giving it better weaponry and a new appearance, Rebecca finished explaining as the ship landed. Several soldiers descended from the dragons, among whom stood out a young man with very light brown hair and grey eyes wearing armor that was more resistant and protective than that of the other soldiers. Her Highness Princess Veronica Lautréamont is descending now. Rebecca shouted as she and the others, except for the mercenaries, stood at attention, while the soldiers raised their swords and the dragons gave a small bow. From the enormous ship descended a woman who looked remarkably like Sylvia, with the same long blonde hair and serious blue eyes. She wore armor that resembled a one-piece swimsuit, except for the protectors on her forearms, shoulders, legs, and neck. Most striking was her incredible figure, which rivaled that of Tiamat, Office, Akeno, and Navi. So she's Veronica Lautréamont, the first princess of Lautréamont. I feel like she has a powerful dragon as a companion, thought our dark-haired friend, looking seriously at the woman. Chapter 13 Princesses. The first princess was getting off the enormous ship, wearing her strange armor and carrying a huge sword that looked like an axe. She approaches the students and teachers, who bow before her, with the exception of our mercenaries. They are loyal to come and greet me, Veronica said as she raised a hand to signal the others to stop bowing. Is Sylvia here? The older blonde asked. Yes, said Sylvia as she approached her older sister, all under Issei's curious gaze. It's been a while, sister. 4 years, 2 months and 3 days to be exact, Veronica said, surprising the dragons, since only one kind of person would keep track of how long she had been separated from her sister. Don't tell me it's all the dragons thought. Indeed. I see you're well, Sylvia replied, bowing slightly. I've been eagerly awaiting this day. Do you mean deceiving me? I asked threateningly, surprising Sylvia. Then everyone saw Veronica try to cut Sylvia horizontally, but Sylvia jumped back, dodging the attack. That's the Miss Veronica I know. There's no way to fool her, Sylvia said as she stood up and proceeded to remove what appeared to be a blonde wig and a mask. That's why everyone could see that instead of Sylvia, there was a very well-known blue-purple-haired girl. Descent. Issei wondered, looking at the fourth princess's maid, though now he knew why her smell and presence were different. Opening of Gakusen Tashi Asterisk Season 2, The War of the Asterisks. A huge stadium is shown, while images of Issei, Vali, Rias, Sona, a blonde boy, a green-haired boy, another green-haired boy, and a black-haired boy, flash across a massive screen. The scene then shifts to a large circle displaying various symbols as Issei walks toward the battlefield. Senju no Taiwa to Kakuyurite. Anju nai Sumitsuku Kage wo Tosu. Issei can be seen walking through Kuo Academy, later accompanied by Tiamat and Office. Shiranai Mamatami nai Kawaru Kodo Satoru nai. He is then followed by the rest of his entourage and other silhouettes, walking alongside Vali, Lori and other silhouettes behind the albino. Hanashimi Kara Yumareta Yumo. Sekai Kimi ga Yurashitekireru. You can see dragon hunting from the outside as time passes, later switching to various teams preparing for a battle, including Sonas and Rias. Su, Mabuta no Yurabai Kurikisu. Hono Sora ga Yobu Konai. The scene changes to Issei walking down a corridor with his entourage, while in another corridor Vali does the same. It then switches to the faction leaders in a special room, before changing again to Serafal, Penemu and Gabriel, all smiling broadly. Tibiite, Tadaka Kenyaketamu nai Mabewi Shaudu. Ajiketa Amoy nai mi Estrella, will you shine forever? Issei's entourage can be seen as they face off against Sona Citri's entourage. The scene then shifts to Vali confronting the green-haired girl. Ano hello agata subi tsayoku akideuk. You no nakata. Rias then appears facing off against a blonde boy, while the scene shifts to the confrontation between the blue-haired boy and the dark-haired boy. A referee and a commentator are also seen excited by what they are witnessing. Ima, Yamageru Jiken Kono Bashoda. The Kurizetai Uzuranai Negai wo. Everything changes to a deserted wasteland, where 3 wolves, many giant snakes, and 4 people suddenly raising their aura can be seen. Adafukatusu Kono Ko by Tsayoku Kizandeuk. This is the Asterisk War. Issei and Vali appear, reciting something, as their armor changes, and they face the previous figures. The scene then shifts to Rias looking at someone with disdain, Kaneko staring at her hands, trembling, Akeno in bed crying and remembering someone, and a huge black dragon guarding something. Finally, the scene cuts to Vali and Issei reaching out to a white-haired woman who smiles at them. Lastly, red and blue necklaces appear on the ground. Tell me, where is the real Sylvia? The older blonde asked, or rather ordered, plunging her sword into the ground. I am here. A familiar voice called out, and everyone could see Sylvia approaching as she jogged. She walked past a very worried cassette as she knew that Sylvia could not stand in front of her sister without trembling. It's been a long time, Sister Sylvia began, but froze under her sister's serious gaze. What's wrong, little sister? Veronica asked as she watched Sylvia tremble. Your knees are shaking. And no, Sylvia tried to say something, but her sister stopped her. Such ineptitude you've displayed, and you consider yourself part of La Triamont? Veronica asked with an amused look and smile. You disappoint me, she said, placing her sword in front of Sylvia's terrified face. It's time for your punishment, Sylvia. Veronica raised her sword and slashed it down, creating a strong gust of wind, to the surprise of Issei and the others, while Sylvia wore a face of complete terror and Veronica had a small smile. Of course, upon closer inspection, they realized that what she had cut was nothing more than Sylvia's uniform, along with her underwear. The fourth princess was extremely embarrassed, hugging her legs while letting out a small scream. Kiai. It seems you've only grown in your breasts and butt. Are you going to be this embarrassed on the battlefield? That's you in a nutshell. You act pretentious, but in reality, you're nothing more than a child. Never mind your ambition, Dragoner. It's much more appropriate for you to stay seated. Veronica said, though a hint of anger was noticeable in the last part. Issei couldn't take it anymore. He understood that Sylvia's behavior deserved punishment from a royal standpoint, but this was going too far. Besides, he didn't like what she said. How could he expect Sylvia to behave on a battlefield if she'd never been on one? So, somewhat angrily, he said to her. Wait a minute. Veronica heard and saw Issei approaching her. Humiliating your own family member in public, is that how Her Highness acts? Issei said angrily, with a hint of sarcasm in the highness part, which neither the first princess nor her escort appreciated. Before he could take another step, he was stopped by a sword that landed near his neck. Turning his head, he saw the chestnut knight staring at him menacingly. If I were you, I'd take that sword away before you end up without an arm, Issei threatened the man, releasing a bit of his power, surprising Veronica. How dare you address Her Highness Veronica in that manner? The man said angrily, ignoring Issei's power, which tensed the dragons near the ship. Dragon hunting was about to join Issei, but they were stopped by the older blonde. Leave him alone, Glenn, Veronica ordered, as the man called Glenn lowered his sword. Are you one of those who fought the necromancer? Veronica asked the dark-haired man. And what if I say yes? Issei asked as the first princess approached him. That simplifies things, she said as she turned around. Glenn, take control of it, the blonde ordered her faithful knight. As you command, he said, placing a hand on Issei's shoulder, unaware that he had just screwed up. The next thing they saw was Glenn embedded in the wall to the right, his eyes spiraling and a fist imprinted on his dented and cracked armor. Then they saw Issei, his fist outstretched in Glenn's direction. Veronica was surprised, as her best knight had just been defeated with one blow. I warned you, Issei hissed. You don't need to kidnap me, just asking is enough, Issei told Veronica. So, could you come? He asked, receiving a nod from him. As he passed by Sylvia, Issei saw her shed a single tear of sadness. Veronica's ship. Is it necessary for me to wear this? Issei, who was now wearing a waiter's outfit, asked a woman with long blue hair tied in a ponytail and violet eyes, who was also wearing a maroon maid outfit. But it suits you, she replied with a smile. You see, I've been tasked with providing you with guidance, Master Issei. My name is Primrose Shelley, but you can call me Prim, the girl introduced herself. Why yes. But what exactly is happening here? Asked a dark-haired man who remembered how that girl grabbed him when he boarded the ship and took him to the changing rooms where she forcibly changed his clothes. Orders from Princess Veronica. Just a little fun, Prim replied as Issei's eyebrow twitched. Now let's go, Master Issei. There's a lot of work to do. She said, grabbing the dark-haired man's hand and pulling him along. Wait, there, but the dark-haired man couldn't finish because the maid crashed into a wall. She's so clumsy, he thought with a nervous smile and an anime-style sweat drop. For the rest of the day, Issei helped Prim with the ship's chores, although Issei ended up doing them alone, since Prim was very distracted and clumsy, causing much more disaster. Once they finished, Issei could sense some familiar energies in the ship. What are they doing here? He wondered to himself. That's right, the princess has returned and is asking for you, Prim said as she pulled Issei back into the group. I took him to a battalion of maids, who surrounded him. What's going on? Issei asked nervously. Isn't it obvious we're going to undress him so he can go into the bathroom, Prim said with a smile, which was shared by the others. Wait, what? Bathroom? He asked as he watched the maid slowly approach him with malicious smiles. Save me, he thought before they pounced on him. After going through that terrifying moment, where for some reason Prim also ended up without clothes, Issei went into the huge bathroom, the same one where Dr. Angela, Rebecca, Navi, Iko, Akeno, Zenobia, Najenda, Esdith and Kiryu were. Veronica was also there. You were affected by the necromancer incident. What do you think? Said the blonde. I think the author must have a very high level of magic to revive so many, Rebecca said. Necromancy is a combination of magic and science, Angela said. So the author must have access to a large number of machines or something like that, Esdith said. He may be affiliated with that group, Cow's Brigade, Najenda said. Maybe, Veronica said again. Why am I here? Issei asked, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Does bathing with us bother you? Asked a first princess. It's not that, it's just that, Issei said worriedly as he pointed to Akeno, Zenobia and Navi. You seem to be drunk. Well, Kiryu, Iko and he himself were in a similar condition, but to a lesser extent. I thought I'd try anther essence in the bath today. Prim said, holding up a bottle. Do you even know what anther does to dragons? Issei shouted angrily as he pulled Echo out of the water, since anther is like alcohol to dragons. Prim and Veronica couldn't understand why he was getting so angry when there weren't any dragons in the bathroom. Who would have thought you'd be the ones to defeat the necromancers? Veronica said with a narrowed look. So these are the rumored dragon hunting guys. Princess, Her Highness the fourth princess is here to see you, said one of the maids, as the door opened. Excuse me sister, said Sylvia, who was only wearing a towel. Sylvia? Issei asked, surprising and making Sylvia blush. Issei? Gee girls. The younger blonde stammered, embarrassed, as the others, except for the dragon girls and for some reason Kiryu, greeted her. Oh Issei, it's so nice to see you here, said Cassette. Is that you, Cassette? Prim asked happily. Sister, Cassette said, surprising Issei. Sister? The dark-haired man asked incredulously. A little while later, Prim and Cassette can be seen fanning a blushing and drunk Navi, Akeno, Zenobia, Iko, and Kiryu. As usual, Sylvia, I come with a marriage proposal, said the older blonde with a small smile, making Sylvia tense. Since our brother Julius, the rightful heir, was murdered for the crime of killing a dragon, the future of our royal lineage has been uncertain. You're already 16. Have a healthy child now, while you're young. We can't let our bloodline end here, can we? Veronica said, but the last part angered Issei, as it sounded like an order rather than a suggestion. But, the younger blonde tried to say, but was stopped by Rebecca. Aren't you the first princess, Veronica? The redhead asked. The only things that interest me are military matters, Veronica replied. Honestly, if Julius were still here, instead of wasting his life foolishly. I am sure our brother had his reasons, Sylvia said. I agree with her, Issei supported her, while trying not to succumb to the anther and his instincts. You've always had a soft spot for Julius. Good news then. Your fiancé will be his best friend and one of my knights, Glenn McGuire, Veronica said, trying to ignore the dark-haired man's comment. But my dream is to become an archdragon with Lancelot. To get married and have children before that happens, Sylvia said, surprising Issei with her dream, but his sister addressed her with some harsh words. Considering your poor performance in this last attack, that's quite an interesting ambition, his sister said coldly, further enraging Issei. Well, it just so happens there's a match tomorrow in my honor. Show me the worth of your little dream. I will, Sylvia said decisively as she touched her dragon rider mark on her chest. The next day. Dragon hunting and night raid were with Veronica watching the encounter, if you could call it that. This was because it was an encounter between Rebecca and Sylvia, and this was a one-sided massacre on the part of Rebecca, who had much more experience than Sylvia. The match itself was a game of a sport similar to handball, only with dragons. Of course, although Lancelot was very fast and agile, he was no match for Cuchulain's tough defense. And in one swift movement, trying to dodge Rebecca's dragon shields, Sylvia was sent flying along with Lancelot, both of them lying on the ground, unable to get up. Aren't you worried about your little sister? Issei asked angrily, because what bothered him most was that the older blonde seemed bored and wasn't sending any help for Sylvia. You know, since yesterday it's been bothering me that you're talking to me without knowing where you are, she said, also angry but for a different reason. Believe me, I know my place, Issei said, further enraging Veronica. You know what, let's settle this with a fight, Issei said seriously, releasing a bit of his aura. That sounds good to me, Veronica said with an arrogant smile. A while later, Asia was applying her sacred gear to Sylvia and her dragon, while the others sat eating popcorn waiting to see the massacre. You're one of the very few who challenges me to a fight, so I'll show you my dragon, come on Arthur. Veronica shouted, and a teleportation circle appeared below her. From it emerged a dragon as large as Rebecca's, but this one looked very much like Lancelot, except for the fact that it had larger horns, larger fangs and a beak on its tail, and looked much more threatening. Most of the spectators were surprised and terrified by the presence of such a dragon, except for our group. Issei just watched bored as Veronica climbed onto the dragon's head. Aren't you going to wear your arch? He asked, annoyed, because he thought they were underestimating him. I wear it all the time, Veronica said, surprising everyone, especially Rebecca. Again, it protects almost nothing, Issei whispered. Well, let's begin, said the blonde, starting the fight. Issei quickly transformed, surprising Veronica and Arturo. One because she did not know about this transformation, and the other because he recognized that the dark-haired man was far above his level. But that didn't stop Arturo, who launched a powerful swipe at Issei, while Veronica jumped and, on the other side, delivered a powerful vertical slash with her sword. Both attacks hit, generating a large smokescreen. The spectators, with the exception of the dragons, watched this with concern, wondering if any pieces of the boy remained. But great was their surprise when they saw Issei stop the slash and the cut with his hands, and then send both opponents flying. Arturo quickly recovered and charged towards Issei, firing several bursts of energy that Issei destroyed with his fists. Veronica took advantage of this, thinking the boy had left his rear unattended. She lunged with her sword, trying to cut him down, but was caught by the dark-haired boy's tail. But Veronica trapped, he prepared to finish off the enemy in front of him. In a second, he appeared in front of Arturo and delivered a hook to his jaw, lifting him into the air. Then, the dark-haired man appeared higher than him and struck him with his heel, sending him plummeting to the ground. Veronica watched in astonishment as her dragon was easily defeated by a stranger, and then Issei turned to her. He simply hit her in the stomach with his palm, but that was enough to knock her unconscious. I pick up Veronica and take her to a shocked Glenn, who couldn't believe that this boy defeated the first princess like that. If I were you, I'd take her to get checked out along with her dragon, Issei said as he handed the unconscious first princess over to Glenn. A few hours later. Sylvia woke up in her room, without any injuries. Looking around, I spot Issei sitting next to her, looking at her with a small smile. It's good that you're awake. Lancelot is a strong dragon, but even he couldn't overcome Cuchulain's barriers, said the dark-haired man, but the blonde only got worse. But I had to prove it to her, she said angrily, but then she noticed something. By the way, what are you doing here? She asked. He brought you to your room, said Rebecca, who had just entered the room. And I've brought a guest. The one who entered was none other than Glenn. Glenn, what are you doing here? Sylvia asked. He knelt before her by order of Veronica-sama. I have come to check on your condition, he replied. It's okay, I'm fine, said the blonde. Actually, there's another reason why I came. Veronica-sama is going to the city tomorrow to see the reconstruction work and I wanted you to. The brunette began, but was stopped by the blonde. I know, don't make a scene while I'm his escort, she said in a somewhat angry tone. No, actually she wants you to go to St. Valerie tomorrow to say your prayers of repentance, he said, surprising the blonde and making her sad. Okay, she said. You know about engagements, right? She asked, receiving a yes from Glenn. And it doesn't bother you? If it's an order from Veronica-sama, then I won't object, he said, proceeding to leave, but Issei stopped him. Are you a machine, incapable of giving your opinion? Issei said, and wait ever since that guy arrived. If I were you, I wouldn't get cocky, Glenn said seriously. Do you want me to leave you like you, Veronica-sama? He said with a touch of mockery, bothering Glenn, but as he saw the fight he knew he couldn't handle him. Well, Sylvia didn't understand that part. After that scene, they proceeded to leave, leaving Sylvia alone, who started to cry when she saw that her sister saw her as a nuisance. The next day, Issei, along with Kiba, Gasper, Vali, Esdeath and Rebecca, were selected to be Veronica's escort. These people were in the city watching as Veronica's mere presence increased the workers' motivation. While our group of mercenaries were watching this, a powerful explosion occurred at St. Valerie Church, where Sylvia was located. They all proceeded to board Veronica's ship and see what happened. Moments before, Sylvia, who until a few moments ago had been praying, could be seen arguing with Jessica, who was there praying for Vali to get her pregnant. But at that moment, the church floor cracked and several subjects emerged from it, led by a girl of about 15 years old, with long dark green hair and red eyes, who was wearing an Amazon warrior outfit, I'll be honest, I have no idea if that's what she wears. She had a sword in her hands and was riding a somewhat fat orange dragon. I am of Dacha, the one who condemns, and I came for Princess Veronica's younger sister, said the woman now identified as of Dacha. In less than 15 minutes, they had everyone in the church on their knees, surrounded by several men from Avdacha, including Sylvia, Jessica, and the girl who was with the masked man. She had infiltrated the city to search for her targets, Navi and Iko, but she couldn't do anything since they spent all their time with Issei, whom she was very afraid of after the battle with the necromancer, where she accompanied the masked man when he summoned the rotten dragons. She had very bad luck that while she was in the church, to avoid being recognized by any of the guards who were around, she got involved in a terrorist attack and that the woman next to her fainted, leaving her with her baby. Sylvia was nervous. She had never been in a similar situation, but she was determined to surrender if it meant saving the lives of civilians. But Jessica stopped her, saying that Her Highness had no reason to surrender to terrorists, so the brunette stood ready to confront the girl. Veronica's ship. In Veronica's ship, she and her escort were watching Avdacha on a screen, although she looked older in the wanted posters, and behind her was Jessica in her underwear tied to the church cross, simulating a crucifixion. Veronica told them that Avdacha was a terrorist who was looking for her head. The girl threatened to feed civilians to her dragon every 30 minutes if Veronica did not appear before her and let her kill her. The worst part was that they couldn't attack her because of the civilians, since Avdacha had planted bombs in the church and she had the detonator. But against all odds. Prepare the cannon, Veronica ordered, surprising her escort. You're crazy, you'll kill the people inside, including your sister, Issei said. So, what do you propose we do? The blonde asked as Issei whispered something in her ear. Minutes later. Avdacha-sama, someone is approaching, said one of the girl's men, pointing at Issei who was approaching with his hands up. They led him into the church where Avdacha greeted him, asking who he was. I'm an intermediary, you must stop this, the first princess is aiming her ship's cannon here, Issei said, alarming the civilians. I don't care, she wouldn't shoot her own sister, Avdacha said with a small smile. Why are you doing this? The dark-haired man asked. You see, I have a younger sister, but she was kidnapped a long time ago when she was very young, so I've been looking for her. And I've heard that Veronica has 3 sisters, so she must know what it feels like to have a loved one taken from you, Avdacha began, but then her dragon growled. It seems to be hungry, well, even though 30 minutes haven't passed, it could use a snack, she said, looking around for someone to sacrifice. Then, to her great misfortune, the baby wanted to be breached, which the girl refused, but this caused the baby to start crying, attracting the attention of Avdacha and Issei. That would make a good appetizer, Avdacha said, indicating to her dragon who to eat. Issei was about to stop him when, to his surprise, Sylvia stepped between them. I won't let you do it, the blonde declared. "Who are you?" asked the dark green-haired girl. "I am the fourth princess of Remnant, Sylvia Remnant," she said. "Oh, so the fourth princess," Dacha said, narrowing her eyes. "Out of respect for my name, release the mother and her son," Sylvia said, but Dacha only approached her. "So you're Veronica's sister. If you're willingly giving your name, then you should be prepared for what's to come," Dacha said. "As a princess, I cannot bear to see my people sacrificed. I prefer to die like a knight," Sylvia said, but Dacha struck her vertically with her sword. Surprisingly, this did not hurt her, but it did cut her clothes, leaving her naked, and in response, she screamed and ducked down to cover herself. "There's your true form. Only by revealing your nakedness do you become a woman again. Gone is the prestige of your knightly name, along with any point of killing you," Dacha said with a smile. Sylvia began to recall all those moments when her sister said she was disappointed in her, how she behaved in front of the other students, and the necromancer's attack. She sank deeper and deeper into despair until a memory came back to her. It was from when Issei yelled at her during the attack. It seemed like a scolding, but she realized it was actually meant to motivate her, and surprisingly, it worked better than anything her sister had ever said. Gathering the same courage she had that day, she said. "I must thank you, Dacha. You made me realize how weak and ill-prepared I am, but my old self is gone. She died when you cut her. And now, I am reborn as a new Sylvia Remnant," she said as she stood up and removed the covering from her body, revealing a look of unwavering determination. "I declare this. I will be the most royal knight. A paladin," she declared, her resolve at its peak. "Well said, Sylvia," came a shout, part of which was from Issei, while the other part came from the ground. This was destroyed, showing Rebecca with her arch, Glenn with his arch too, and volley. This was Issei's plan. While he acted as a distraction above, they would dig below and then attack from two sides. He thought of this because if he or volley went alone, there was a chance that civilians, as well as Sylvia and Jessica, would get caught in the crossfire. But with more of them, those chances were reduced. Returning to the attack, Rebecca and Glenn used their weapons to decimate Dacha's men, while Volley went to rescue Jessica. But Issei was the only one to notice Dacha's dragon dangerously approaching Sylvia from behind. The blonde, along with the two-arched dragoner, saw the dragon launch itself towards her too late, so she chose to cross her arms and resist the attack, since Rebecca and Glenn could not reach her. But he felt no pain, so he opened his eyes and saw Issei stopping the dragon's attack without any problem. "That's what I call determination, Sylvia," he said with a smile, making her blush. The dark-haired man retracted his fist and jammed it right into the dragon's stomach, causing it to spit blood and fall unconscious. Dacha watched this with concern, as her forces had been defeated, so she had to resort to her last card, but a voice stopped her. "Oh no, you won't, diamond dust," said Issei, unleashing the freezing attack, which left Dacha trapped in a cube of ice. Moments later, Veronica's men took Dacha and her forces away, while the girl disappeared. Sylvia had a blanket while she sat on the church steps, oblivious to Jessica trying to grape volley again. "Are you okay?" Issei asked, standing near her. "My legs are weak right now." "How pathetic," said the blonde with a small smile. "In that case, come here," Issei said as he got into position to give Sylvia a piggyback ride, which she accepted, embarrassed. "Again, you were great there," he said, increasing Sylvia's blush. "His back is so warm," was her last thought as they left the church, before falling asleep. The next day. "I am Dacha, the one who condemns, yes, the one who said it was Dacha, who was on the bridge of Veronica's ship, without handcuffs or anything." Issei and Volley looked incredulous, until. "It seems that everything was planned by my sister," Sylvia said, surprising the twins. Veronica then explained that she had faced Dacha a few years prior, losing the battle, and had worked for her as her agent ever since. She also explained that she had orchestrated the entire situation to correct her sister, though she hadn't counted on the dragon's attack, and therefore thanked Issei for saving Sylvia. "But why do you work for Veronica?" Issei asked. "To find my younger sister. Her name is Shamara, and she turns 15 this year," she said, surprising Issei that this part wasn't a lie. "I must say we heard something interesting thanks to you," Veronica said, snapping her fingers and playing a recording that was very familiar to everyone. "I will be the most royal knight. A paladin, yes," that was Sylvia's declaration, making her blush while Veronica tried in vain to contain her laughter. "Please stop, sister." I tried to stop that moment, but Veronica ignored me and repeated it many more times. "They're acting like sisters now," Issei thought, seeing that everything Veronica did was to give her sister a goal. After that, Sylvia's engagement was cancelled, making her very happy. Veronica and her men continued on their way out, while the whole city bid them farewell. "Do you know, Issei-sama, where the Sylvanas ship got its name from?" "Think about it, Sylvia." "Sylvanas," Cassette said from behind him. Great, a sister con, all that's missing is for her to have clothes, paintings and other things related to Sylvia, he said with a sigh, remembering certain things his father told him about the current Mao Lucifer and Leviathan. On the Sylvanas, Veronica was immersed in her thoughts, so Issei, you're very interesting, thought the blonde with a smile that didn't bode well for our poor black-haired boy, who felt chills for some reason. If you're wondering why Master Biblia didn't appear, it's because he was locked in a room with only the essentials to survive until the first princess left, as they didn't want any trouble because of the perverted director. A few days later. A week after Veronica left, a special camp was announced where students would be trained in conditions different from school. It was also agreed that Issei, Vali, Kurumi, Scarlet, Kaneko, Ravel, Mine, Kurum, Chelsea, Akame, Leon, and Gasper would accompany them as bodyguards for all the students going, while the rest stayed at the academy just in case, although the girls reluctantly agreed. Issei was with the aforementioned people talking to Rebecca about the trip, but a scream alerted them. The room in the girls' dormitory is on fire. They heard several students shout, so they went outside to see, and, indeed, they saw smoke coming from one of the rooms in the girls' dormitory, although Rebecca looked much more worried than she would have been. Chapter 14. Training Camp and Appointment with Infinity. Female Bedrooms. Rebecca could be seen running at full speed, followed by Issei, Vali, Kurumi, Scarlet, Kaneko, Ravel, Gasper, Akame, Kurum, Leon, Chelsea and Mine, who were alarmed to see the orange-haired girl running at full speed, very worried. Then Sylvia and Jessica appeared and saw the president running, so they followed her. Upon opening the door, they saw a room filled with various types of plants, but also filled with smoke. What was most alarming, however, was a black coffin in the middle of the room, containing a fair-skinned girl with short pale blonde hair and pointed ears. She was wearing simple light blue pajamas. Is she dead? Sylvia asked as Jessica got worse, saying things like, what are we going to do? And things like that. But at that moment the girl stood up, frightening some and surprising others, and opened her eyes showing 2 violet orbs. Then he proceeded to yawn. Opening Dagaki Tashi *2 degrees temperata, the *war. A huge stadium is shown, while images of Issei, Vali, Rias, Sona, a blonde boy, a green-haired girl, another green-haired boy, and a black-haired boy, flash across a massive screen. The scene then shifts to a large circle displaying various symbols as Issei walks toward the battlefield. Senju no Taiwa to Kakuyurit. Anju nai Sumitsuku Kage wo Otosu. Issei can be seen walking through Kuo Academy, later accompanied by Tiamat and Office. Shiranai Mama Itami nai Kawaru Kodo Satoru nai. He is then followed by the rest of his entourage and other silhouettes, walking alongside Vali, Lori and other silhouettes behind the albino. Anashimi Kara Yumareta Yumo. The world is yours. Dragon hunting can be seen from the outside as time passes, later changing to various teams preparing for battle, including Sonas and Rias. Su, Mabuta no Yurita Kurikisu. Kono Sorga Yobu Konai. The scene changes to Issei walking down a corridor with his entourage, while in another corridor Vali does the same. It then switches to the faction leaders in a special room, before changing again to Serafal, Penemu and Gabriel, all smiling broadly. Tibiite, Tadaka Kenyaketam Yun Nai Mabeui Shaudu. Ajiketa Amoy Nai My Star, will you shine forever? Issei's entourage can be seen as they face off against Sona Citri's entourage. The scene then shifts to Vali confronting the green-haired girl. Ano Hayagata Subit Sayoku Akideuk. This is a bomb. Rias then appears facing off against a blonde boy, while the scene shifts to the confrontation between the blue-haired boy and the dark-haired boy. A referee and a commentator are also seen excited by what they are witnessing. Ima, Yamageru Jiken Kono Bashoda. The Kurizetai Uzuranai Negai wo. Everything changes to a deserted wasteland, where 3 wolves, many giant snakes, and 4 people suddenly raising their aura can be seen. Adafukatusu Kono Ko Tetsuyoku Kizandeuk. This is the *war. Issei and Vali appear, reciting something, as their armor changes, and they face the previous figures. The scene then shifts to Rias looking at someone with disdain, Kaneko staring at her hands, trembling, Akeno in bed crying and remembering someone, and a huge black dragon guarding something. Finally, the scene cuts to Vali and Issei reaching out to a white-haired woman who smiles at them. Lastly, red and blue necklaces appear on the ground. So all the smoke was from the incense? Rebecca asked, relieved. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, the girl said after extinguishing the incense and bowing, though her eyes were closed. At least you're okay, Rebecca said. Just be careful not to burn yourself so much next time. Yes, you're always right, Madam President, said the little girl as she hugged Rebecca. Well, what's wrong with that coffin? Jessica Lego said angrily, pointing at the coffin. It's not a coffin, it's a bed which can also be used at your funeral, the girl said simply, further infuriating Jessica. Rebecca, who is she? The dark-haired man asked. She is Lucca Saradin, an Escaladianer forest fairy, a race that possesses excellent dragon riders, and she is also one of those who will accompany us to the camp, Rebecca said. I see, said Issei. By the way Lucca, how are things going with your partner Gawain? She asked as Lucca began to shed small tears. Not good, he won't let me ride it anymore, she said, surprising everyone. Seeing her expression and confirming that nothing was burning, they left the room to leave her alone. Outside, Rebecca explained that Lucca's pal hasn't let her ride him for 3 months, alarming her because the astral flow between them has been cut off and this could lead to Gawain's death. For those who don't know, the astral flow is what unites a person with their dragon partner, which in turn increases the power of both and also allows them to locate each other. After that they separated and each went their separate ways. The next day. Rebecca, Sylvia, Jessica, Lucca, Kiryu, Master Biblia, dragon hunting and night raid could be seen in front of the academy stables, where the dragons could rest. Apparently, Lucca tried to approach Gawain, but he roared at her, scaring her as she went to get Rebecca for help. She called upon the dragons to help her with this little problem, which night raid joined because they had nothing better to do. Let me see if I understand, you want us to go in there and talk to Lucca's pal? Vali asked, pointing to himself and Issei. Yes was Master Bible's simple reply. Okay, the twin said, before going into the stables. There they encountered a medium-sized lavender-colored dragon, who looked weak. But upon seeing them, he unleashed a powerful roar, hoping to make them leave. But he failed. Listen, we just want to know why you won't let Lucca ride you, Issei said. The dragon just roared louder. Do you want to keep her safe? But from what? The albino asked. Roar roared with less intensity. But why you? The dark-haired man asked. Roar it roared again. I see, but could you explain it better? They both asked. An hour passed, during which Rebecca, Lucca, Sylvia, and Jessica watched with concern as the twins still did not emerge from the stables. However, this concern disappeared when they saw them open the doors, and curiously, they did not have a single scratch. That was very informative, said the dark-haired boy, then turned his gaze to Lucca. Lucca-chan, if you want to ride Gawain again, you must overcome your fear, he said, leaving the students confused, except for the little violet-eyed girl who was beginning to understand what those words meant. The next day. The students elected for the camp and the selected members of dragon hunting and night raid were standing in front of a mansion, so to speak, and behind them was a huge lake. Everyone arrived somehow. The students rode their dragons, whether by land, sea, or air. Although Lucca rode on Lancelot's back. The dragon hunting members flew as well, and since the night raid members couldn't fly, they were brought by Issei and Vali in this way. Issei held Akame and Leon by the waist, while Vali carried Mine and Kurum, also by the waist, with Chelsea on his back, who seemed to be enjoying herself. Gawain was also brought there, but through a portal, as he refused to let Lucca ride him. Upon arrival, Rebecca began to give a speech about self-improvement at this camp and so on, but then said that they would take care of that tomorrow since today they could have fun. We currently see the students in swimsuits having fun at the lake. There was a group admiring Rebecca, who was wearing a very elegant swimsuit. Meanwhile, our two twins were also in swimsuits, black with red details for Issei and white with blue for Vali, thinking about certain fiancés in swimsuits. But they were snapped out of their thoughts when they saw certain girls in swimsuits. The mansion doors opened, revealing Cassette in her typical maid outfit, accompanying an embarrassed Sylvia, who was wearing a white swimsuit that, unfortunately for her and fortunately for the viewers, was a bit too small. It's safe to say Issei was mesmerized by the sight. But then came out Akame, wearing a simple black swimsuit that didn't hide her figure. Leon, wearing a very suggestive swimsuit similar to Rebecca's but in yellow. Kurum wore a swimsuit similar to her sister's. Mine wore a one-piece pink swimsuit and Chelsea a simple one with checks. Then Kaneko and Ravel came out, each wearing a school swimsuit. Followed by Kurumi in a somewhat small black swimsuit and Scarlet in a red swimsuit, looking very embarrassed as she wasn't used to wearing one. Vali was, figuratively speaking, drooling over a certain brunette, a pink-haired girl and a brunette, and his brother was similarly smitten with a brunette and a blonde. But the latter's drooling intensified upon seeing the last four girls. It's worth mentioning that both twins had a deep blush on their faces, while a certain dragon was itching to punch his host. Mine, Chelsea, and Kurum noticed the white-haired boy's condition, so they approached him. What's wrong with you, idiot? Mine asked, a little annoyed by the white-haired boy's look. They are beautiful, was all she could say, as she was in a kind of trance. This caused Mine to blush monumentally and shout baka as she ran to the lake, while Chelsea and Kurum also blushed, but to a lesser extent and the former had a mischievous smile. While the rest of the girls approached the dark-haired boy, who unlike his brother was able to come out of the trance. I wish I had a camera or something to paint this beautiful picture, Issei said, and the reactions were immediate. Akame blushed slightly and had a small smile. Leon gave a mischievous and playful smile, along with several less than holy ideas. Kaneko also blushed, while Little Phoenix had a monumental blush and shouted Baka, as did a certain pink-haired girl. Kurumi had a mischievous smile, and Scarlet's blush increased. Of course, when they went to the lake, a certain dragon took advantage of this to strangle its host. "What do you think you're going to do to my little sister?" The one who shouted that was Drake, materializing the boosted gear and trying to strangle Issei. "Someone help me," he said as he tried to stop Drake's attack. "I'll take care of it," said Ascalon, as sounds of blows could be heard. Intrigued, Issei entered the boosted gear's mental landscape to find out what was happening. Mind landscape. Issei appeared in the mental landscape but was surprised to see what he had become. It was no longer a black space filled with flames, now it was a huge field with trees, mountains and lakes, but his attention was focused on a two-story cabin with a fireplace in the middle of the field. He approached the cabin and opened the door, shocked by the sight before him. He saw a beautiful white-haired woman with golden eyes wearing a white yukata with claw details, but it did not hide her beautiful figure. But she was shaking a red-haired man with short hair with yellow tips and red eyes, who was wearing a formal red suit. "Who are you?" a shocked Issei asked the two people. They turned to see the dark-haired man with his jaw on the ground. "That's right, we never showed you our human forms. I am Ascalon, Issei," said the white-haired woman, identifying herself as Issei's sacred sword, "and this idiot is Drake," she said, pointing at the beaten reed. "What?" was all he could say. They then explained that, as the previous mental space was boring, they changed it to this one, and that for personal reasons, they preferred to use their human forms and create this house. "Well, that explains most of it," Issei said. "By the way. Come here, Issei Bahamut." Drake shouted, chasing after the dark-haired man, but fortunately, Ascalon stopped Drake and Issei was able to escape from his mindscape. Outside. Issei snapped out of his mental landscape, but the scene he saw was no better. He saw his twin brother tied up next to Jessica while she rode her sea dragon, being chased by members of Dragon Hunting and Night Raid, since they were threatened by Lori that if Jessica graped Volley, they would have to deal with Lori personally, which terrified them. Then Issei noticed that one member was missing from his group. "Where's Gasper?" he asked, addressing no one in particular, but a shout alerted him. "Hi. How cute," several women shouted upon seeing the little transvestite damper dressed in a girl's school swimsuit. He also had an embarrassed expression that only added to his cuteness, according to the women. Issei was mentally debating whether to help Gasper escape from the fans or leave him to his fate as punishment for wearing that swimsuit. That's when he realizes something. "Where's Lucca?" I asked, noticing that the little girl wasn't around. "She decided not to go out, it seems she's still depressed," said Rebecca, who appeared out of nowhere next to the dark-haired man. Issei said nothing. He knew the little girl had a lot to think about if she wanted to ride Gawain again. 5 days later. It was the last day of training and it was nighttime, so the students would celebrate the results. During that time, Volley had improved his relationship with Mine, talking about various topics such as weapons or tastes. He also improved his relationship with Kurum during their practice matches, where the albino praised the younger black-haired girl's skills countless times, although she also praised him from time to time. And the same thing happened with Chelsea, with whom he would talk about tastes, or they would have fun playing pranks on others, mainly Issei. Although with Jessica it was more difficult, since at every opportunity she tried to grape him, but getting past that he found a nice and intelligent girl, as he could appreciate in several elaborate traps to catch him. Obviously, the 3 members of Night Raid grew fond of the albino dragon, thinking it wouldn't be so bad to spend the rest of their lives with him. Of course, this led to the 4 of them having the occasional fight when he wasn't looking. Lori, meanwhile, felt she'd have to talk to a few girls later. Issei, on the other hand, ended up winning Akame's heart. The two spent their time in practice matches, where they would complement each other's skills, chat about various topics, or engage in the occasional meat-eating contest, which always ended in a tie. It was unlikely that Akame wouldn't fall for the black-haired dragon, especially since she had become interested in him after overhearing her superiors talking about him. Something similar happened with Leon, although she had made up her mind since, like Akame, she overheard her superiors' conversations. During those 5 days, she meticulously analyzed the dark-haired man, measuring his strength, speed, agility, power, and so on, all for a reason, I think, that was all too obvious. He also spent time with his servants, whether playing games with Kaneko, at Ravel's tea time, practicing fights with Kurumi and or Scarlet, etc. His relationship with all of them had improved, as was noticeable when Scarlet lost that shy personality she had around him, although Ravel continued with her tsundier personality. Surprisingly, Rebecca and Sylvia also spent time with Issei, mainly asking for advice on how to improve their dragon training. Rebecca had become very interested in Issei, to the point where she thought he would make a good husband. Sylvia had similar thoughts, but every time she thought about it, she blushed and remembered the social difference between them. Imagine how she'll react when she finds out Issei's rank. After what happened on the first day, where Gasper was almost raped by his fans, he decided not to leave the mansion, staying inside a box playing video games. Unfortunately, Lucca still couldn't ride Gawain. Because of this, Issei and Vali proceeded to tell the others the reason why. They said it all started when Lucca was practicing for her race's dragon dance, which tested the coordination and skill of both rider and dragon, as well as their relationship. But during practice, Lucca fell off Gawain, preventing her from riding him for a few months. When she recovered, she developed a kind of fear of the accident, which Gawain sensed. They also said that Gawain feels guilty about what happened to Lucca, so to prevent it from happening again, he avoids letting him ride him. But while they were talking about it, Lucca rushed into the room where they were talking, saying that Gawain had disappeared. Rebecca determined that he could have gone to the Willingham Mausoleum, a place where a dragon named Nada, to help his master, cut off his astral flow and disappeared, so that she would not see him perish, ending up in the Willingham Mausoleum. Because of this, Issei, Sylvia, Lucca, Akame and Leon would go to that place to stop Gawain, while the rest would stay behind in case an attack occurred. That is why we now find ourselves at the entrance to the Willingham Mausoleum, where Issei and company were about to enter when the sky began to fill with black clouds and produce lightning. This feeling it's the same as before. Issei said, transforming. It was then that the gates opened, giving way to countless necromancer dragons. Of course, against Issei and Lancelot, they were reduced to ashes with their energy blasts. Once they had dealt with those at the entrance, they proceeded to delve deeper into the mausoleum. Only to encounter more necromancers. While the girls rode on Lancelot and Issei flew alongside them, the two dragons eliminated as many necromancers as they could. After a while, they arrived at what appeared to be the mausoleum, as there were numerous tombs surrounding a large structure. They sensed someone else's presence and looked up to see the same masked figure who had tried to capture Navi and Iko. You are responsible for the necromancer's attack on the city. In the name of the Lautréamont royal family, I will bring divine punishment upon you. Sylvia shouted. What do you mean, Sylvia? The dark-haired man asked. Some civilians and a few cameras managed to capture the same man walking towards the tower in the city center, the place where the clouds were seen to concentrate and where the necromancer descended, Sylvia explained. Compared to your sister Veronica, you're just a cowardly, needy girl. How you've grown, Sylvie, said the masked man, shocking Sylvia, since only one person called her by that name. "Me brother," was all Sylvia could stammer in shock as she recalled several events from her childhood. "I'm sorry I can't stay longer, but I have some business to attend to, so I'll let you play with these friends of mine," the man said as the ground shook and the central mausoleum was destroyed, from which Nada's revived corpse emerged. But many more dragons were also emerging from the tombs all around. Unfortunately for our protagonist, the ground cracked open due to the emergence of Nada, creating a very deep chasm beneath him, into which he fell because several necromancers rushed at him, preventing him from flying and causing him to fall alongside the dragons that caught him. "Issei" was what the women shouted when they saw Issei fall. Camp. Things at the camp were no better, as ever since the sky filled with clouds, a huge army of necromancers of all kinds came out of nowhere and began attacking the students, who defended themselves with their dragons. Bali, now transformed, faced several necromancers at once, but 3 tried to attack him through his blind spot. But one was eliminated by a laser beam, while another was sliced, and the last one was crushed. When Vali looked, he saw Mine in the distance aiming his cannon like a sniper. Up close he saw Kurum cleaning the blood off her katana. Was she a minotaur? A minotaur? The albino asked. "It's me, Vali-kun," said the minotaur in a voice identical to Chelsea's. "What?" he asked, impressed. "Litigu allows me to transform into anyone, even supernatural beings, and I gain their physical abilities," Chelsea explained. "Interesting," said Vali as he gave his 3 saviors a smile, making them blush to varying degrees. Far away, Scarlet was busy eliminating several necromancers with dragon shoot while Kurumi fired at them with her pistols. Nearby, Kaneko was trying to stop 2 necromancers, but they were stronger. Ravel was incinerating some with her flames. And Gasper was holding off as many as he could so that someone else could finish them off. But Ravel was hit by one's tail, sending her flying into Gasper, causing them both to fall but on top of Kaneko, leaving all 3 of them on the ground. Kurumi, who saw this, wanted to go and help them, but the number of necromancers was immense and increasing, so they blocked her path. "Move." The dark-haired woman shouted as some necromancers grabbed her. "Move." She yelled again, but now she saw some of them approaching the trio of first years, intent on eating them. "No. Stay away from them." She shouted, but they ignored her. Then she remembered several times she'd spent with them, mostly teasing them, but they always ended up laughing. Keep away from them. Kurumi shouted at the top of her lungs as a reddish-black light enveloped her. Elemental shoot balance breaker army of perdition, said Kurumi, and its effects were not long in coming. The first-year students, who had watched trembling as the necromancers approached, were stunned to see them fall dead again from a hail of bullets from various elements. Looking up at the sky, they were surprised to see countless Kurumis easily dispatching their enemies. Incredible, so this is my balance breaker, said the original Kurumi as the clones nodded. Alright, let's take out those sons of bitches. Kurumi shouted as the clones charged forward with psychopathic grins. But the awakening of Kurumi's balance breaker, the balance tipped in favor of the students and mercenaries, but the army of necromancers was steadily increasing its strength. Issei's son. Issei was getting up. He had suffered a huge fall, and it got worse when more necromancers fell on top of him. To his surprise, he was in a sort of abandoned citadel that was right below the mausoleum. But he sensed some familiar presences, as he had sensed them before he fell. Looking closer, I see the masked man and the girl accompanying him entering what appears to be the center of the citadel, where there is a huge building. Concealing his presence, he followed them until the masked man began to recite something. At that moment, the building began to collapse, causing a huge cloud of smoke to rise. As the sky cleared, the three saw a large winged dragon that was the same size as Fafnir, but this one had dark gray fur, 2 horns curved forward, red eyes with sharp yellow pupils, and a horn drill above its nose. It's been a while since I was woken up, said the dragon in a hoarse voice. Now, let's move on to the next thing, said the masked man, beginning to release his aura, but something stopped him. Watch out. The girl shouted, pulling the masked man away from a dragon chute. Wow, I didn't expect you to dodge it, Issei said, emerging from his hiding place. You, said the dragon, pointing its claw at Issei. I see you have power, but do you have what it takes to control me? It said while exhaling blue fire. I couldn't tell you, but first I have to take care of. The dark-haired man began, but then he realized that the man and the girl had disappeared. When did they do that? Besides, that girl seems very familiar, Issei wondered, seemingly beginning to show a trait of his father. At that moment, the dragon began to concentrate energy in its mouth, so Issei, somewhat angry that those responsible had fled leaving him to clean up the mess, decided to attack the dragon to see if it would calm down, activating his sacred gear upon seeing the enormous amount of power the dragon was concentrating. Here, take this Giga Drill Breaker, said the dragon as a drill shot out of its mouth. Then take this boost Dragon Fist, said the dark-haired man as his energy took the form of an oriental dragon. The two attacks collided, creating a shockwave that destroyed the rest of the citadel. The dragon's attack narrowly surpassed Issei's, until boost transfer. Issei increased the power of the attack again, surpassing that of the dragon. The impact of Issei's attack created an explosion that knocked the dragon down. Issei landed beside it and looked it in the eyes. Have you calmed down now? Issei asked. Yes. What's more, I accept you as my new master. My name is Pederhosen, the piercing dragon king. The one now identified as Pederhosen introduced himself. Tell me, master, what is your name? My name is Issei Bahamut, son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut and current Sekiryuutei, Issei introduced himself, shocking Pederhosen. And don't call me master, it makes me feel strange. I prefer you call me Issei. Pederhosen, having overcome the one who now serves the prince of dragons, accepted Issei's order. Okay, Issei, said the dragon. Well, with that settled, it's best to head back, said the dark-haired man, piquing Pederhosen's interest. Let me explain. But Sylvia was not having an easy fight. While Akame and Leon kept the lesser necromancers at bay, she had to take care of Nada while also protecting Lucca. Nada unleashed a torrent of energy that knocked Lancelot down, sending Sylvia and Lucca tumbling to the ground. Seeing this, Nada slowly approached the blondes. Akame and Leon were so focused on their fights that they didn't notice what happened to the blondes. Sylvia stood in front of Lucca, trying to protect her, but more necromancers emerged from behind and approached them. Both the necromancers and Nada fired torrents of energy directly at the two blondes. It was clear that Sylvia was trembling at the thought of her possible death, but even so, she grabbed Lucca and shielded her with her body, ready to sacrifice herself to protect her from the attack. That's why she didn't notice when Lancelot, who was lying weak on the ground, suddenly had bright eyes. An explosion occurred, alerting the members of Night Raid, who looked in terror at Lancelot on the ground and a huge curtain of smoke. They were already thinking about the worst-case scenario, but something in the cloud of smoke surprised them. As the fog cleared, Sylvia could be seen wearing black armor with silver details and black dragon wings with a gray membrane, which accentuated her figure. Behind her stood Lucca, who gazed in amazement at the older blonde. You an arch, Lucca said in amazement. An A. To give you an idea, it's Urza's black winged armor from Fairy Tail. Sylvia gazed in amazement at her new attire, feeling immense power coursing through her. Then she looked at her partner, who only glanced at her before collapsing unconscious, but that was enough for Sylvia to understand. "We finally did it, Lancelot," she said, shedding tears of joy at having fulfilled her dream. "That's why I'm going to defeat these necromancers in the name of Sylvia Remnant." The blonde shouted, bringing a smile to the unconscious dragon's face, for she had overcome her fears and been reborn as the true Sylvia Remnant. "X-Saber," she yelled, and a curiously designed saber appeared in her hand. With the weapon, he lunged at his enemies, sending crescent-shaped waves of energy at the necromancers, eliminating them. After about 15 minutes, all the necromancers were annihilated, including Nada, who succumbed to Sylvia's newfound power. Sylvia was by Lancelot's side, taking care of him and with Outer Arch, while Lakame and Leon, who were slightly injured, and Lucca approached. Then, from the crevice where Issei had fallen, he and Pederhosen emerged. He told them what he knew about Pederhosen so they wouldn't attack him. Sylvia also told him that she had obtained an arch rank and Lancelot had reached master rank, receiving congratulations from Issei while he patted her head, much to her embarrassment and delight. Of course, Akame and Leon watched her, filled with jealousy. Then they proceeded to leave the mausoleum, encountering a large army of necromancers attacking the camp. Oh no. Sylvia-senpai and Lancelot are exhausted, as are Akame-san and Leon-san, and Issei-san won't be able to handle so much on his own were Lucca's worried thoughts. "Damn, we have to go there," Issei said, but to his surprise, Lucca looked at him with a smile and did something unthinkable. She threw herself off the cliff. "Lucca," they all shouted, worried by the girl's actions. "Forgive me, Gawain, I will no longer be afraid of you. They did so much for me, so it's my turn to do something for them. So take my astral flow, receive it, for you are my pal," Lucca said with determination and courage. From the ground, a pillar of energy emerged right where Lucca was, before disappearing in the form of a sphere towards the camp. Because of this, Issei took everyone up to Pederhosen, and they flew towards the battle site. Pamp. Things weren't looking good for the students. Harumi's balance breaker had run out, leaving her completely exhausted, while the other members of Dragon Hunting, except for Volley and Night Raid, were also exhausted. The albino was the only one fighting, but being alone, he couldn't take them all on at once. To make matters worse, Rebecca's arch vanished, leaving her weak. But just when all seemed lost, they saw a dragon flying at full speed towards them. Rebecca and Volley, looking more closely, realized it was Gawain with Lucca on his back. Gawain flew at supersonic speeds, while Lucca released astral energy, leaving a trail of it. To anyone else, they seemed to be moving randomly, but then they saw Lucca fall off Gawain while performing spins in the air as a strange dome formed, filled with highly complex magical sequences. Finally, Lucca landed on Gawain, bringing the ritual to an end. Dragon Dance, first move, Amrita Cleansing. Lucca shouted and the dome exploded as if it were rain, but the drops disintegrated the necromancers. All the students began to congratulate Lucca as she had put an end to the necromancer's nightmare. Several days later. It has only been a few days since the camp incident and everyone has returned to Anne Sullivan. Issei obviously introduced everyone to Pederhosen, a king-class dragon who could transform his power into drills that pierced even the toughest defenses. He was also surprised to see Tiamat on the same team as in Sekiryuutei, as well as Crom Cruch's daughter and Drake's sister, not to mention Bahamut's other son. In the end, he became Issei's familiar. Harumi also showed her balance breaker, but said that its problems included the enormous stamina it required, and that upon completion, the information collected by her clones was sent to her brain, giving her a headache. Sylvie also showed off her arch, being congratulated by Rebecca and the mercenaries, as well as all the students. We are now in the dining room of the hotel where everyone is staying. The office approached Issei with determined steps. "Ice," the dark-haired girl called, "let's have a date now," she said, leaving Issei a little taken aback, but he quickly recovered and said they should meet downstairs in 30 minutes. After some time had passed, Issei came downstairs wearing a black t-shirt with a grey jacket, along with dark blue jeans and black shoes. Office was below, dressed in her typical gothic attire. "Let's go," said Issei, offering his arm to Office, who readily accepted it. Once they left, a palpable sense of jealousy hung in the air, emanating from Issei's friends, plus Najenda, Esdeath, Akame, and Leon. Somewhere along the way, Rebecca and Sylvia felt a wave of jealousy wash over them, though they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Issei took Office to a restaurant, where they both ordered an extra-large plate of spaghetti. People there could see the lovely couple sharing a classic date dish, and they made quite a pretty picture. For some reason, or perhaps it was Shichigami, Issei and Office were sniffing at two different noodles, but the more they sniffed, the closer they got to each other. That's when they realized they were eating the same noodle, but it was too late. They had already kissed, and they separated somewhat embarrassed for having kissed in front of so many people. Although the crowd looked on jealously at the accidental kiss they shared, they wanted to be in a similar situation with each other's partners, men with Office and women with Issei. After that unique moment, they both went for a walk around the city, where Issei took the opportunity to buy something for Office. They went through some games, where Issei was in charge of pushing Office on the swings, and then they ended up at a bottle throwing stand, where Issei won a black stuffed snake from Office. For them, time must have passed very quickly, as it was now night. As the date ended, Issei took Office to the top of a nearby mountain. "Why did you bring me here, Ice?" asked a dragon goddess. "That's why," he said, pointing to the sky. Office saw an infinite number of stars shining brightly in the night sky. A sight comparable only to the sky in the dimensional rift. "It's beautiful," Office said with a smile. "Although not as much as you," Issei declared, blushing slightly as he said it. Office blushed at that too. "You know, Office, I don't know how I managed to live without you or Tiamat. When you both left I felt devastated, but there was something that kept me going. Do you know what it was?" Issei asked, to which Office shook her head. "It was the promise you made me," she said, gazing nostalgically at the starry sky. Flashback. We find ourselves in one of Kuo's parks. There we can see a small boy with short brown hair and violet eyes. Near him was another boy of the same age with brown hair but honey-colored eyes, and he was crying. In front of him was a girl with black hair and gray eyes wearing a lowly outfit, and she had a sad expression. "Why do you have to leave, Office-san?" asked little Issei. "I have to. My family got a job in another country," Office said, but it was a clear lie. "And can't you stay with my family?" the brunette asked, sounding somewhat hopeful. "I'm afraid not," she said sadly. "Don't cry, Ice," she tried to calm the little brunette. "But first Tiamat-san left, now you're leaving too. Do all the people I love have to go far away?" the brunette asked sadly. "Don't worry, Ice," Office said. "Why?" he asked, looking up. But what happened next left him petrified, as Office had kissed him on the lips and had a slight blush on her cheeks. Poor Rina was as red as a ripe tomato, having witnessed the scene. "Because I promise we'll see each other again, and I'll never leave your side again," she said as she pulled away from the little brunette who was still lost in the kiss. End of flashback. "And I fulfilled it," said Office, recalling that moment. "Yes," said Issei as he approached Office and kissed her, a kiss that she returned. While Issei ran his hands behind the black-haired girl's neck. As they separated, Office looked in surprise at a necklace whose links resembled infinity symbols, and in the center hung a purple gem. "I love you, Office Ouroboros," Issei said. "And I love you, Issei Bahamut," said Office, kissing the dark-haired man again. Both spread their wings and rose up, then separated, beginning the dance of the dragons. After a few minutes, they kissed again, but now there was a drawing of two dragons, one red and black and the other purple, both forming a circle where in the center there was an infinity symbol, but half of the purple dragon side was red and black, and half of the red and black dragon side was purple. Of course, the whole city delighted in the beautiful drawing in the sky, in addition to the beautiful starry sky. The two dragons looked into each other's eyes again, but now a small glow shone in both of them. Just then, a portal opened and took them away. To Issei's surprise, they ended up in a cabin he didn't recognize, next to a strange but beautiful sky. But he couldn't think for too long, because without warning, Office knocked him onto the bed and desperately tore off his clothes. Though Office calmed down, the dark-haired man tried to calm her down, but she gave him a look of lust and desire. "Relax, Ice, you'll really like this," she said in a sensual voice, and quickly took off her clothes to begin the hot night. What they didn't count on was having 3 onlookers. 2 of them were Ascalon and Drake, who were sitting in the armchairs of the cabin in Issei's mindscape, watching the television that was broadcasting what the dark-haired man was watching. These 2 had popcorn to enjoy the program. "It would be strange if this were turning me on." Yes, those were the tenant's thoughts. But the other onlooker was an enormous red dragon, easily 100 meters long, with golden eyes. This was Great Red, the dragon god of dreams, who watched in surprise as the dragon goddess, who had been bothering him for so long, appeared in the dimensional rift, but not to fight him. Although she was also surprised by the boy he'd brought, as she sensed a familiar energy about him. But what really made her sweat drop, and I'm style, was a large sign above the cabin that read, "Great Red, you'd better not bother me on this very important night, or you'll find out firsthand what a truly furious dragon is like." So, downplaying the matter, the dragon left to go back to sleep. Chapter 15. Love between rescuer and rescued, and discovering truths. Hotel. The members of Dragon Hunting, Night Raid, Kiryu and Rebecca and Sylvia, who were there because Sylvia had to ask Issei for something, were having breakfast peacefully, but internally they wondered where Issei and Office were since they did not return last night. At that moment, a portal opened and a dark-haired couple emerged, but all the women looked curiously at the necklace Office was wearing, especially the design on it. "An. I forgot to mention it, but Issei used the same spell as with Tiamat to seal the drawing they made on Office's necklace. Echo ran into her father's arms, who greeted her with a smile, trying to ignore the looks the women were giving him. "I know I just arrived, but I'm going out for a while with Eiko," said the dark-haired man, quickly leaving the room. Once they left, all the girls who liked the dark-haired boy cornered Office against a wall and began the FBI-style interrogation, with questions like "What did you do? Where did you go? And, of course, did you do it?" Office recounts in great detail everything they did, especially when they confessed, performed the dragon dance, and the night. But the last thing, the girls, except for Tiamat, had thin trickles of blood coming out of their noses. Of course Sylvia remembered why she was there, so she quickly went out to look for the dark-haired man. Issei's son. He was walking through the city with Echo on his shoulders. In the distance he could see people talking, mothers and old women gossiping, the headmaster fleeing the wrath of his students. He enjoyed this peace. Then I felt a familiar presence approaching, so I turned to see Sylvia riding Lancelot towards him. "Issei," said Sylvia when she found him. "What's wrong, Sylvia?" he asked. "Why, you see, and I wish that," Sylvia said, very red-faced, so she opted for the only viable option at that moment. Fleeing in Lancelot. "Come here." Echo called to Lancelot, and to everyone's surprise, he obeyed. He sat down and bowed, accidentally dropping Sylvia. "Lancelot." The blonde shouted when she saw her dragon obey a little girl, although she then remembered the ability of Echo's race, so she was surprised by the level the little girl had. "Did you want to tell me something, Sylvia?" the dark-haired man asked again, making Sylvia nervous. "You see, I wish that," she said, very red-faced. "What?" he asked again. Sylvia, summoning all the courage she could muster, shouted, "I want you to come with me to Remnant Castle." Her face was so red it would make a certain Gremory's hair look white in comparison. Issei was very surprised by that request, but with a smile. "Sure, why not?" he said with his trademark smile, but Sylvia's reaction was both comical and surprising. She fainted with a huge smile, along with a very intense blush. Issei got an anime-style sweat drop on his head, and his daughter couldn't stop laughing along with Lancelot. Opening of Gakusen Tashi Season 2, The War of the Asterisks. A huge stadium is shown, while images of Issei, Vali, Rias, Sona, a blonde boy, a green-haired boy, another green-haired boy, and a black-haired boy flash across a massive screen. The scene then shifts to a large circle displaying various symbols as Issei walks toward the battlefield. Senju no Taiwa to Kakuyurit. Anju nai Sumitsuku Kage wo Tosu. Issei can be seen walking through Kuo Academy, later accompanied by Tiamat and Office. Shiranai Mama Itami nai Kawaru Kodo Satoru tu nai. He is then followed by the rest of his entourage and other silhouettes, walking alongside Vali, Lori and other silhouettes behind the albino. Hanashimi Karayu Mureta Yumo. Sekai Kimi ga Yurashitekireru. Dragon hunting can be seen from the outside as time passes, later changing to various teams preparing for battle, including Sonas and Rias. Su, Mabuta no Yurita Kurikisu. Kono Sora ga Yobu Konai. The scene changes to Issei walking down a corridor with his entourage, while in another corridor Vali does the same. It then switches to the faction leaders in a special room, before changing again to Serafal, Penemu and Gabriel, all smiling broadly. Tibiite, Tada Kakenya Kedemu nai Mabeui Shaudu. Ajiketa Amoy nai my star, will you shine forever? Issei's entourage can be seen as they face off against Sona Citri's entourage. The scene then shifts to Vali confronting the green-haired girl. Ano Hayagata Subit Sayoku Akideuk. This is a bomb. Rias then appears facing off against a blonde boy, while the scene shifts to the confrontation between the blue-haired boy and the dark-haired boy. A referee and a commentator are also seen excited by what they are witnessing. Ima, Yamageru Jiken Kono Bashoda. Bakura Zetai Uzuranai Negai wo. Everything changes to a deserted wasteland, where 3 wolves, many giant snakes, and 4 people suddenly raising their aura can be seen. Tada Fukatusu Kono Ko Tatsuyoku Kizandeuk. This is the Asterisk War. Issei and Vali appear, reciting something, as their armor changes, and they face the previous figures. The scene then shifts to Rias looking at someone with disdain, Kaneko staring at her hands, trembling, Akeno in bed crying and remembering someone, and a huge black dragon guarding something. Finally, the scene cuts to Vali and Issei reaching out to a white-haired woman who smiles at them. Lastly, red and blue necklaces appear on the ground. Some time later. Only 2 hours have passed since Sylvia's proposal. Now they are flying to the capital of Remnant Fontaine, more specifically Remnant Castle. Of course, Sylvia had a slightly annoyed expression, since certain uninvited people had managed to sneak in. These were Asia, Navi, Eiko, Albedo, Rory, and Rossweisse, who, upon hearing that their man was going with a beautiful blonde to his father's house, thought 1,000 things and, to avoid any problems, decided to go with them, although Sylvia refused. They were about to arrive at a huge and beautiful city, full of color and life, where a huge castle stood out in the center. After flying for a while longer, they arrived at the castle where they were greeted by a battalion of maids commanded by Cassette and a woman with dark purple hair, violet eyes, and glasses, wearing the same maid outfit, but with a face very similar to that of a certain wife of a Mao. "Welcome home, Sylvia-sama," said the maids as they bowed. "I know you just arrived, but the paladin is waiting for you," said the head maid. "I'll show the guests around first," Sylvia said, but she was stopped by the same maid. "That won't be possible. First, he has to greet the paladin," he said with a very serious expression as his glasses gleamed. Sylvia just sighed. "Sorry about this. If you need anything, just ask Frieda," she said, pointing to the maid who looked like Grafia as she followed Cassette. "Please follow me," Frieda said as the guests followed her. They walked for a few minutes, watching as security increased around the castle. When they asked Frieda, she said that they were having a party soon with very important people in attendance, so they couldn't look after them. They arrived at what would be the room where they would rest, but upon opening the door, they encountered Prim, Veronica's maid, who was in her underwear and accidentally knocked over a bucket of water, soaking everyone. "Sorry," she said, lowering her head. "Prim-san," Frieda said in a sinister voice, "what are you doing with those clothes?" she asked. "It's just that my maid clothes get dirty when I clean, so I take them off," she said innocently. "Maid clothes are meant to get dirty," Frieda shouted, even angrier. "Sorry," he said as he lowered his head again, but hit it with a mop. The collective thought was he's very clumsy. Afterwards they hung their wet clothes out to dry, so the girls were given maid uniforms, while Issei was given a full-body pajama. "Prim-san, please take care of them. But cleanliness comes first," she said, receiving a yes from Prim. "If you'll excuse me," she said as she left. But Prim, when lifting the dryer, accidentally lifted Frieda's skirt, revealing everything since her underwear was also put in the dryer. Unfortunately, his girls covered Issei's eyes, while Frieda blushed bright red and Prim apologized but ended up hitting herself with the mop again. But Sylvia had just arrived at the throne room where her father was. But as I opened the door, I quickly dodged a man with long gray hair and blue eyes who was running straight towards me with a face of immense happiness. By dodging him, I deliver a blow to his jaw and send him to the ground. "The strength of your fist, how close you are to resembling your late mother Elizabeth," said the man in noble clothes. "How irritating. Why do I have to put up with this family pain?" Sylvia complained. Yes, this man is none other than Sylvia's father, Oswald Lautréamont, king of the country of Lautréamont, a country very well hidden from the rest of the non-supernatural world. Afterwards they sat down at a table with tea and snacks. "To what do I owe the pleasure of returning so early, father?" she asked, surprised, since she normally returned during the academy's holidays. "That's because there will soon be a ball in honor of the peace agreement with the 3 biblical factions, and several nobles will be attending, and you, as my daughter, as well as Veronica, must also attend," said Sylvia's father. "Then why bring Issei Bahamut here at such an important moment?" I ask again. "On one hand, it was a recommendation from the high command of the biblical factions," the king replied, surprising Sylvia that Issei knew such powerful figures. "And on the other hand, I wanted to meet him, since I still have too much free time despite everything," he said with a carefree expression that made Sylvia sigh. "So, you just wanted someone to pass the time with?" she asked with an anime-style sweat drop, receiving a yes from her father. "Father, there's something else I want to ask you," Sylvia said, looking at her tea. "Was Julius really executed?" That question surprised his father, whose relaxed smile gave way to a very serious expression. He was a dragon slayer who killed his pal with his own hands. "Such a crime is unforgivable, even for a prince," he said with a hint of regret. "You're right," Sylvia finished, looking away. "He's a bad liar." The evening. After Issei and his girls cleaned the room, since if they left it to Prim it would become a mess, they proceeded to put on formal clothes to have dinner with the king. Navi and Eiko wore red cocktail dresses, Asia wore a gold one, Albedo wore a black one with white details, Rossweisse wore a silver one, and Rory wore a black one with red details. Issei wore a black formal suit. Issei blushed when he saw his girls and Sylvia, who was wearing a navy blue dress that accentuated her cleavage to the point that he couldn't speak. "They're beautiful," he said, making his girls blush. After that they went to dinner with the king, where Issei could see that apparently all the leaders always had a carefree face. While they were having dinner, it was mentioned that the party would be a masquerade ball, where all the guests wear masks to hide their identity and speak freely, without regard for race, status, or anything else. "By the way, father, what about my sister?" Sylvia asked. She had some business to attend to, so she couldn't come to dinner, his father replied. By the way, Issei, you're not in an impure relationship with Sylvia, are you? He asked, his tone overly serious as a dark aura surrounded him. Now Issei had to face one of the most difficult battles of all. An overprotective father and future father-in-law. Oh, of course. He replied, somewhat nervous under the king's gaze. Father, what are you? Sylvia said, blushing. If you ever lay a finger on my daughter, I will punish you myself. He said, a darker aura surrounding him and a demonic face. Issei had to admit that when a father wants to be scary, he is scary. Father idiot. Sylvia shouted, leaving the place, followed by Cassette and Issei and Eco's girls to calm her down. Outside. Walking through the corridors was Veronica Lautréamont, first princess of Lautréamont. She had just finished planning for the party security, so she was about to go and see her younger sister and the guest. I wonder if Sylvia and Issei are still at the table, Veronica wondered. She had recently decided to accept her feelings for the dark-haired boy and she wanted to see if they could be reciprocated. She had no doubt, though. Who wouldn't want the first princess as a wife? Even so, the class difference would present its own challenges. But upon entering the living room, I hear something curious. Well, now that Sylvia's gone, he heard his father's voice, so he proceeded to look through the small opening in the door. Upon seeing this, she was petrified, for she saw her father, the king, kneeling before Issei. It is a great honor to have the Prince of Dragons here, he said, increasing Veronica's shock. You don't need to do that, I'm not used to it, Issei said, asking her to stand up. Even so, it is truly an honor to have him in our country, Oswald said again. By the way, who told you I was at the party? He asked curiously, although he had a hunch who had told him. It was Serzich's Lucifer, Michael and Shemazai, the king replied. I see, said Issei. Do my daughters know that you are the son of the supreme dragon god Bahamut? The king asked. I don't think so, replied the dark-haired man. Seriously, you should study more about the most powerful dragons, Oswald said. Veronica left there, surprised by the new information she obtained and incidentally making crazy plans that included her sister, and our dark-haired friend. But in the meantime, what happened to Vali? That same morning. Vali and Laurie were walking through the city since Laurie had invited Vali on a date until they got hungry and decided to stop for a bite to eat. They are both wearing the same clothes they wore the first time they appeared. They were sharing a pizza in a very cloying way. There was even an aura of hearts around them. After such a unique moment, they went sightseeing, where they bought several things, including clothes and a special gift. Passing by a shooting gallery, Vali won a white dragon plushie from Laurie and she won an orange one from him. They walked until they reached a nearby park where they surprisingly started playing with the children there. Then they began playing among themselves. Hours later, they left the city and arrived at a large crystal-clear lake surrounded by beautiful nature. Vali was very nervous, mentally wondering how Issei managed to do it twice, but he managed to gather enough courage to speak. Laurie, she called to the Dragoness, I was so happy to be reunited with the one who rescued me from Lucifer's clutches. So much has happened since you left me with Azazel, but I never lost hope of seeing you again and telling you something very important. She turned around, blushing deeply, and held a small box. Vali, she said with tears in her eyes, sensing what the albino was going to say. I'm sure you remember that day. Flashback. Vali can be seen as a child next to Laurie, although she was wearing a maid uniform. And that's how you play Chinchin, Vali-sama, said Laurie with a smile. Wow, thanks Laurie, said little Vali, but he was blushing and looking to the side. What's wrong, Vali-sama? She asked curiously. Laurie, do you love me? The little boy asked, blushing deeply. Laurie sensed where the conversation was going, so you must understand, Vali-sama, you are the son of Lucifer-sama, so you will surely marry a high-class demon, said Laurie, but inside she wanted Vali to ignore her since she had developed feelings for the little boy. But my father married a human, he replied. Well, you have to understand, the Redeed was saying, but Vali stopped her. No. I've already decided. When I grow up. End of flashback. Tell me, Laurie, will you be my wife? Said the albino as he showed the inside of the small box, which contained a golden ring with a dragon design and a diamond. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, Laurie said very happily as she jumped and hugged the albino very tightly against her chest. I admit it, this is paradise, he thought, extremely happy. He proceeded to put the ring on Laurie's finger. As soon as he did, she threw herself at him, kissing him with pure love, which he returned. Then they rose into the sky, releasing trails of white and orange energy. After a few minutes, they went down to kiss again, but in the sky above the lake was a drawing of a white dragon hugging an orange one, while their tails intertwined. Vali used the spell that Issei taught her to seal such an expression of love in the diamond of the ring. When they looked into each other's eyes again, the glimmer of synchronization could be seen, while Lori's gaze shifted to one filled with desire. This knocked Volley to the ground and, with a strong wind, stripped Volley of his clothes. "Relax, Volley, let me take care of everything," Lori said as she took off her clothes. "I'll say it again, this is paradise," Volley thought again as he kissed Lori once more, while being watched by animals passing by and the albino's two tenants. Inside the divide gear, a mental space resembling a beach could be seen. Within it, a mackerel could be seen with hammocks and grills. Inside, a silver-haired man with blue eyes, wearing a formal silver suit, stood next to a dark-haired woman with golden eyes, wearing a golden robe. These two were Albion and Awaken, who had popcorn and drinks to enjoy for the first time with their host. Of course Jessica was also watching, but she was trapped in a sphere of air that prevented her from escaping or shouting for help or trying to interrupt Lori's moment. Back with Sylvia the next day. Sylvia was in a mausoleum that was very special to her, as it was where the body of her brother's dragon resided. She went there to verify if her suspicions were true, but upon arrival she encountered some very familiar faces. "Sister, Glenn don't know, and even if Dacha don't know?" the younger blonde asked curiously, annoying the dark-haired girl. "What do you mean, even? Is there a problem with me being here? Maybe I should put those breasts of yours out again." Dacha said angrily, but was stopped by a punch from Veronica. "Since when is your rank high enough to insult my sister?" Veronica asked sarcastically. "I'm not going to grow if you keep doing that," she said, even angrier, trying to hit Veronica. "The very idea of believing you can grow up past 20 is simply absurd," she said, stopping Dacha with one hand. "It's very early, Sylvia. What brings you here?" she asked her younger sister. "Just one question," he replied. "Mordred's ashes?" I asked, surprising Sylvia. "After the Willingham incident, I investigated all the dragon mausoleums. And as I expected, someone removed the dragon ashes from every mausoleum in the country. Mordred's ashes were no exception," Veronica explained. "Did this remind you of anything?" "It's possible that the masked man is our brother Julius," Sylvia said, surprising everyone. "That's impossible. He survived and turned into that," Glenn exclaimed, shocked and hysterical. "There's more. The giant necromancer who attacked Aunt Sullivan was Mordred," Sylvia finished. Veronica opened her eyes in surprise, but quickly calmed down. "Sylvia, don't talk about this with anyone. The Remnant name will be deeply tarnished if it gets out that Julius is still alive," she said, receiving a yes from her sister. "By the way, do you like Issei Bahamut?" That question made her blush deeply. Sylvia couldn't utter a single word until. "Don't be surprised, but it seems Veronica was also smitten by him," Dacha said mockingly, but received a punch from a slightly blushing Veronica. "Sister?" Sylvia said, unable to believe it. "That's what I wanted to talk about. I happened to overhear a conversation between our father and Issei Bahamut and I discovered a few things," Veronica said, piquing her little sister's curiosity. "Like what?" Sylvia asked. "Well. In a strange place. The masked man can be seen next to the girl, looking at a strange device that emanated a lot of magical power. Do you understand what your mission is?" the masked man asked. "Yes, bring the target Navi or Echo," said the girl. "Excellent," the masked man finished, with a sinister smile. With Navi. It was already night and the masquerade ball was about to begin. Navi spent the whole day with Issei and Eiko, having fun in the capital, although she could feel the aura of jealousy emanating from the other girls. While trying on her dress for the ball, she talked to Prim about various topics, accidentally bringing up the subject of weddings and family. Navi stepped outside for a moment to think. She thought it was very selfish of her to give Eiko's parental responsibility to a boy she had just met who wasn't even 18. But then she remembered that Issei didn't mind and was having a lot of fun with a little girl, and besides, her instincts told her she had done the right thing. She was so focused on her thoughts that she didn't notice when the masked man's companion shot her with darts filled with enough anther to knock her unconscious for quite a while. Then I called several men, who carried the dragon to the hideout. Home. Issei, Asia, Eiko, Albedo, Rory, Rossweisse and Sylvia wore the same outfits they wore to dinner with the king, but they also wore masks of the same color as their outfits. Although Issei and the rest were worried because they didn't see Navi, Sylvia was meditating on the words her sister told her. Flashback. "This has to be a joke," Sylvia said, unable to believe it, alongside Dacha and Glenn. "I'm not kidding, Issei Bahamut is the Prince of Dragons," Veronica said. "But how come we didn't know about that?" Dacha asked. "After investigating, I found out that there is a so-called supreme dragon god named Bahamut who is apparently Issei's father," Veronica explained. "This is what happens to us for not studying more about the higher ranks of dragons." "Wait. That T means T that," Sylvia said, turning bright red. "She can marry into royalty," Veronica said simply. End of flashback. After that, her sister told her plan for both of them to marry the dark-haired man, which made Sylvia blush with embarrassment as she began to imagine a married life with Issei. But he snapped out of his thoughts when a hand appeared in front of him. "Will you grant me this piece?" The dark-haired man asked the blonde, who gladly accepted, though blushing. While they were dancing, Issei whispered in her ear. "The masked man is to your right," and Sylvia looked in that direction, seeing the masked man who was looking at them with a small smile. They continued dancing for a while longer, where Issei danced with his other girls, and when it was over, he went with them to the masked man, but when they were about to speak to him, an explosion occurred. Location unknown. Na'vi could be seen inside the strange machine. In front, on a platform, stood the masked man's companion alongside a scientist. "Are you sure this will work?" the girl asked seriously. "Of course, with this it will assume its dragon form, and we will control it. Begin charging," the scientist said to a group of men operating computers. Immediately, large amounts of magical power began to enter the device, entering Navi's body, who felt a sharp pain. "So it's missing. Increase the charge to 100%, said the scientist, as the subordinates increased the magical power. Navi continued to writhe in pain, but showed no signs of changing. Increased to 120%, said the scientist, alarming the girl. "But that could kill her." "We have no choice. If it fails we can always try the other target," but that caused the girl to start wondering if what she was doing was right. Navi writhed even more violently. Then a strange dark mass appeared in her mind as it was destroyed, and Navi wept. "At least I know he's safe," the dragon thought before it happened. "We have a problem. The influx of magical power continues to increase even though we stopped it," one of the men shouted. The last thing they saw was a very powerful light that blinded everything. Back to the party. Issei and the rest watched in surprise as a huge explosion occurred on one side of the capital. "The time has come," murmured the masked man, but it was audible to the dragons. "What time?" Asia asked angrily. Then they saw a huge grey dragon, with 4 angel-like wings, pink hair and 3 horns, 2 on the sides and 1 in the center, roaring, while surrounded by multiple dragons, including Lancelot and Arthur. "What's going on?" Sylvia asked as all the nobles at the party fled. "Something tells me you're involved," Veronica said, entering the room with Glenn and pointing at the masked man. "Who are you?" Issei asked seriously, but internally he thought something bad had happened to Navi. "I simply made the dragon of Avalon take her true form," the masked man said with a sinister smile. "And as for who I am, my name is Mordred," he added, surprising Veronica, Glenn, Sylvia, and Drake. "Impossible, you were Julius's dragon and he killed you," Veronica shouted. But to everyone's surprise, the boosted gear gauntlet made its appearance, startling Veronica and Glenn as they recognized the artifact. "I see. You changed bodies, immortal evil dragon Mordred," said Drake, surprising everyone. "What do you mean?" Sylvia said, somewhat intimidated by the sealed dragon's tone. "You may not know this, but Mordred is an evil dragon, known for being able to control the lifeless bodies of dragons, as well as being able to transfer to another body after performing a ritual," Drake explained. "Don't expect me to be the Sekiryuutei, kid," Mordred said as a black aura enveloped him. "What do you plan to do now?" Veronica asks authoritatively. "The ritual is complete," were the last words he said as that black aura shot out at the dragon that had just appeared, leaving his former body lying on the ground as the red lock disappeared. The dragon changed, now being black with 2 curved horns and 9 eyes, 4 on each side and 1 in the center. "This is bad," Issei said. "Mom?" the little dragon asked, crying. "It must be Navi. I feel the same energy, but now it seems contaminated," Albedo said. "What do we do?" Sylvia asked shouted. "We will stop Mordred," Issei said as he transformed and called for reinforcements. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.